We are also seeing other evidence coming forward that other women have talked about being trafficked. 9 police forces out of the 43 are doing investigations. So this has been growing and growing over the last few weeks. And as more information comes into public domain, I think the pressure and the evidence suggesting that Andrew needed to be questioned. And they could have invited him to a police station, but the decision has been made to arrest. You can be held for up to 24 hours. And then you have interventions from senior officers who can extend it up to 96 hours. So at this stage, I should imagine a decision has been made to arrest in order to access computer equipment, files, photographs, any other evidence, and they can carry out searches by any premises that he owns or occupies, or any other premises he controls. So there may well be searches in other areas as well.
Dal Babu, do stay with us. I don't want to keep you there if you can for a moment. I've just got our correspondent Daniel Sanford is with me in the studio. So we heard there the kind of significance of what they can now do now that they've got this arrest. But tell us about the arrest itself. It's quite a big moment, isn't it?
It is. It's an extraordinary moment. I mean, everyone's kind of trying to go through the history books. We remember that King Charles I was put on trial when he was deposed. But whether anyone as close to the king has been arrested since then, I'm not sure anyone can remember. So it is an absolutely extraordinary that the king's brother has been arrested this morning and on suspicion of misconduct in public office. And if the royal family have any role in public life, it is in public office. From what we saw at around 8 o'clock this morning, a number of unmarked but clearly police cars arrived on the Sandringham estate. That immediately prompted speculation that something was happening in what until now had been the Thames Valley Police assessment of whether there should be a police investigation. But in the last hour, Thames Valley Police have not only confirmed that their assessment has turned into an investigation, but that in fact this morning they arrested a man on the Sandringham estate who they've not named, but is quite obviously Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor, the King's brother, and that they have started searches both in Norfolk and Berkshire, and that immediately leads one to assume that the places that are being searched are Andrew's new residence in Norfolk and also Royal Lodge in Berkshire, the home where he's lived for many, many years. So it's an extraordinary moment, incredibly significant, but of course it's worth pointing out this is an arrest on suspicion of misconduct in public office. Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor has always denied any suggestion of wrongdoing, and we're at a stage now where we are getting to a stage where kind of criminal proceedings are active, to use the terminology, which means there is a prospect at some point of a trial, and so people need to be quite careful around any kind of discussions of the exact details of what he might have been arrested for.
And so the charge itself, though, is, I mean, the potential charge, misconduct in public office, could be quite serious, couldn't it?
It could. I mean, it has a maximum sentence of life. I mean, that's not what allegedly releasing some government documents would amount to. But it is a very serious and incredibly broad charge. It is anyone who's doing a public duty allegedly behaving badly in that duty. But we've very often seen it used in the past, for example, for civil servants selling documents to the media and things like that. So it's very often used in the case where civil servants have released documents in an unauthorised way. And that is the allegation here, that Prince Andrew has in some way misused the office that he was carrying out as a trade envoy and committed this misconduct.
And as you were at pains to say, that is all allegations that we're talking about at the moment. Let's bring back in Dal Babu, who's former Metropolitan Police Chief Superintendent. Just talk us through the scale of the investigations and the amount of effort that's now going to need to go into putting together any kind of case.
Well, there would have been a huge amount of work being done prior to this moment of arrest, and police don't necessarily have to arrest somebody. They can carry out their investigations, and they can either invite somebody to come along for an interview, and that doesn't involve they're entitled to have a solicitor, be cautioned but not be arrested. They can ask people to give a statement. They can speak to their solicitor. So this has gone through all of those stages, and the decision has now been made to arrest. Now, it's unclear what these offences are at the moment, whether it's related to Epstein or whether it's his role as a trade envoy. But all that information would have been taken into account. I should imagine that at the highest level of this country, people would have been informed. I think it's inconceivable that the government would not have been told, senior police officers would have been told. And so and it would be very, very difficult for this to have gone underneath the radar. And Daniel just says that there were some concerns when vehicles started arriving at 8 o'clock. My phone was pinging early on this morning, when there were suggestions that this was happening. At that stage, there wasn't a great deal of information in the public arena, but I think we're now getting more and more information. So I think unprecedented. I think most of us are still digesting this news. The Prince Andrew, 8th in line of the Crown. He's basically the brother of King Charles. Queen Elizabeth's favourite son has been arrested, and I think this is it's unprecedented when you look at modern times and the way that the royal family was held in high esteem. I think this has been it's a very, very difficult time for the royal family.
Del Babu, thank you very much indeed. And we can now show you some of the images that were being referred to of the cars arriving at Sandringham, believed to be the police, those unmarked cars arriving at Sandringham, the Sandringham home of Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor this morning before that news broke of his arrest. Let's speak now to Jack Royston, who's Chief Royal Correspondent for Newsweek and host of the Royal Report podcast. Thanks for being with us. So how are you viewing this latest news?
It is an absolutely extraordinary moment. It effectively is unprecedented. Yes, we've had a king tried by Parliament in Westminster Hall before, but that was a very different process. What you're looking at here is, if Andrew gets charged, you will have a royal family member in court. Now, we don't know if he will get charged. He might not be. But if he is, he will be being prosecuted by the Crown Prosecution Service. So effectively, the Crown will be prosecuting one of its own. It is... obviously, even to get this far, even if Andrew is never convicted of anything and never even charged, it is still a huge win, I think, for survivors of Epstein, because we got a whole series of rulings by the Metropolitan Police starting in kind of 2015, 2016, when they interviewed Virginia Giuffre, and they decided that they weren't going to investigate Andrew, and there's been pressure and pressure and pressure, building and building and building, and now that he has obviously been formally, arrested in Sandringham, we can imagine there might, for the first time, be a moment when he is expected to, at the very least, face police questions. Whether he answers them or not, we don't know, but at the very least, face police questions in a context where he would have, have been read his rights, and his answers could feed into that investigation. It is a very different proposition to sitting down with Emily Maitlis back in 2019. But that is the real key question. We've had in the past promises from Andrew. In fact, immediately after Emily Maitlis' big interview in 2019, there was a promise that Andrew would help police in America. But now we have a situation where he is going to need to decide whether he will answer questions or whether he will simply exercise his right to sit in silence while the police put bits of information to him. Now, he's not, he used to have legal representation, lawyers who we knew about, and when we wanted to approach for comment, we would go to them. He's parted company with the legal team that represented him previously. He may well now, of course, have to find a new lawyer to represent him in this matter.
Jack Royston, thank you. Do stay with us for a moment. I just want to bring in Daniel Sanford, our Home Affairs correspondent, who's also here talking about this. Just on the practicalities of this, if he's been arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office, how wide is the scope of that? Are we talking only about stuff like, the things that when he was a trade envoy, or can it cover other areas as well? What's your understanding?
Well, first of all, it's worth noting that there has all been this stuff around Virginia Giuffre and various other allegations around sexual misconduct over many years. That's not what's ended up with Prince Andrew being arrested. What's interestingly led to him being arrested is information in the Epstein files around activities while he was the trade envoy. And although we don't know, there has to be an assumption that part of that is going to be the sharing of some of these documents that seems to be going on from the Epstein files between Andrew and Jeffrey Epstein himself. That was kind of where, when the hair started running earlier this year, it was about, oh, what's going on here? Why are these government documents being shared? So that's certainly when Thames Valley Police got involved. But once you're investigating somebody for alleged misconduct in public office, it doesn't have to focus only on those emails which we've seen publicly within the Epstein files. First of all, there's 3 million documents in the Epstein files, so there may be some that the media have missed. But secondly, don't forget that the palace said that they would support Thames Valley Police in their inquiries. And that means that potentially Thames Valley Police have gone to the palace or could go to the palace and say, we'd like to see inside the email servers, we'd like to see any evidence that you might have, potential evidence that you might have of communications between Andrew and others. And that might mean that the alleged misconduct in public office is a bit different to what we've seen on the surface. It could be much broader, it could have led the police in a different direction, but certainly there's nothing to say that it has to focus only on the couple of emails that people have seen within the Epstein files. It might be much broader than that. We just, at this stage, don't know, and probably wouldn't know unless we ended up in the court.
Daniel, thank you. And Jack Royston, on that, I mean, the fallout from this could be large for the broader royal family, couldn't it?
Well, indeed, but also, actually, to a certain extent, it might provide a little bit of a way out for the king of this scandal, because obviously the monarchy spent about 15 years trying to run away from it and hope it would go away. And it caused huge amounts of damage to the monarchy because of this perception that Andrew was not being prosecuted due to his status as a prince, his status as a royal family member. So if now we get to a point where, you know, the police will have to run their investigation through to the end, they will then have to present material for the CPS and let the Crown Prosecution Service decide whether charges are justified. But if they are, and Andrew has his day in court, that could actually remove that big cloud over the monarchy, because the anger and sense of injustice within the public was always at the idea that if Andrew was a normal bloke like anybody else, he'd have been investigated and charged and so on, and he got away with it because he was a royal. So if they do now proceed with an investigation, and potentially it goes as far as court, and a jury gets to decide on this issue, that could actually finally remove this cloud over the monarchy, where it was felt that the royals were protecting Andrew. That was what was causing the damage and eating away at the palace's reputation. But yes, absolutely, they will have to make some really important decisions about what information to share with the police. And the police, you know, if they still have the emails that were bouncing around royal servers, palace servers, back in 2010, 2011, then they will almost certainly have relevant material to share with the police.
Jack Royston, sorry to interrupt you. Thank you very much indeed. Jack Royston there from Newsweek as we continue our coverage of this breaking news here on BBC. Watching BBC News, the former Prince Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor has been arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office. It follows revelations about his ties to the convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. It comes after Thames Valley Police said they were assessing a complaint over the alleged sharing of confidential material by Andrew with Epstein. That goes back to documents from when he was a trade envoy that were allegedly passed to Epstein. In a statement, Thames Valley Police said, as part of the investigation, we have today arrested a man in his 60s from Norfolk on suspicion of misconduct in public office and are carrying out searches at addresses in Berkshire and Norfolk. The man remains in police custody at this time. We will not be naming the arrested man as per national guidance. More photos showed cars arriving at the Sandringham estate in Norfolk earlier this morning. Andrew, who turned 66 today, has consistently and strenuously denied any wrongdoing. I want to speak to Dr. Tessa Dunlop, who's a royal historian. What's your reaction to this news this morning?
It's twofold. One, I think there was a certain inevitability once leaking into the public domain in the latest tranche of Epstein files. There was this clear abuse of power vis-a-vis misconduct in a public office. Although it should be said, it's actually quite hard to get a conviction. It's not just about wrongdoing. There's two possible counts on which you can be convicted. I think on the one hand, they need to be able to demonstrate, the prosecutors, that the individual in question was feeding somebody else information from that he shouldn't have been, for that the recipient, i.e. Epstein's financial gain, and or that the person doing that, in this case potentially Andrew Windsor Mountbatten-Windsor, was himself potentially also profiting from that, i.e. that there's an element of corruption. So on those two counts, you need to be able to fulfil either one of them. The sadness on many levels for me, and the inevitability almost, is that his conviction has come not because of the extraordinary survivors, the victims, who have so bravely pushed this to the point that we're now having all this public information vis-a-vis Epstein and his relations, financial and sexual and otherwise, that actually, in the end, Andrew might well never be held to account legally on that front. And yet, of course, we wouldn't know about any of these nefarious communications vis-a-vis public office and the misconduct in public office, were it not for the women who pushed this as far as they have, and of course, including the late and, in my opinion, great Virginia Giuffre.
And just obviously we need to stress that these are allegations at this stage, and Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor has at various stages denied any wrongdoing. In terms of the fallout for this, how do you read it with the royal family? What do you think the damage will be?
Well, I was interested. I was listening to your previous royal correspondent, and he said in some ways this will draw a line under it for the royal family, although this is an individual from the royal family being prosecuted by the Crown Services. Nonetheless, in some ways, there'll be clear blue water between the institution of monarchy and the now private individual that is Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor. I've got to say that I actually disagree. I think this is more problematic for the royal family than they anticipate. There's a sort of cognitive dissonance around a lot of what they're saying at the moment, even if it's Prince William talking about mental health on Radio 1 yesterday, and the way in which consistently from 2011 onwards, they protected, understandably given they're also a private family, you could argue, but also they are a public institution, and therein lies the contradiction. They protected an individual who was being accused of very, very serious things. And when I talk about protection, actually beyond that, they allowed him to platform himself in Buckingham Palace, Britain's #1 address, the building that personifies everything that's great about royalty. They allowed him to sit in Buckingham Palace and broadcast on the BBC, the British Broadcasting Corporation's second channel. And what we now know is lie, because whether you believe he's guilty of sexual misconduct or not, we know that that photo actually was taken and it is real. And we know that he did have contact with Epstein after 2010, etc., etc. And so the royal family are implicated in this. From 2011, once the News of the World said the prince and the pedo and questions started being asked, they protected him. He was still a working royal until 2019. And I think for them to say they're deeply concerned or profoundly concerned, I'm not sure it's sufficient. I think I'm waiting, as a monarchist, I'm waiting for an apology, that actually they walked on by. And now what they're doing is they're severing the arm that is Andrew, hoping they can carry on walking on by. But if they don't want another Andrew, I think they too need to look to reform.
Tessa Dunlop, thank you very much indeed for joining us with your thoughts. And just a reminder that these are allegations at this stage, and Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor has been arrested on for misconduct in public office at the moment. Let me remind you what some of that statement from Thames Valley Police. They say, as part of the investigation, we've today arrested a man in his 60s from Norfolk on suspicion of misconduct in public office and are carrying out searches at addresses in Berkshire and Norfolk. The man remains in police custody at this time. We will not be naming the arrested man. With me is Daniel Sanford, our Home Affairs correspondent, who's been following all of this. This is obviously a very big moment, not just for Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor, but also for, I suppose, for the country and for the royal family.
Yeah, I mean, just to reiterate, this is the King's brother that has been arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office. This morning at around 8 o'clock, a group of police cars turned up and started searching on the King's estate as part of that investigation into the King's brother. There are also searches going on in Berkshire, which we're assuming is going to be at Royal Lodge in Windsor, where the King's brother has lived for many, many, many years. And so this is an investigation incredibly close to the Crown. And it's also worth remembering, it seems days ago now, just this morning on television, the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, said to BBC Breakfast, it's important that nobody is above the law. And it's a very important principle of the country. It has to apply in this case in the same way as it would in any other case. And this is an extraordinary example of that in action, that because of these suspicions that Andrew may have been, suggestions from the Epstein emails, that he may have been passing on government documents to Jeffrey Epstein, and obviously there's a question about whether that was for his profit or for Epstein's profit, which would be needed to be shown if a charge of misconduct in public office is brought, that from that we have ended up with the King's brother being arrested, and at this moment he is in police custody. Now that is essentially being held in either a police station or some kind of secure place, and having to make himself available for questions by detectives.
And how long under a charge like this, or under an arrest like this and a suspicion of arrest or suspicion like this, can they hold him before they either release him or charge him?
Well, typically it would be 24 hours at a maximum. It can be extended because it's quite a serious charge. It can be extended beyond that. But I frankly would be very surprised if he's held beyond a few hours. This is, don't forget, until this morning, Thames Valley were assessing whether or not there was sufficient evidence for them to begin an investigation into Andrew. We hadn't even reached the stage where Thames Valley Police had said publicly that they were investigating the King's brother. So this morning they've gone through 2 levels in just a matter of hours. They've started a formal investigation, and unlike what's happened with the Metropolitan Police and Lord Mandelson, they have then taken Andrew into custody, which can only be for questioning. So, it's a very, very early stage of the investigation, but one where they've decided that the first thing to do is to ask Andrew some questions.
It's interesting that you mentioned there that it's gone and moved up 2 scales almost within a short space of time. Does that suggest that there's more information that's come out recently, or is it just that they've decided they need to get more information and an arrest means that they can search those buildings?
Yeah, I think it's just a different approach, and it's not clear to me at this stage why. So what's happened with Lord Mandelson is that the police very quickly went from saying that they were assessing whether to carry out an investigation to carrying out an investigation. They then did some searches, but Lord Mandelson still hasn't been interviewed under caution. That hasn't happened yet by the Metropolitan Police. Whereas what's happened in the case of Andrew is the assessment stage took quite a bit longer, but they've gone assessment to investigation to searches to arrest, all in a couple of hours. So it's a different approach. Tactically, why that? I don't think we'll know at this stage, but it's likely to be about feeling that there are some questions they need to ask early on in order to see where the rest of their investigation goes, as opposed to what quite often happens, which is where you build a whole raft of evidence first and then put what you've got to your suspects. What it might tell us is that they've got an awful lot more information than we've seen in the public domain from the Epstein files.
And we know, obviously, that he's being questioned at the moment, or potentially being questioned at the moment, has been arrested. In terms of where they can search, we know that the police have said they're searching addresses in Berkshire and Norfolk. Is there the potential for them searching elsewhere as well, Buckingham Palace, that kind of thing? Yes,
so essentially, to carry out a search, you have to get a warrant. And in order to get a warrant for a search, you've got to justify why you want to search in that geographical place. Now, searching in a suspect's home is automatic almost. Obviously, people quite often hold the most important things to them close to them, so you very often will search in someone's home. And because Andrew's moved home so recently, then that would make sense that you would also search in his previous home. But as the investigation develops, If they feel that they need to make searches elsewhere, then they will seek a warrant and do that as well. Just worth reminding everyone, he's been arrested, there's no charge being brought, and he's always denied any wrongdoing in these matters.
In terms of the police operation, how difficult is it to manage something that is so high profile? Because clearly, normally if someone is arrested, it's not on the news, and in this case it's not only on the news, but it's on international news and it's everywhere. What are the kind of pressures on a police force when they're dealing with something as big as this?
I think the challenge is that you clearly want to be carrying out your investigations without fear or favour. You want to be seen to be doing it in exactly the same way as you would with anyone else being arrested on suspicion of that same charge. The problem is that you can't get away from the fact that every word of every press release is going to be parsed, every move that you make is going to be photographed. Don't forget, we first realised that something was going on in Sandringham this morning, not from a press release from the police or a statement from the police, but because photographers there on the ground outside Andrew's home on his birthday noticed police cars appearing at the scene, as you can see in those images there. So they're literally in a goldfish bowl, the detectives, and trying to make sure that they don't change how they carry out their investigation any more than is absolutely necessary is a big challenge. It's something that the Metropolitan Police are more used to, and there were discussions as to whether this was an investigation that would be better done by the Metropolitan Police. But my understanding is that after discussions between the two forces, it was decided that Thames Valley did have the skills to do this, and they're the ones that have turned this assessment into a full investigation. And
clearly it's a big moment for the royal family as well, and this has been brewing for such a long time, and the fallout has been difficult for them, hasn't it, even just recently?
Yeah, I mean, it's really incredibly difficult time for the royal family, because we've had this unprecedented situation since the release of the latest tranche of the Epstein files, of both King Charles and the Prince of Wales, Prince William, being publicly questioned when they're out on kind of public walkabouts about Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor, the King's brother, and in the case of Prince William, his uncle. And that is obviously incredibly difficult, forcing the palace to say that they would support Thames Valley Police in any investigation.
Just very briefly, you've covered obviously these kind of cases in the past, but probably not something like this exactly. What are your expectations for how it plays out in terms of when he might reappear or talk?
Well, first of all, there is actually no rush. You don't have to rush to making a decision with the Crown Prosecution Service about whether there's enough evidence to charge. So it doesn't necessarily mean that this thing is going to escalate to a decision on whether or not to make a charge or not. In these cases, which are based essentially around documents, the documents are helpful, but you also need to talk to individual witnesses. So although things could happen very quickly, it's probably more likely that this is an initial stage, and there's then going to be some weeks before we get closer to a final decision on whether this is something that is going to result in a charge.
Daniel Sanford, thank you very much indeed for the time being. And don't forget, you can also check out our live page on the BBC News app and iPlayer for more information on this breaking story. You're watching BBC News. This is continuing coverage of our breaking story that Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor has been arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office. The former prince, younger brother of King Charles, is in custody. It follows revelations about his ties to the convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. It comes after Thames Valley Police said they were assessing a complaint over the alleged sharing of confidential material by Andrew with Epstein. That goes back to documents from when he was a trade envoy that were allegedly passed to Epstein. In a statement, Thames Valley Police said, "As part of the investigation, we have today arrested a man in his 60s from Norfolk on suspicion of misconduct in public office and are carrying out searches at addresses in Berkshire and Norfolk. The man remains in police custody at this time. We will not be naming the arrested man." Well, photos showed vehicles believed to be police cars arriving at the Sandringham estate in Norfolk earlier this morning. Andrew, who turns 66 today, has consistently and strenuously denied any wrongdoing. Well, with me is our correspondent, Daniel Sanford. So, Daniel, it started off, as you mentioned there, with those unmarked police cars turning up at the address, and photographers were there, I understand, because of it being Andrew's birthday. Is that right?
Yes, I mean, photographers were there for two reasons. First of all, because there's essentially a permanent stakeout now going on where in Andrew's very, very new home that he's only just moved into. But there was obviously added interest today in Andrew because it's his 66th birthday. And then the first signs were that instead of seeing perhaps a visitor to wish Andrew happy birthday, you saw these unmarked cars, but just really obviously police cars, the kind of vehicles that detectives travel around the country in,
and we actually see them there,
turning up at Andrew's home and getting out of them, not sort of the typical kind of royal visitors, but people that looked like detectives. So that immediately started a frenzy of kind of people asking, well, what's going on here? Is there kind of some kind of search? And at that stage, because Thames Valley Police had only said they were assessing the possibility of opening an investigation, it felt quite premature that they've kind of started a process of searching, but they haven't started a full investigation. But then when Thames Valley Police's full statement came out, it revealed not only that they had started a full investigation, but also that they were searching not just in Norfolk, but also in Berkshire, we assume, at Royal Lodge, and also that the King's brother, Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor, had been arrested and that he was in police custody. So it was a really, really kind of jaw-dropping moment. And not wanting to kind of get ahead of the historians, I think the most significant detention of a royal in terms of arresting the King's brother since King Charles I was arrested and put on trial by Parliament.
And so he's been arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office. How did this particular this particular allegation come about? What in terms? I know obviously this situation is potentially active proceedings, so there's a limit to what you might be able to say. But give us an idea of why this particular potential charge.
Well, just going back one step, until this year, a lot of the focus on Andrew's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein was around potential sexual misconduct. Obviously, there were the allegations from Virginia Giuffre, formerly known as Virginia Roberts, and other suggestions that Andrew might have somehow been having women trafficked to him for sexual purposes. That was the suggestion that was floating around. But out of the release of the Epstein files this year, the huge tranche, came a series of emails between Andrew and Jeffrey Epstein, which seemed to suggest that Andrew was sharing trade documents that were being given to him in his position as a trade envoy with Jeffrey Epstein. And there was one infamous case when Andrew had just returned from a trip to Asia. He was sent the reports on each of the countries he'd visited within Asia, and within 2 minutes of him receiving those reports, the Epstein files seemed to show him forwarding them to Jeffrey Epstein. Now, obviously, just being in the Epstein files doesn't suggest misconduct, and there can be other interpretations for those emails. But it was a result of those emails that Thames Valley Police said they were going to assess whether or not there was sufficient evidence to open an investigation. The Palace said that they would support Thames Valley Police in making those initial inquiries. And presumably as a result of one or other or both of those, we've got to the stage where this assessment has turned into a full investigation. The research is going on at Andrew's home and his former home, and he's been arrested and is in police custody.
And Daniel, we've got the palace pictures there, presumably illustrating the fact that this now becomes the focus also is on the whole royal family and the king and the extended family.
Yes, and we've heard two different views, hadn't we, from royal correspondents just before the top of the hour. Some people saying this might actually relieve the pressure on the king because it's showing that actually, no one's above the law, including his brother. Could have been this suggestion that somehow the royal family were being treated differently. But then the other view is that, the palace has been sort of protecting Andrew since the Epstein relationship first broke into the public arena. And that now, if this ends up in an even more serious situation, the question would be, why had the palace been protecting him for so long? So I think the damage or not to the royal family is yet to become clear and will evolve over the next few years. But one thing that's absolutely certain is that without Andrew and his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, the palace's reputation would be in a much, much better place.
And Daniel, I think we've seen the stills, we've now got some moving pictures there to show people of that moment when the police arrived at Sandringham, and that was before we heard that it was an arrest of Andrew Mountbatten. So that's getting a kit out of the back of the car, as far as I can see there. But so not all that exciting. Tell us a little bit. You're looking at them too.
Yeah, I mean, when police decide to search a property, you actually need quite a lot of people, because although Andrew's only recently moved into this property, you're going to have to essentially go through everything in the house and assess whether it is relevant to your investigation. So when you see a large number of unmarked cars turning up at a property and getting stuff out of the back of those vehicles, that is often a sign that that is a police search, which is why our interest was pricked so enormously this morning by these pictures, because you've got to go in, you've got to kind of take every book, try and assess every bit of paper, every computer, mobile phone, hard drive, photograph, and assess whether or not it's relevant to your investigation. And then you've essentially got to seize and bag everything that you decide is potentially relevant to your investigation. And that's quite a big logistical exercise. Things have to be photographed, they have to be bagged, they have to be tagged, given an exhibit number, all of which then goes back into the main investigation for assessment as to whether that's something that might become part of evidence for any possible trial, though it's worth saying at this stage, of course, Andrew's only been arrested and potentially for questioning. There's no sense of a charge at this stage. But yeah, it's quite a big exercise. And we know that Andrew had been moving stuff from Royal Lodge to his new home in Sandringham. So there have been sort of removal lorries doing that. So we know that he's got some property at Sandringham, but we also believe quite a lot of his belongings are still at Royal Lodge, hence the searches there as well.
Yes, because there are searches in both places, aren't there? Thank you, Daniel Sandford. Thank you very much indeed for all that detail and expertise on that arrest of Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor. Let's bring in journalist and royal commentator Ushia O'Hagan. Thank you very much for being with us. What were your thoughts when you heard the news?
I mean, I think this arrest probably has been a long time coming. We heard news from the police forces involved earlier on this week that they were looking into particularly these emails that appeared in the Epstein files that allegedly Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor sent. Time coming, and that some level of justice was expected or is expected for Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor in relation to these Epstein files. People have been waiting for a long time, and I think when we had that kind of uptick in information from the police and activity for them surrounding Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor, I think, like I said, this was a long time coming.
And how damaging do you think this whole episode is going to be for the royal family, or do you think that it means that they can draw a line under it in terms of distancing themselves from Andrew?
This continues to be very damaging for the royal family. We've been talking about Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor and Epstein for more than 20 years, whether it is their dealings, their relationship, their closeness. We've been talking about the two of them being associates for a long time. That means for a lot of that time, Andrew was protected by the royal family. And now that there is an arrest, and of course, we know that Andrew denies all the allegations against him. But now that there's an arrest, that tells us the seriousness of the allegations against him. And it also reminds us that, like I said, this person was being protected by the royal family, that now they are accused of wrongdoing, so much so that they have been arrested in connection to that. And that's a person that was protected by a family that's taxpayer funded. And so it continues to look very bad for the royal family. It continues to look bad for King Charles III. I mean, Andrew, whether he's called prince or not, remains a prince because he's still the son of Queen Elizabeth II, and of course is still the king's brother. And so he has this very difficult job, King Charles III, of trying to remain a steady hand in the monarchy, trying to steer the ship of the royal family, but still having Andrew as his brother. He still has protected him. Whether he will want to continue doing that after this arrest remains to be seen, but it's still hugely embarrassing for the royal family.
And just to stress that Andrew has been arrested for misconduct in public office, that he has denied at all stages any wrongdoing, so we need to be careful. These are allegations at this stage. Just historically, how big a moment is this, do you think?
This is a huge moment for the royal family. It's been such a long time, and I'll have to go down into the history books and have a look, until we've had a member of the royal family who has been arrested. It's literally hasn't happened in probably more than 100 years. So that tells us how significant a moment this is, and how significant a moment it is in relation to Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor and the Epstein files. It's hugely significant. You cannot underestimate how significant this is.
And I imagine that you would probably be writing things for newspapers and publications around the world, because this is a global story, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. The interest in this is completely global. And yes, you know, I will be talking to TV stations and writing things for Australia, to Nigeria, to the United Kingdom. The royal family are known the world over. The Epstein files are known the world over. This story is one that just will not go away. And you're absolutely right in saying that there is huge global interest in this. Let's remember, we have 14 countries in the Commonwealth that King Charles III deigns to reign over. And so everybody will be interested in this story.
Berkshire Hagan, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to talk to us here on BBC News. Well, with me is the BBC's business editor, Simon Jack. Thanks for coming in, Simon. So I suppose to remind people, he's been arrested for misconduct in public office, and this appears to relate to some of his period while he was a trade envoy. So talk us through that side of things.
It's a broad offence, misconduct in public office, and we don't know exactly the grounds, but obviously question marks have been raised about his time as a trade envoy from 2001 to 2011. Just to explain what that is, that's basically not a civil servant, but someone who's employed to try and advance the interests of British business overseas. And the question marks concerns have been raised about the appearance that in the Epstein files he appeared to forward, for example, his itinerary of trade visits he was going to through the Southeast Asia, for example, to Vietnam, Singapore, etc., plus some reports from how those trade summits went. There's also, and these are sensitive government documents, there's some, there can be commercial information, including, for example, in 2010, it was revealed that he talked about investment opportunities in gold and uranium in Afghanistan with Jeffrey Epstein and his associates. And then not in the Epstein files, there was some discussion about what was going on in the Icelandic banking sector after the financial crisis. You'll remember a lot of British savers were involved in that. Now, we don't know exactly, to prove wrongdoing, you need to there are some very specific tests, and we don't know whether those have been satisfied. But being a trade envoy, as I say, is not a civil servant, but confidentiality clauses apply. So does the Official Secrets Act. And there will be question marks about whether he abused that position by sharing the details, the itinerary, the conclusions of some trade meetings that other people wouldn't have been able to see.
And so it's a position of kind of real privilege and trust, isn't it? I mean, obviously, we were saying that he's alleged to have shared documents, as you rightly kind of couch it in those terms. In terms of damage to the UK's reputation, how much is that a problem, do you think?
That's a tricky one to quantify. There will be those who think that Prince Andrew, the former Prince Andrew, did a terrific job advancing British interests, and there are others who say that actually he was rather ham-fisted in his attempts to do that overseas. And if you look back on some WikiLeaks that were about 10 years ago, people were talking about that. I think that it does great damage to, obviously, the reputation of the royal family, as you were just discussing. I think the real thing is a lot of people have looked at, is there insider trading, people making money out of this. That's a very, very specific thing to prove. You would have to prove that someone took the information that he got, used it to invest or buy or sell a specific security and make financial gain from that. We're a long way from establishing any of that, and as you rightly say, Prince Andrew has consistently denied any wrongdoing. But we know that, for example, the Business and Trade Select Committee have asked questions. Vince Cable, who was Business Secretary back in 2008 after the financial crisis, he says it should be investigated, so things have obviously moved on apace today. Simon Jack, thanks very much indeed for bringing the context there, our business editor. Thank you.
Let's speak now to our correspondent Tom Simons, who's at Buckingham Palace for us. So, Tom, I imagine it's pretty busy there.
Yes, it is. I mean, in effect, it's a normal day here. We've had the changing of the guard. The usual cluster of tourists are here watching goings-on at Buckingham Palace. I'm not an experienced watcher of traffic movements in and out of the palace, but there seems to be no sign on the outset of any sort of police activity here. But it is a big estate. There are plenty of different entrances. And of course, this is a matter which you would imagine the royal household would want to keep fairly discreet. But the one thing that is changing as we speak is that news crews are starting to set up from, I can see, international news organisations right alongside me here. And everyone waits to see what happens next in this investigation.
And Tom, this has been building for a while, hasn't it? As we've been hearing, there's now an arrest of Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor, but police forces were looking into this for a while. Tell us a little bit about what the arrest is on and how significant that is.
Well, I think the key change in the situation regarding Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor was the later release of documents from the Epstein files, as they've become known, from the Department of Justice in the US, which did, it seems, as we've been hearing there from Simon Jack, give an indication that he is potentially somebody who has shared documents, potentially about investments, with Jeffrey Epstein. And as we've also heard, that really changed the allegations against him from being one of underage sexual assault to now misconduct in public office. What is misconduct in public office? Well, effectively, it is somebody who is breaching their duties, who has a high public office, who is breaching those duties through some sort of wrongdoing. Now, the courts have previously said that this sort of offence needs to be very carefully defined because it can be leading us into very sensitive areas. You don't say when it comes to this case, perhaps more than any other. And that is what he has been arrested on. Why has he been arrested? Well, of course, the police can question people under caution without arresting them. That happens quite a lot in crimes where there's no violence involved, there's little risk of somebody heading for the border. But one reason might be that the police generally arrest when they need to do a search and they need to make sure that evidence that they might be looking for in somebody's properties is there and is not going to be removed and hidden. Now, nobody is saying that is the case here, but that is just one of the reasons that the police generally arrest people so that they can question them. And what we also don't know is where Andrew is being questioned. It is likely he is in a police station. It is quite possible he's in a police cell awaiting an interview. And after this, it is likely that the case will go quiet because this sort of arrest usually follows an assessment, an initial assessment of what evidence there might be. And then from there, the investigation continues based on what is said in any interview.
And clearly he's the King's brother, stating the obvious there, but you're at Buckingham Palace. Is there any suggestion that we might get some kind of statement at all from Buckingham Palace on this?
No, not so far, and clearly it is a question we are asking and a statement we are looking out for. Of course, Buckingham Palace has a very cautious media strategy. It generally says as little as possible about very controversial incidents like this. The other area of law where the palace has had to dealt with a decision about what to say is in the Prince Harry case. He's currently at the High Court taking on the Associated Newspapers for breaches of privacy, and very little has been said about that as well. So I think it's unlikely we'll hear anything, if very much, from Buckingham Palace at this stage. I believe that the Royal Standard they're flying shows that the King is in residence. I know that can be not entirely accurate, but that flag is there. And as I say, there appears to be no sign of anything untoward or different going on at the Palace this morning.
Tom Simons, thanks very much indeed for bringing us up to date there, and we'll come back to you if there are any further developments. Well, let's bring in Dr. Tessa Dunlop, who's a royal historian. Thank you very much indeed for joining us again. And for people who've just kind of been joining this morning, give us an idea of how the magnitude of this development today.
Well, it is extraordinary. I think on several levels, it's a huge deal, partly because this story has rumbled on since 2011. Incrementally, the net has ever closer encroached upon Andrew. And what's been fascinating is the way, at a glacial speed, the royal family, the institution of royalty, has uncoupled from the eighth in line to the throne. I think it was the first time for over 100 years that a child was born to a monarch, when Andrew was born in Buckingham Palace to the late Queen Elizabeth. So he is absolutely 100% blue-blooded royalty, and yet they've gone out of their way since 2019, really pretty slow off the mark. That was 8 years from that News of the World, Prince and the pedo scandal, the photograph, etc., to detach themselves from him. And always they have reacted to what's been released in the public domain. They have never taken the lead, the institution of royalty. They've always responded to what's been going on. And what I think is fascinating is that we now, of course, have the Crown, who's going to be effectively trialling, investigating one of their own. And what they're trying to do is to say, look, he's not one of us anymore. He's simply Mr. Mountbatten-Windsor. And that's where you get this intersection between a private family and a public institution. It's one of the extraordinarily glamorous, heady, contradictory aspects of this institution of state that we find so fascinating, but which is also an extraordinary design flaw. And I think it's precisely because of that design flaw that we find it so gripping. You know, will Andrew effectively be convicted under the title of his own family into which he was born? And the bigger question, crucially, is what is the long-term impact on monarchy?
Indeed. And just before we move on to that long-term impact, I just want to stress that Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor has been arrested for misconduct in public office, and there's allegations at this stage, and he's always denied any wrongdoing. But just to go back to your last point there, long-term impact on the royal family, what are your thoughts?
Well, I think the broader question here, and we have to also bear in mind the changing landscape for royalty. So, for example, when we first started taking polling on their popularity, it was in the 1980s, they were polling at around 86%. That's now fallen to approximately 50%. So they're anyway skating on increasingly thin ice. This drip, 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 finally now with an arrest, I think exacerbates the generational divide. I think for some who are dyed-in-the-wool believers of monarchy, they think, OK, Andrew's an exception, rotten apple, get him out of the car, we'll carry on as before. I think especially for the younger generation, they think, whoa, hang on a minute, how come this man wasn't held to account much sooner? What of all the allegations around sexual misconduct, which actually have led to his arrest for misconduct in a public office? And more broadly, why did the royal family protect him for so long? I think actually on a BBC platform yesterday, Radio 1, Prince William did a whole shebang on mental health. You know, this was a chance really for our great News Corporation of State to challenge the future king over actually where next in terms of how do you account for having, you know, reared this individual, protected him. He is one of yours for so long, and yet you don't find yourselves able to say, sorry, we gave him Buckingham Palace to do that interview, that BBC Two interview from. Sorry that we pushed away all press inquiries, and I can testify to that, by the way, between 2011 and 2019 regarding Virginia Giuffre and the accusations. Sorry. So for me, as a monarchist light, someone who's spent a lot of her life, probably more than is healthy, researching monarchy and talking about monarchy, someone who wants it to work, I'm saying, why can't we have a sorry? I don't consider the royal family's concern enough, because actually they facilitated Andrew, they protected him for so long. And I think also me as a correspondent or a historian, and you as the BBC, we also need to question ourselves about whether we held that institution to account sufficiently. And I go back to that interview yesterday, Williams, about mental health, whether we shouldn't be driving harder on the questions, for example, of financial reform, because also misconduct in a public office, that's all about Andrew feathering his nest. One just quick word in favour of the king. Charles consistently said that Andrew should not be made a trade envoy. His mother, the late Queen, wanted it, and Tony Blair wanted to do the Queen a favour. At that time, it was post Diana's death. It was a very challenging period for monarchy, but it was against the advice of his elder brother, Charles.
Just on that, I mean, you talked about the way you said he's been protected. That was your words, but he was Do you think that the atmosphere changed after the Queen died? Do you think that there was a sea change in the way they handled matters to do with former Prince Andrew?
I think as there has been this growing evidence in the public domain that there was only one direction of travel, I think the royal family slowly woke up to the reality that was this is going to get worse long before it gets better, and therefore we need to detach more quickly. 2019, there was a sort of card shuffle. He was no longer a working royal. Then we had the great big payoff, you'll remember, where he doesn't admit to any form of guilt around the Dufresne civil case, but there is considerable money that changes hands. Again, no real clarity about where those millions of pounds came from. I think that would be helpful for transparency's sake to know. Was that from that untaxed pocket of money that the royal family have called the Duchy of Lancaster? If so, again, I think we could look to perhaps reforming financially their extraordinarily privileged position. I think, and for me, when I talk to Gen Z, I'm long in the tooth now, but when I talk to the young ones who are all struggling financially, they go back to this idea of privilege. And the thing is, if you're privileged, if you're born a son of a monarch, if you're part of the monarchy, if you run the monarchy, if you're king or future king, you have so many more choices than the average person on the street. That's what privilege is about. It's about options. And by goodness, Andrew weaponized those options. He was able to pay off Dufresne. In the end, it affected her so badly. We know she took her own life. He slopped away. They thought that would be the end of it. Tuck him away into a corner of Sandringham. Again, okay, private property of the royal family, but one that we take pride in because we take pride in our royal family. And I think that they thought they could walk on by. I mean, there was a wonderful irony that little Keir Starmer, I mean, think what you do with our Prime Minister. You might not think he's been the most effective leader of Number 10, but I felt like I was in this kind of crazy world where Donald Trump walking on by and in his administration regarding Epstein, the royal family, oh, we're concerned, walking on by. And it was all going to kind of land on the lap of this Labour Prime Minister and Mandelson. I think there will be relief publicly that at last now it looks like Andrew's going to be held to account by a police force as opposed to just people complaining and articles being written. Yep. But again, it feels very late in the day. And I think the idea that the royal family can uncouple themselves, can say he's just a private individual now, it allows them to avoid reform and to avoid taking any form of responsibility. Look how we expected Keir Starmer to take responsibility for Mandelson. I think the same could be expected of the royal family and their brother/uncle. I think there has to be a bit of responsibility and open those doors. Walter Bagehot said famously in his English Constitution book, and it's been the royal family's Bible ever since, in 1867, he said, let the daylight in and the magic disappears. We need to flip that. More daylight, more transparency. Let's make sure we future-proof against future Epstein scandals, against future former Prince Andrews.
Dr. Tessa Dunlop, thank you very much indeed for your thoughts on the subject. A quick reiteration that Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor has been arrested, is in custody now on suspicion of misconduct in public office. We know that these are allegations at this stage and he's not been charged yet. And so he has also in the past denied any wrongdoing, just to stress that at the moment. Now, with me is our correspondent Daniel Sanford, who's been following this since this morning. That point that Tessa Dunlop was making about privilege, in this case, it seems that privilege has no longer protected him. And we heard from the Prime Minister this morning that no one is above the law. And today that was kind of quite clearly seemed to be the case when he was arrested and taken off for questioning.
Yeah, I think there are two aspects to that. There has been a very, very uncomfortable sense over the Virginia Giuffre allegations in particular that there was no great rush by the police in the UK to follow up on those allegations. There's been the kind of numerous assessments by the Metropolitan Police as to whether or not they ought to kind of start an investigation, and it's never really got off the ground. And don't forget, those were potentially very serious allegations, and Virginia Giuffre unfortunately is no longer with us, and so that is kind of over. But the allegations around misconduct in public office have been moved on very quickly. They broke into public view at the beginning of this year. It didn't take long before Thames Valley Police said that they were assessing whether there was sufficient evidence to begin an investigation. And a couple of weeks into that assessment, they've not only launched an investigation, but they've also arrested the King's brother and searched both his home and his former home. And a little bit more detail on those searches this morning. We're getting a bit more detail from the people who were there as the police cars arrived. It sounds like about 6 vehicles arrived with about 8 officers on board. One of the vehicles drove up the front drive of the property where Andrew's living, and the other 5 went round the back, which is a sort of classic police move, that you make sure that as you go in the front that you're kind of covering off the back entrances, which is just extraordinary when you think about it. So that's 8 officers potentially going in to search the property. Not long, about half an hour or so after those cars arrived, 3 vehicles drove away, one of which was not one of the vehicles that arrived. So the assumption is that Andrew was in one of those 3 vehicles driven away. And just to bring give you a sense of the extraordinary nature of this, of course, he still has security. So the sense is that the 3rd vehicle was his own security following him off to a police station somewhere where he was going to be questioned, which shows this extraordinary business of, yes, nobody's above the law, but Andrew still has his security team following him around wherever he goes, even if it's into police custody.
And you mentioned there a moment ago the events with Virginia Giuffre, and we have had a statement in the past few minutes from Virginia Giuffre's family. They say, at last, today our broken hearts have been lifted, the news that no one is above the law, not even royalty. On behalf of our sister, the statement goes on, Virginia Roberts Giuffre, we extend our gratitude to the UK's Thames Valley Police for their investigation and arrest of Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor. He was never a prince. For survivors everywhere, Virginia did this for you. And it goes on, we need to remind you that Andrew has previously denied... I beg your pardon, so that's the end of their statement. Clearly, that's about Virginia Giuffre, and he has denied in the past any wrongdoing about that. Just to go back to the position we're in at the moment, he's under arrest. What are the mechanics now? So where would he be, and what kind of things will be happening?
Well, he's in police custody. That's written in black and white in the police statement. We don't know absolutely for sure what that means, but we believe he's going to be at a CID suite in the Norfolk police area, so in a place where detectives work from in Norfolk. So Thames Valley are getting the assistance of Norfolk Constabulary in this. If you arrest somebody, the main reason that you would do that either is to kind of protect the public from potential further harm, which probably doesn't apply in this case, or it's because you want to question them. So the most likely thing is that the reason he's been taken into police custody is for questioning on what Thames Valley Police have found so far. And I just think one of the things that's worth reminding everyone, although the documents that led to this are quite old, they date back to sort of 2010, 2011, that was after Jeffrey Epstein had served his time in prison for a few sexual offences. Obviously, the weight of the allegations against him are huge, but the Florida police only pursued him on a few offences. But essentially, the alleged misconduct in public office by Prince Andrew in terms of what we know visibly in terms of sending documents, confidential government documents to Jeffrey Epstein, is after Jeffrey Epstein had served time in prison. He was still effectively sort of on parole from those offences. So this is not some kind of long ago sort of historic stuff, long before anyone realised Jeffrey Epstein was a wrong-un. This is, after he'd served time in prison.
And the allegation on the issue he's been arrested on, so misconduct in public office. Tell us a little bit about that charge and why it's significant and what it can lead to.
Well, interestingly, it's a common law offence, so it's never been kind of defined by Parliament. So it's quite a sort of a potentially broad offence, but it's essentially been narrowed down to the idea that you've got a public position, and that either for your gain or for somebody else's gain, you've abused that position, what we might call in kind of layman's terms corruption. And it's quite often been used, when I've come across it in the recent past, it's been when civil servants have sold government documents to the media and have been prosecuted for that. It carries a maximum sentence of life in prison, but that's not the kind of sentences that we've seen for those kind of offences. We've seen people going to prison for a few months for putting in the public domain by selling to the media documents. So obviously in those cases, the people that were making the financial gain were the civil servant because they were being paid for selling those documents, and to a degree the media who were selling newspapers on the back of those documents. I think in order to get over the hill, to get to a point of charge, the Crown Prosecution Service would need to be satisfied that, first of all, Prince Andrew was somehow in public office. Prince Andrew, as he was then, was somehow in public office, because don't forget he was working as an unpaid trained envoy. So you're going to have to work out, is he definitely in public office? And then was he or Jeffrey Epstein gaining financially from that? And of course, without getting into too much detail, it looked like Jeffrey Epstein might have been using some of the information that he was being given by Andrew to be forwarded on to people in JP Morgan and various other financial institutions. So there might be some financial gain there, but they would have to prove that. Or there were obviously suggestions that Andrew's ex-wife was getting some financial assistance as well through Epstein and his kind of friends. So then could you prove that there was some kind of financial gain on Andrew's behalf? Obviously, that's a long way down the line, but that's why misconduct in public office comes into play in this case, where this, as it were, Andrew might have been in a public office and he might have been giving information to people which somebody might have been making a financial gain on.
Thank you very much indeed, Daniel Sanford. Thank you for that update there on the story. Well, let's bring in now our correspondent, Tom Simons, who's at Buckingham Palace. And Tom, when we were talking earlier, that you said there was no suggestion of any kind of searches being carried out there as well. So at the moment, what kind of response has there been from Buckingham Palace to this arrest?
Well, nothing we've seen so far. I mean, of course, Buckingham Palace is a very big place. There are the main front gates there that the tourists are all in front of. You just be able to see in the distance. But there are also side entrances, and one would imagine that if the police were carefully visiting for the purposes of continuing their investigation against Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor, it would be done fairly discreetly. The only police cars we've seen here today and police activity has been the normal sort of thing you get in central London. And it seems that there's some possibly practice ceremonial activities going on with some of the stage carriages passing just off camera here. But things seem to be normal here at the moment. But of course, inside the royal family, I imagine that lots of discussions are being had about this development. Consideration is being given about what to say about it, and probably the usual royal family's reticence to say very much about things like this will come to the fore.
And, I mean, talk us through the fallout from this, because we know that both the King and other members of the royal family have been questioned publicly about the links between Prince Andrew, or former Prince Andrew, and Jeffrey Epstein. Tell us about the way this has impacted on the royal family more broadly.
Well, I think the most important thing to say is that the royal family have said they will cooperate with any investigations the police wish to conduct. Now, that was said before today's development, and one imagines that Thames Valley Police, carrying out this investigation into allegations of misconduct in public office, will indeed go to the palace and see whether there is anything that could be passed on by way of evidence. It was interesting, when the police make these statements about these sorts of stages of investigation, they usually also, like Buckingham Palace, say very little. You have to sort of read between the lines a bit of what's being said. It did slightly jump out at me that Thames Valley Police said they had carried out a thorough assessment. Now, to me, that says that they have got to the early stages of scoping whether there is the need for a full criminal investigation. And then, as we have now seen, clearly and probably quite recently made the decision that that investigation is needed. It's also, I think, quite interesting that it's taken not very much time for them to arrest and potentially question Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor. Sometimes investigations go in a different way. Lots of evidence is gathered, and then the interviewee, the potential suspect, the allegations are put to them much later down the line. And we may well see Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor questioned again at a later stage in what is likely to be a pretty long investigation. But so far, no sign publicly of the repercussions of this development within the royal family itself.
And you mentioned the statement from the police, and one of the things that Assistant Chief Constable Oliver Wright said as part of that, he said, we understand the significant public interest in this case and will provide updates at the appropriate time. And I suppose that will be the pressure as well, not just for the police to give updates, but also for Buckingham Palace to at least acknowledge what's happened and give some sense of what they're doing to do with it.
Yes, I mean, this is a very difficult decision for the police about how much to say about a case like this. They are absolutely hamstrung by the requirements of the law when it comes to communicating with the media about where they are in police investigations. It is a standard rule as part of police process that they do not name somebody who has been arrested. People are only named when they're charged. The only exceptions for that would be if they're trying to find somebody who's out in the wild and they need to track them down, and having their name would be useful. That is clearly not the case here. And so they do appear, Thames Valley Police, to be following standard protocol of simply saying that some police activity effectively has taken place. Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor, we know it is him, but they are not saying a man in his 60s has been arrested and is being questioned. Now, it's likely they won't say very much after this. I know that consideration has been given to the Metropolitan Police being involved in this investigation. A decision clearly has been taken for Thames Valley Police to lead on it. They're an experienced police force, but I would imagine they'll be getting a lot of advice about how to handle the communication implications of this case. And it's worth saying, you mentioned public interest. There's clear public interest. In the last hour I've been here, a large number of camera crews have set up camp in the usual space we often operate from here at Buckingham Palace, and of course lots of people are coming past interested in what's happening and very surprised to hear what the development is.
And Tom, while we've been talking to you, we've had information from our correspondent who's at Royal Lodge, which is the previous address of Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor, saying that that is being searched. Searches are being carried out there, so that's a confirmation that in that Berkshire address that they mentioned in the Thames Valley Police statement presumably is Royal Lodge. And this is quite a big moment, isn't it, for the man who's actually the King's brother, and that's what I suppose we mustn't forget as we talk about him. That's why it's so significant, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, let me give you a feel for, based on experience of covering cases, nothing like this, but cases where searches have taken place in sensitive stories. He will have had no notice that this was going to happen today. It is his birthday. I wonder if anybody in the police had realised that. He would have probably known, first of all, that the police were at the front door of the place where he's living in Sandringham. And the reason for that is, of course, the police do not want any evidence to go missing or to disappear. Now, nobody is saying that has happened or that there is a potential for that to happen in this case, but clearly it's something the police have to think about. What generally happens is they caution the person they're arresting. They tell them that anything they say may be used in evidence in the court case that might or might not follow, and then the search starts, and that search is carried out by experienced officers who will go into every single cupboard, every single bookshelf. They'll flick through books, they'll look through really anything that is in any of these properties being searched, and probably looking for documents. They'll probably seize digital devices, potentially phones and laptops. That would be perfectly normal in a case like this, and there's no reason to suspect that it would be any different in the case of Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor. Those devices will then be downloaded, the data on them will be downloaded, and the police will be then looking at what's being said to who. Generally in these sorts of court cases, any court cases these days, the police have access to almost all the communications that somebody has made, as long as they can access that information on the phone. So that is the sort of search that is carrying out. A search sounds like something quite quick and not particularly thorough. I can tell you it is likely to be thorough, and the questioning that follows will also be very thorough.
Tom Simons, thank you very much indeed for that update there, live from Buckingham Palace. And we just need to remind you that Andrew has previously denied any wrongdoing in relation to Epstein, and he has also not responded to the BBC's requests for comment on the specific allegations in relation to the release of millions of Epstein files. Well, earlier on, we spoke to policing commentator Danny Shaw, and he gave us his reaction to the news of Andrew's arrest.
Well, this is a very significant moment. I can't remember, certainly since I've been covering crime and policing issues, and that goes back well over 20 years, 25 years, a member of the royal family, albeit someone who's been stripped of his titles, being arrested for an offence. And this is a very serious offence, misconduct in a public office. Carries a maximum of life imprisonment on conviction. Of course, these are very early days in the investigation. Andrew has just been arrested. He'll be taken to a police station and questioned. So it may well be that this is the very early stages of an investigation, just to get his initial response to the allegations that he allegedly shared confidential material with the paedophile Jeffrey Epstein. But I think what is significant about this is that it shows just how seriously police are taking these complaints and concerns. You know, there have been before investigations or inquiries into allegations concerning Andrew. Scotland Yard looked at that previously and decided that there was no sort of formal investigation. There was nothing that they could do to advance matters. But the release of the Epstein files has proved to be a game changer, certainly in terms of police investigations. And we now know that there are a number of police forces, you know, carrying out scoping exercises or on the cusp of carrying out investigations. And it may well be that all of those will be brought together under some sort of umbrella body, perhaps the National Crime Agency at some stage. But Thames Valley Police has sort of made the early running in this, and this is a very significant development.
And just remind us, you mentioned in passing there some of the documents that came out that seem to have prompted this latest investigation. And this was to do with his visits to Vietnam, Singapore and China, and him forwarding sensitive information, wasn't it, to Jeffrey Epstein. Tell us a little bit about why that's been such a kind of a serious, viewed so seriously by not just the public, but also by the government and MPs and so on.
Well, for many years, Andrew acted as a trade envoy for the UK. He travelled abroad on behalf of the UK government, promoting Britain's interest, trying to help smooth the passage towards trade deals. And, you know, as part of that, he will have received, you know, a lot of material from the UK government, a lot of confidential material, that you would expect him to receive and to act with appropriately. And the allegation is that, you know, he passed some documents on to the financier Epstein, who ultimately went on to be convicted of offences relating to child sexual abuse and trafficking and so on. And, you know, the allegation that he will have to respond to is that was a breach of the law and amounted to misconduct in public office. But those allegations will have to be put to Andrew in a formal setting. He will be entitled to have a lawyer next to him when he is questioned. It may be that he responds with an explanation as to those allegations. It may be that he answers no comment. We don't know. But clearly, for this step to be taken, police feel they have enough evidence at the moment to at least put some of the allegations to him to see what his response is. And at the same time, the arrest powers enable police to conduct searches. That's the other advantage, if you like, for the police of making an arrest, is that they can search premises, they can seize documents and other material and so on. An arrest of this type enables the police to do that, and that is clearly something that may help them in their inquiries.
Well, with me is our UK correspondent Daniel Sanford, and just picking up on that searches element of this, tell us what's happening with the latest with that and how that came about.
Yeah, just winding back a few hours. Last night, Thames Valley Police were still assessing whether or not there was sufficient evidence for them to begin an investigation into Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor, the King's brother. This morning at 8 o'clock, 6 vehicles turned up at Wood Farm on the Sandringham estate where Andrew's now living. Police vehicles, it turned out. It was fairly obvious for those who were there that that's what they were. One of the vehicles drove up the front drive. 5 of the vehicles went round the back, so it's a kind of police tactic where you appear at the front door but make sure there's not an opportunity for everyone to disappear out the back. We think about 8 officers were in those vehicles, one carrying a laptop, and they went into that house. It now transpires, through public statements from Thames Valley Police later, to search the property, but also to arrest the King's brother and take him into police custody, to arrest him on suspicion of misconduct in public office. And what those who were there at the scene when the vehicles arrived this morning have said is that about half an hour after the police vehicles arrived, around 3, they think, vehicles left. And the assumption is that Andrew was in one of those vehicles, but the third one was not one of the vehicles that arrived. So they think that was Andrew's security team following him off to where he was going to be held in police custody. Obviously, those pictures immediately made every journalist in the country think, oh, hang on, something's moving very fast here. And at about 10 o'clock, although our colleague Lucy Manning had broken the news before that, at about 10 o'clock, Thames Valley Police confirmed that they had arrested a man in his 60s. Prince Andrew is 66, and formerly Prince Andrew is 66 today, and that they'd taken him into police custody and were conducting searches in Norfolk. We believe that's Wood Farm on the Sandringham estate, and in Berkshire, and we've now had confirmation on the ground that that is Royal Lodge on the Windsor estate. So that is 2 royal properties being searched this morning while the King's brother is in police custody.
And in terms of where it goes next, how long might he be held in custody?
So typically, an initial arrest in a sort of a white-collar crime, as it were, would be for a few hours. That would be the normal thing. It would be very unlikely that somebody would be held in custody overnight, although police could potentially hold for sort of 24 hours and get extensions. That's really not very likely. So it would be typically would be a few hours to allow the searches to be conducted and any initial questioning to be done. Then, again, typically the person who's been arrested would be given police bail, be given a date to return to a police station for potentially further questioning, and then, as a result of any questions that might have been asked in that police interview, further inquiries be made, further investigation. In this case, obviously, we know that this is based partly around some emails between Andrew and Jeffrey Epstein, so presumably the police will go on collating emails, anything that the Palace have assisted them with, because the Palace had said they would support Thames Valley Police in their inquiries. And then at some point further down the line, maybe weeks away, there'll have to be a decision made by the Crown Prosecution Service. The clue is in the title. It's the Crown Prosecution Service, and Thames Valley Police, who have a crown on their cap badges, will have to make a decision whether or not to charge the King's brother with misconduct in public office. And
at this stage, these are allegations of documents that have alleged to be been shared, but it is linked to his period as a trade envoy. We have had reaction from Virginia Giuffre's family today, but as far as we know, this investigation and this arrest is not linked necessarily to any of that.
It's not, but if you go back through time, why did the Epstein files get released? The Epstein files did not get released because there was an outcry in America that Jeffrey Epstein might have been receiving emails from the King's brother or the Queen's son, as he was then. The Epstein files were released because of the huge outcry in America over Jeffrey Epstein's trafficking of women, some of them underage women, for sex, to potentially very influential people in America and overseas. So the work done by Virginia Roberts, as she originally was, Virginia Giuffre, as she was when she died, and others of the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein, in bringing to attention his activities, absolutely led to the release of the Epstein files and absolutely led to journalists being able to go through all of these communications between Jeffrey Epstein and various incredibly powerful men, including Andrew, and to uncover further potential wrongdoing.
And you've covered hundreds and hundreds of cases. Tell us about the timescale of this and how long it might take to build a case.
Well, you can't be sure. It can be very quick. It could be that Thames Valley are there, they've got everything they need, they just need to do a few questions and they can make a decision very quickly with the Crown prosecution on charging. So you can't rule out it moving very quickly. Much more likely in this kind of white-collar crime type case where there's not a sort of a risk of violence, a risk to the public in any way of kind of further violence. Much more likely everyone will want to do things in an orderly manner and make sure that things are completely bottomed out. So my guess, and it's literally nothing more than that, is that it will be weeks before any really substantial decision is made between the Crown Prosecution Service and Thames Valley Police as to whether this is something that needs to be taken further and into the courts. And listen, just jumping ahead, if that were to happen, and of course there's no guarantee that this would lead to a charge, when a case appears on the papers in the court, it is R.V. Smith. The R stands for Rex, the King. So if Andrew were to be put on trial, it would be the King versus Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor, his brother.
And so I suppose that kind of throws into stark, relief how significant this is. And historically, it's a pretty big moment, isn't it, for the country?
It is. I mean, all of the criminal justice system acts in the name of the Crown. It's His Majesty's Prison Service. It's the Crown Prosecution Service. Every police force has a crown on their cap badge. So it's all of this stuff, and the prosecutions are done in the name of the Crown. So all of this stuff happens in the name of the Crown. I mean, you might think it's a historical artefact, but that is the fact. So if this goes forward, it is essentially the Crown against the King's brother. And, we're all kind of flicking through our history books and wondering when if any parallel has happened in the past, and nobody can really think of anything since King Charles I was, deposed and put on trial by Parliament, and that was in the 17th century.
In terms of obviously there's huge interest in this case, not only from the UK but also around the world. Where do we expect to hear more from the police? How quickly do you think more details come out?
So what Thames Valley Police have said today is they're not going to be giving interviews, making public statements today. I mean, these things can change, but my suspicion is that the only thing we're going to hear further in the next 24 hours will be something from Thames Valley Police saying that the man's been released from police custody on police bail and that their inquiries continue, or words to that effect. That will happen at some point. It's not, as I've said, massively likely that we'll end up with a charging decision today. But I think this has gone into kind of a huge new level. And so the public interest will be absolutely enormous in this. So Thames Valley Police know that every move they make will be tracked carefully. And just a reminder to everyone that at the same time the Metropolitan Police is investigating Lord Mandelson for similar misconduct in public office offences, and that hasn't got to the stage of Lord Mandelson being interviewed under caution. So there's two parallel massive investigations going on. The Lord Mandelson one felt huge, but this is much, much bigger.
And just on there's been obviously the MPs have also been saying in the past that they're going to look into this. Presumably they now can't do much about it because there's a police investigation.
Well, so the MPs are more focused on the Lord Mandelson stuff, and the Cabinet Office has said it's going to release documents related to the Lord Mandelson affair as soon as possible. Now, there is a question about whether some of those documents need to be held back so as not to spoil the police investigation into Lord Mandelson. But MPs and other parliamentarians are going to be focused very much on Lord Mandelson, the appointment of Lord Mandelson as the US ambassador. So I think that will carry on with some limitations.
Daniel Sanford, for the time being, thank you very much indeed. We'll continue, obviously, this live coverage of the news that police have arrested Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor on suspicion of misconduct in public office. Police saying that King Charles's brother is in custody, and officers are carrying out searches at addresses in Berkshire and Norfolk. This is Buckingham Palace Live, and we're joining now our colleague Marianne Mashiri.
You're watching BBC News. I'm Marianne Mashiri. We're live at Buckingham Palace, where we are bringing you continuing coverage of our breaking news story that Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor has been arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office. Well, the former prince, younger brother of King Charles and eighth in line to the throne, is in custody. It follows revelations about his ties to the convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. It comes after Thames Valley Police said they were assessing a complaint over the alleged sharing of confidential material by Andrew with Epstein. That goes back to documents from when he was a trade envoy that were allegedly passed to Epstein. In a statement, Thames Valley Police have said this. As part of the investigation, we have today arrested a man in his 60s from Norfolk on suspicion of misconduct in public office and are carrying out searches at addresses in Berkshire and in Norfolk. The man remains in police custody at this time. We will not be naming the arrested man. Well, photos showed vehicles believed to be police cars arriving at the Sandringham estate in Norfolk earlier this morning. Andrew, who turns 66 today, has consistently and strenuously denied any wrongdoing relating to the Epstein files. Joining me now from the BBC Newsroom is our special correspondent, Lucy Manning. And Lucy, you broke the story, a global exclusive. Talk me through what you heard this morning and indeed what we know so far.
Well, obviously, yesterday we were reporting on the large number of police forces who were investigating or assessing information coming out of the Epstein files. And this morning there were pictures from the Sandringham estate near to where Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor's house is, or where he's living at the moment, of what appeared to be police officers at the scene. And at 10 o'clock this morning, BBC News were able to confirm that Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor had been arrested. And shortly after that, Thames Valley Police put out the statement to confirm they didn't name him, but they said a man in his 60s had been arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office and was now being held in custody. It is quite an astonishing development. Obviously, there has been a lot of news outside after the release of the Epstein files, but the idea that the king's brother, the man who is eighth in line to the throne, who was until recently a prince, has been arrested and is in police custody is obviously extremely significant. It goes without saying that these are just allegations at the moment, that previously he has denied any wrongdoing in relation to the Epstein files. But this is a very significant development in various police forces investigating what is coming out of the Epstein files.
And Lucy, what do we understand about the allegations against Andrew? What are we being told so far?
Well, Thames Valley Police have been investigating, well, assessing really, it's now an investigation, but they've been assessing a couple of allegations against Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor. This one that they've arrested him on is for misconduct in public office, suspicion of misconduct in public office. And it goes back to his time as a trade envoy, where there is a duty of confidentiality in documents. And the allegations that came out of the Epstein files were that he was passing on, sharing documents with Epstein that should have been confidential. That will all now be investigated by the police. At the moment, there are police at Sandringham and at Windsor Lodge, the Royal Lodge, his former home in Windsor. So searches, it seems, are being carried out. He will obviously now spend the day being questioned, a day that is actually his 66th birthday, but he will be answering police questions instead.
Lucy, thank you. Some breaking news. In the last few minutes, we've had a statement from the King. I'm going to read it to you in full. I have learned with the deepest concern the news about Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor and suspicion of misconduct in public office. What now follows is the full, fair and proper process by which this issue is investigated in the appropriate manner and by the appropriate authorities. In this, as I have said before, they have our full and wholehearted support and cooperation. Let me state clearly, the law must take its course. As this process continues, it would not be right for me to comment further on this matter. Meanwhile, my family and I will continue in our duty and service to you all. And that statement has been signed off, Charles R. Well, let's cross live now and speak to our royal correspondent, Helena Wilkinson, who is at Royal Lodge. And Helena, just talk me through, first of all, before we talk about what the King has said in terms of his statement, talk me through what's happening at Royal Lodge today.
Yes, well, the BBC understands that there are searches currently ongoing in Royal Lodge. Let me just step out from in front of the camera. I don't know if you can make out in the distance, basically the gate where we are. This is where we are allowed to broadcast from. But just beyond that, you enter into Windsor Great Park. You then get to another gate. I don't know if you can make out some sort of pink houses in the distance. Beyond that gate is Royal Lodge. That is where the former Prince Andrew lived until recently. He lived there for more than 20 years. He moved out of the property about a couple of weeks or so ago up to the Sandringham estate. He moved out under the cover of darkness, and we know that he still, or we understand he still has some belongings here, because he was going to come back after he moved out to come back and get some of them. But the BBC understands that the searches are currently ongoing at Royal Lodge. It's a huge property within Windsor Great Park, and just on the other side of the gates that lead to Royal Lodge, that property, we have also seen a number of uniformed police officers. We also understand that they are guarding the scene while those searches are being carried out in Royal Lodge. We also saw a police officer driving in a car through the gates as well. Those searches continuing, and as long as those police officers who we've seen who are guarding that gate, we understand those searches will continue until they have gone. Those searching the property will be looking for various things, of course, computer equipment, laptops, computers, perhaps hard copies as well, while those searches are being carried out. We know that from that statement from Thames Valley Police earlier on today, which confirmed that a man in his 60s, who we know is the former Prince Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor, that he had been arrested. Thames Valley Police also confirmed in that statement that searches were being carried out at addresses in Norfolk and Berkshire. Well, the searches in Berkshire are here at the Royal Lodge within the grounds of Windsor Great Park, which is not too far away from Windsor Castle.
Helena, I'm going to now take us back to the statement from the King, because we've only just heard that in the last few minutes. It's on the screen for those who want to refresh their memories, but I will just read this part of it. Let me state clearly, the King has said, the law must take its course. As this process continues, it would not be right for me to comment further on this matter. An extraordinary statement from the King, basically telling us that this is the law and the law must take its course.
Well, exactly, and you'll cast your mind back not long ago when the King put out a previous statement saying that they were, or Buckingham Palace rather, said that the palace was standing ready to support Thames Valley Police in any investigation that they needed to be carried out, but an extraordinary development again following the arrest of Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor earlier today. That statement from the King, we weren't sure, of course, whether the King would say anything, given that this is now obviously a police matter and that Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor is now under arrest and is in custody. But the King clearly felt like he had to put something out, that he had to make a statement about his younger brother. In that statement, let me just read you that top bit. The King says that I have learned with the deepest concern the news about Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor and suspicion of misconduct in public office. The King goes on to say, what now follows is the full, fair and proper process by which this issue, he goes on to say, by which this issue is investigated in the appropriate manner and by the appropriate authorities. And he goes on to say, the King, that they are ready to stand by and wholehearted support and cooperation if that is needed. But clearly the King can only go so far now in terms of what he does say, and we've just seen that in the statement that we've had in the last 10 minutes, that there has to be this police investigation, and clearly they won't want to say anything further. Members of the royal family have been out and about on various engagements throughout the week, but you can imagine it will be a very tricky time for the royal family, given the arrest of Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor.
Helena, thank you very much indeed. Well, let's cross live now and speak to Katie Nicholl, royal correspondent for Vanity Fair. And Katie, good to talk to you. As Helena said there, this is a very, very tricky time for the King. He felt clearly that he had to make that extraordinary statement. Just talk me through your thoughts right now on where this leaves the royal family.
Well, as you say, in a very, very difficult situation. We're expecting to see the King later on today on engagements. We know that the Princess Royal is out. We know that Prince William was out yesterday advocating Mental Health Awareness Week. And, of course, there is that constant, I suppose, concern for them. Are we going to be asked, as Prince William was when he was overseas recently, about what is now known at the palace, perhaps an understatement, that it is known as the Andrew problem. It has been a problem for decades now. But I think there is a sense when you look at this statement that the King just couldn't keep silent. We weren't sure we were going to get a statement, but I think it's absolutely right that we have done. People want a response. I think when you consider the last reign and that of the late Queen Elizabeth, that famous mantra that the late Queen had, never complain, never explain, that simply doesn't wash here. That's simply not going to be enough for people. We're in a different era. We're in a different generation. The King's shown in many ways to be transparent, particularly with his recent health issues. But I think there needs to be greater transparency now around this. I suspect there is probably also a sense of relief on the King's part. I was told by sources close to the King this felt like a pressure chamber, just waiting for this arrest to happen. They didn't know if it was going to happen. They've only just learnt of it, as we have as well. So I think there is a sense that perhaps this comes as a relief. And of course, it puts the King in a position where he actually can't say anything else. He can't make any further comment because, of course, this is a police investigation.
And of course, it's important to underline the fact this is a police investigation and that Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor denies all wrongdoing, and being arrested doesn't mean a person is guilty. But given all that, this is still going to hit the royal family hard. Talk me through the next steps, you think, in terms of damage limitation for the royal family moving forward.
Well, I think those steps in terms of damage limitation have been taking place for some time. And one thing I was told by a source very close to the King was that he felt vindicated in his decision to strip Andrew of his titles, that the charities, patronages and everything else went. There was Prince William, who's apparently very concerned about his uncle's mental health and well-being. Princess Anne too. The King acted very decisively when he stripped Andrew of those titles. He moved him out of Royal Lodge. Remember, that only happened a matter of days ago under the cover of darkness. So I think we've seen the King be, I would say, relatively swift to act, but I think there is mixed feeling about that in terms of whether the King actually acted soon enough, whether enough was done sooner. So I think because of that, and because of that criticism, certainly from campaign groups like Republic and others, we're not going to see the palace being reactive anymore. They're taking the bull by the horns. That's why we've had this statement. There's no space for conjecture or speculation. We've had this statement. They've made it very clear. We had a previous statement where the King made his empathy very clear, that empathy was for the victims. And again, those words at the start of that statement, I've learned with the deepest concern. That's the deepest concern. We've heard those words before, both from the King previously and from the Prince and Princess of Wales, who have also publicly spoken about their concerns over these claims over Andrew.
Absolutely, and the King also stating, the law must take its course. as the process continues. He understands that this is a process. He has to take a step back and it has to be allowed to happen.
Absolutely. Let me say clearly, the law must take its course. We don't know where this is going to end up, but if it does end up in the courts, then it is the king versus his own brother, which would be extraordinary. I'm not a royal historian, but certainly I know that hasn't happened in recent modern history. I think for everyone, we are in uncharted territories here. No one quite knows how this is going to play out. I spoke to you earlier, didn't I, about there probably being a sense of relief for the king and the royal family that Andrew is now being questioned and underportioned by police. But I suspect that runs deeper than just the royal family. I think that the public, both here, I write for Vanity Fair, certainly I know a lot of people in America feel that for far too long Andrew has needed to come forward and answer some questions. So I wonder if perhaps there is also a sense, not of closure, because it's far too premature for that, but a sense that this is the right thing to be happening. There were too many unanswered questions. Now he is going to be forced under police caution to answer some of those questions.
And Katie, we've seen that the Queen Camilla, has arrived for an engagement at Westminster in central London, despite the arrest of her brother-in-law. We were wondering whether or not the royal family would take a step back. Senior royals might choose to stay out of the public gaze during this time, but clearly a decision has been made not to do that.
No, absolutely. The show must go on. That has always been the mantra. I mean, the king references that sense of duty, doesn't he, in the final line of his statement. Meanwhile, my family and I will continue in our duty and service to you all. They're not going to stop going out. They're not going to stop doing the work that is absolutely important and that drives them. I think it's absolutely key that they are out there. Might they be asked questions? I think inevitably so. Will they be ready with a response? Absolutely.
And Katie, it's just the idea and thought right now of Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor, regardless of the fact that he's been stripped of his titles, he is 8th in line to the throne, sitting in a cell, in a police cell, is just something that one wouldn't have thought would happen in our lifetime.
No, absolutely. I've been doing this for the best part of 2 decades, and it is an absolutely extraordinary twist in this ongoing drama and saga. But there have been many, many twists and turns when you consider back to that Newsnight interview where Andrew claimed not to even know Virginia Giuffre, claimed never to have met her, couldn't recall that photograph, and yet look where Virginia Giuffre has led us to today. I'm sure not in Andrew's most awful nightmares would he imagine it would be to a police cell, but indeed that is where he finds himself today.
Yes, and thinking back to that interview on BBC Newsnight in 2019 and all the things that have happened since then, it's pretty incredible to think that we've got here over that space of time.
Absolutely, and look how many people are no longer with us. Virginia Giuffre took her own life because of what she claimed happened to her.
Katie Nicholl, thank you very much indeed. Katie Nicholl, royal correspondent at Vanity Fair. Well, let's cross live now and speak to our UK correspondent, Daniel Sandford, who is in our studio in central London and can join me now. And Daniel, just update us on what we know so far. What were you hearing from the police about their investigation?
Yeah, well, let's just wind back a few hours. At 7:55 this morning, what we knew was that Thames Valley Police were assessing whether to begin an investigation into allegations against Andrew of misconduct in public office. That is essentially where we were when at 8 o'clock this morning, 6 unmarked police cars turned up at the farm on Sandringham Estates, Wood Farm on Sandringham Estate, where Andrew's been living recently. And in those cars were 8 detectives, one of them carrying a laptop. 1 car drove up the front drive, the other 5 cars went round the back, and half an hour later 3 cars drove off, one of them with Andrew on board, and he was being taken off into police custody. Then just around 10 o'clock this morning, our colleague Lucy Manning broke the news that Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor, the King's brother, had been arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office, and Thames Valley Police confirmed just a few minutes later that indeed they had begun an investigation, a full investigation into a man in his 60s on suspicion of misconduct in public office, that they were searching addresses in Norfolk and Berkshire. Now, that is a wood farm on the Sandringham estate, a royal property, and Royal Lodge in Windsor Great Park, which is also essentially a royal property. So you've got the King's brother in police custody, potentially being interviewed by detectives, and 2 royal properties being searched on this investigation into misconduct in public office, focused very much on the King's brother. And today is Andrew's 66th birthday. I mean, you couldn't have a more extraordinary set of events. It's most likely that Andrew will be at a police station for several hours. That would be normally the case in a white-collar case like that, and he would be then released on police bail. Then after that, Thames Valley Police and the Crown Prosecution Service will have to sit down, assess the evidence that they've collected so far, look at what other evidence they need. And the King today said he would be giving wholehearted support and cooperation to the Thames Valley Police investigation, which of course potentially means access to emails that are under the Palace's control. And then there'll have to be this big decision as to whether the Crown Prosecution Service, which is the clue is in the name, and the Thames Valley Police, who are responsible for Windsor Castle and also have a crown on their cap badge, should decide to begin a prosecution in the name of the King against his brother. I mean, it really, really is an extraordinary turn of events.
And just to reiterate, Daniel, for those who are watching, being arrested obviously does not mean that a person is guilty. It's interesting that I was just reading what you had written on the BBC's live page about the fact that these allegations are not about Virginia Giuffre, and people at home may be getting a bit confused about what exactly we are talking about here in terms of misconduct in public office. Can you just explain that for the audience?
Yes, these allegations that he's being investigated over are nothing to do with Virginia Giuffre, and yet they're everything to do with Virginia Giuffre, because of course the Epstein files would not have been released had it not been for Virginia Giuffre and other survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's abuse continuing to campaign, and the horrendous suspicion there was over powerful men connected to Jeffrey Epstein and what they might have been getting up to. And it was a result of that pressure that 3 million pages of Epstein files were released this year. And in those pages were some critical emails which led to Thames Valley starting this investigation. And they're emails that seem to show, and we don't know because it's obviously just stuff in the Epstein files, but they seem to show Andrew forwarding confidential government documents that related to his trips as a trade envoy to Jeffrey Epstein, and that Jeffrey Epstein then seeming to share that information with other people. And misconduct in public office, it's a common law crime. It's not one that this kind of Parliament has passed a law about. It essentially, in the modern era, amounts to people who hold a public job and then are committing some kind of act of corruption relating to that. That is the sort of definition of misconduct in public office. Normally, it's either the person who's giving the information to somebody else is somehow financially gaining, or the person who's receiving the information is somehow financially gaining. And obviously, what Thames Valley Police will need to be looking at is whether or not it is the case that Prince Andrew has given information to Jeffrey Epstein, which either he's personally gained from, or that Jeffrey Epstein has financially gained from. And that will be the heart of this. And I guess there'll also be a technical question over whether Prince Andrew, in his unpaid work as a trade envoy, was in a public office. But if I think it's decided that he was in a public office, and it looks like one or other of the two parties in those emails were gaining financially, then that would be where the possibility of this going beyond just an investigation begins, and whether it could get to the state of charging. Though that, I suspect, if it does happen, is several weeks off.
Daniel, thank you very much indeed for that. And in the last few seconds, we've had a statement from the family of Virginia Giuffre. I'm going to read that statement to you now. It says, "At last, today our broken hearts have been lifted at the news that no one is above the law, not even royalty. On behalf of our sister, Virginia Roberts-Giuffre, we extend our gratitude to the UK's Thames Valley Police for their investigation and arrest of Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor. He was never a prince. For survivors everywhere, Virginia did this for you. And that is a message from Sky and Amanda Roberts that's just come into us in the last few seconds. And just to remind you that Andrew has previously strenuously denied any wrongdoing in relation to Epstein. He has not responded to the BBC's requests for comment on the specific allegations in relation to the release of those millions of Epstein files in January. Right, I'm just going to take you live now to the shot of the gates at the Sandringham estate. We can bring in at this point our royal correspondent, Helena Wilkinson, who is at Windsor. Excuse me, this is a shot of Windsor. This is a live shot of Royal Lodge at Windsor. And Helena Wilkinson is there for us. Helena, talk us through what's happening where you are.
Well, let me just give you a description of the location of where we are. As you would imagine, a number of photographers, camera crews are gathered where we're standing. We are a bit away from the gate that we are looking at the moment on your screen. That gate then is within the grounds of Windsor Great Park, and if you go through that gate, you end up at Royal Lodge, the property where the former prince lived for more than 20 years. It's within the grounds of Windsor Great Park. We learnt this morning, following that statement from Thames Valley Police, that addresses in both Norfolk and in Berkshire, where we are, were being searched by officers. The BBC understands now that Royal Lodge, which is where Andrew Mountbatten lived up until just over a couple of weeks ago when he moved up to Sandringham on the Sandringham estate. He lived here for many, many years. So searches are continuing at the moment. We did in the last few minutes, although you can't quite make them out now. They've moved out of the shot from the picture that you're looking at on the screen at the moment. But just beyond the gates that you're looking at, we have seen 2 or 3 uniformed police officers. The BBC understands that they are guarding the scene while those searches are continuing. It's a vast property, Royal Lodge, within huge grounds, and so searches here may take some time. We know that when Andrew Mountbatten did move out on the 3rd of February, so just over a couple of weeks ago, you might recall those pictures that we saw of the former prince riding a horse the day before he moved out of the property, not far actually from where we are. We understand that he was riding a horse quite close to Royal Lodge. It was understood that he would be returning at some point to gather some more of his belongings. So we're not quite sure whether he still has some belongings within Royal Lodge, the property. But search is continuing here this lunchtime. One of 2 addresses being searched here in Berkshire, Royal Lodge. But this is the only address in Berkshire we understand that is being searched by officers following the arrest of Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor this morning, and he remains in custody.
Helena, thank you very much indeed. Helena Wilkinson, our royal correspondent there outside Royal Lodge in Windsor. And we've had a bit of news which has been brought to us at our news desk, and it is this. The BBC understands that Buckingham Palace and the King were not informed in advance of the arrest of Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor. The BBC understands that Buckingham Palace and the King were not informed in advance of the arrest of Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor. And it's important to remember that the King and the Queen are both continuing with their public engagements today, despite the arrest of their brother and brother-in-law. Well, to talk through the extraordinary events of this morning, I'm joined now by my colleague Tom Simons, who is here at Buckingham Palace. Tom, an absolutely extraordinary day.
Yes, I mean, and I think that last piece of news is quite important because it tells us that this is a police investigation that is carrying on as though it wasn't involving a senior member of the royal family. Excuse me. And the King has also said, as we know, that he was going to cooperate, he said this in advance, with any police investigation. And now that investigation has started, because I think what Thames Valley Police have said previously is that they were assessing these allegations, which means they're considering whether there needed to be a criminal investigation. That investigation has started in earnest, with what will have been a visit to Sandringham, to Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor, with no notice, to question him, to arrest him, and to carry out what I'm sure will be a very detailed search of two properties.
And a very interesting statement as well from the King. The law must take its course. Again, underlining the fact that the King, the royal family, are really separate from what is going on. This is a matter for the police and for Andrew.
Yeah, the law is separate from the church, it's separate from the royal family, it's separate from the state in many ways. And in this case, the King is saying very much that he needs to maintain that separation. It's not a short statement. I mean, sometimes at Buckingham Palace the statements can be incredibly short, especially when the story is as sensitive as it is here today. But simply saying the law must take its course as this process continues. It would not be right to comment further. He's saying that the police have our full and wholehearted support and cooperation. And so what we will see from here, I think, is the questioning today, possibly a first stage of questioning, probably then a long period of quiet from this investigation, and what happens after that. Lots of questions are being asked. So, for example, have the police taken advice, even at this early stage, from the Crown Prosecution Service, who they would have to talk to consider any charges of misconduct in public office, this being a sort of charge which the courts have previously said has to be very carefully defined in each case to prevent really it getting out of hand. So what advice have the police taken? How far down the line is this investigation at this stage?
And let's talk a little bit about Andrew himself. What more do we know about where he is and how long he might be held there for?
Well, he is likely to be in a police station, probably in a decent-sized police station, probably quite close to Sandringham. Generally, the visiting police force, in this case Thames Valley visiting Norfolk, would carry out an interview in a local police station rather than bringing him back to the Thames Valley. He's likely to be kept in a police cell. There's no reason to suggest that he is in any way any different a case. He'll be kept there until the police are ready to talk to him. He'll then be taken into an interview room. We've seen it all in millions of dramas and documentaries. He will then be told again that he's been cautioned, so anything he says may be used in a future court case. I'd imagine he will have a solicitor present. It's possible, as is often the case in these early situations, that he says no comment to lots of questions that he's asked. A lot of this is speculation, but this is the way these types of cases go. And clearly for Thames Valley, it's a very difficult investigation to handle because of the obvious public interest here around us, Mariam. You know, all these people are fascinated and interested by what's happening, and that will be the case around the world. There are international news crews here as well. The police will say very little because they are very carefully bound by the rules of the policies that the police have about only naming people who are under investigation at the point where they're charged.
I know that obviously Buckingham Palace has said they had no inkling of this arrest ahead of time, and Andrew wouldn't have had either, but he would have had some idea that it could potentially happen, right? Do you think, with that in mind, he would have thought, to prepare himself in some way for this eventuality?
Well, obviously the police have said we are looking at an investigation. He will, I'm sure, have very good legal advice, and with these sorts of police statements you have to sort of learn to read between the lines a bit, because the police said they carried out an assessment of the situation. What that really means is they're considering if they have to investigate, if there is a viable investigation here. Now the Epstein documents provides a seed of evidence that they will start to look at to try to work out if the law has been broken in the way that the misconduct laws set out. So that effectively means somebody who has a duty in high office who has carried out misconduct, and that has been affected, that their duty has been affected by their misconduct, if that makes sense. Again, the courts have said that it needs to be quite carefully defined when it is alleged by the police and the Crown Prosecution Service. So, if you like, he will have known this was coming. we can't say whether he will have prepared himself for the moment that he would have to answer questions put to him by probably 2 detectives in a room, recorded of course, and for the moment that his properties will have been searched. And you can be sure they'll be going through everything. They'll be going through documents, they'll be looking through books, checking for anything that might have been hidden. It's likely his devices have been taken, that the data on them will be downloaded, which, if you think about it, is an extraordinary thing. This is potentially a very senior royal having his text messages read and taken in by the police.
Would he have been handcuffed, do you think?
That is, I think, unlikely. And it's also worth saying that he could have been interviewed without being arrested. Generally, there are some laws and guidance on this. Generally, the police have to make a case for arresting somebody rather than just questioning them under caution. And it's generally done so that the investigation is not hampered by anything. And I think in this case, though there's no suggestion of this, they want to be sure that there's no evidence that goes missing.
OK, Tom, thank you very much indeed. Tom Simons, who has been here at Buckingham Palace with me for the last hour or so. Let me just update you a little bit on the very latest that we know. As we know, Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor has been arrested and is in custody on suspicion of misconduct in public office. The police have searched properties. I'm going to cross live now to our Royal Lodge correspondent, Helena Wilkinson, who is at Royal Lodge in Berkshire. And Helena, just talk me through what's been happening there, because that is one of the properties we know that the police have been searching.
Yes, that's right. So we had the statement, didn't we, earlier from Thames Valley Police. Within that statement, apart from confirming a man in his 60s had been arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office, that man we know, of course, had been Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor. Thames Valley Police also said that addresses in Norfolk and also in Berkshire are being searched. What you can see on the screen at the moment is, well, a number of vehicles going through those gates. Those gates lead to Royal Lodge. That's the vast property within the grounds of Windsor Great Park, where the former Prince Andrew lived for more than 20 years. He moved out just over 2 weeks ago up to the Sandringham estate, but we have seen a number of uniformed officers just on the other side of those gates. You can see there is quite a bit of activity there at the gates at the moment, with one uniformed police officer you might just be able to make out on the screen there. Cars going in and out, but we know that searches are currently ongoing within Royal Lodge, where Andrew Mountbatten lived up until, as I say, a couple of weeks ago or so. He moved out on the 3rd of February, and searches are continuing. Those uniformed police officers, we understand, are just acting really as guards in terms of while those searches are being carried out. We don't know how long they're going to be searching for, but it is, as I say, a really big property within vast grounds within Windsor Great Park, so it may take some time. We know that Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor, we saw removal vans after he moved out. It was understood that he would be returning here at some point after he had moved out to collect some more of his belongings, but it may be that he still has some of his belongings here in Royal Lodge. As I say, it's pretty close to Windsor Castle, about 3 miles or so, although you can get to Windsor Castle through Windsor Great Park. And if you cast your mind back, Marianne, to just before Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor moved out of Royal Lodge here up to the Sandringham estate, you'll remember those pictures. He was pictured out riding on a horse and also driving a car along the long walk which leads up to Windsor Castle. So confirmation here that searches are continuing at Royal Lodge, where Andrew Mountbatten used to live until just over 2 weeks ago or so. They are searching what is a vast property.
Helena, thank you very much indeed for that. Now we have live pictures now of Sandringham. We're going to take you there live. The camera is moving around a lot, but I can assure you that it will come to rest in one place. There we go. And this is the view of Sandringham, where, of course, earlier today that arrest of Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor was made. Police arrived here earlier this morning and arrested the former prince, the brother of King Charles and the 8th in line to the throne. We also have been hearing that earlier on police vehicles arrived in quite a number, actually, to arrest the prince. And just want to tell you that Andrew has previously denied any wrongdoing in relation to Epstein. He has not responded to the BBC's requests for comment on any of the specific allegations in relation to the release of those millions of Epstein files in January. Well, with me here outside Buckingham Palace is India McTaggart, the royal correspondent for The Telegraph. India, it's good to see you. Thanks for coming down here. First of all, your reaction to what we've heard today?
I mean, it's a seismic shock, even though 9 different forces are assessing him, and we sort of knew this might be on the horizon. Of course, he's Queen Elizabeth II's favourite son. He's the King's brother. He's now in police custody. It's unbelievable. And I think for the public, for the royal family, it will be a seismic shock. The King released a very proper statement saying that it should be a full and fair investigation, that the police have his wholehearted support. That's very important to mention at this current time, because there cannot be seen to be two-tier policing happening with a member of the royal family. And I think the royal family have to be seen to being proactive rather than reactive. And this is the moment now where they can really stand behind the police's investigation and make sure that everything Andrew knew came to light about his association with Epstein, not only the trade envoy and leaking potential confidential documents during his time as trade envoy, but actually even what Gordon Brown mentioned last week, which is the flight logs, the fact that he allowed Epstein to land at RAF bases. All of these things need to come to light. He needs to actually be properly questioned now, and this is the time to do it.
And of course, important to point out that Andrew has denied any wrongdoing in terms of these allegations. But let me ask you this. You mentioned there that he was the Queen's favourite son. How much do you think that has to do with where we are now? Because there has been a general swell of feeling, hasn't there, that he has been in recent years protected by the royal family?
Listen, I do think it's unfair to pin a lot of the blame on the late Queen, because as we now know, Andrew misled not only the public, not only in the Newsnight interview the BBC conducted, but he misled his own family. I don't think anyone knew the extent of his association with Epstein, and that was really made clear in the latest tranche of Epstein files that were released at the end of January. So all this information is now coming to light that the Queen just couldn't have known. And of course, possibly he was a blind spot for her. We know that. We know that she helped him settle the alleged 12 million lawsuit against Virginia Giuffre, where she alleged he sexually abused her. So we know that there was, of course, some protection, but I wouldn't like the narrative now to be, the Queen should have done more, because Andrew has time and time again lied about the extent of what was going on. So now he is undergoing proper questioning and the truth can really come out.
The King issued an extraordinary statement earlier where he talked about his great concern about these allegations, but also that, in his words, the law must take its course. Some people have said this is going to alleviate the pressure on the King because now the arrest has happened. Do you think that's the case?
I do think partly that is the case, because there is an understanding that the King can't really do anything else bar what he did in late October, stripping him of all the titles, everything that Andrew once held dear to him, and moving him out of Royal Lodge. But now the baton has to be passed to official investigators to actually trawl through these documents and get to the bottom of things. So yes, I think the pressure is off the King, but he did need to release a statement today. It's very good that he did, and it shows he's getting in front of the issue and clearly saying there will be no fear or favour in this investigation just because he's my brother.
Now, of course, this is having an impact on the wider royal family. I don't think we've mentioned yet Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor's 2 daughters, Beatrice and Eugenie. What impact is this going to have on them? This must be devastating for them.
So we've been told behind the scenes that Princess Eugenie is not really speaking to her parents. I think it goes on and off. I mean, it must be an incredibly difficult situation. You can barely even imagine that how you would potentially defend your parents in this situation with everything that's come to light. So I think that they're in an incredibly challenging situation. The royal family has previously made clear that they stand behind them, that they're still welcome to pop in on the odd royal job, as they sometimes do with William. But I do think under William's future reign, they won't be involved as they are now. They're not working members of the royal family, but I think it will be scaled back even more.
India, we just had a statement of support of the King's statement from the Prince and Princess of Wales. The Prince and Princess of Wales support the King's statement following the arrest of Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor. That is being reported by the Press Association, so it hasn't been officially confirmed, but interesting nonetheless.
We know William, for years, has been wanting to get ahead of this issue. It makes complete sense that he would issue a statement in support of the King. Of course, the King has to take the lead in what happens next. He is the monarch, after all. But Prince William, behind the scenes, always wanted a firmer line to be taken with his uncle. And we see now why that was the case.
Let's talk a little bit now about the future. Obviously, it's very important to underline the fact that being arrested does not mean a person is guilty. But looking forward, how is the royal family going to be able to instigate the level of damage control that it needs to now, so that the contagion, the fallout from this doesn't continue to impact it?
I do think it's difficult to say, because in a way the poison from the Epstein files and Epstein's association with Andrew has largely spread into the firm, and I think it might be quite difficult now for what they do day to day, you know, the bread and butter engagements, the important boots on the ground work that they do, not to be overshadowed by the continuing headlines. I mean, they get more and more ridiculous every day, whether it's the alleged Mrs. Windsor code names that Andrew potentially used to bring Epstein's women into Buckingham Palace, for example. I mean, it gets more ridiculous as the days goes on. So I think it is very difficult for the King to mitigate the damage that will spread to the wider royal family, because it's largely already affected them and their reputation.
India, what do the royal family think of all of this? I mean, what's the inside track? Are they angry at Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor? Are they fed up? What are they?
I mean, beyond the statements,
families are complicated as it is.
Families are complicated as it is. You can imagine that they would be pretty angry behind the scenes, of course, because he misled them for so long. But if we don't have the inside track as to really how they feel. We just know behind the scenes that William has been furious about this issue for quite some time. And again, he wanted the palaces to be seen as taking this proactive stance, and then it just got worse and worse, because they didn't know what was to come in the Epstein files. No one did. No one realised quite how bad the extent of the relationship was. Their communication after Epstein was convicted of procuring a minor for prostitution in 2008, the continued Christmas cards that were sent between the families from Andrew, signed Andrew, the correspondence, then potentially the leaking of confidential information while in public office. I mean, I think that they couldn't have imagined the damage that this would wreak onto the royal family, and now they are trying to mitigate it, but the question is, to what extent can they?
Absolutely. I mean, this is a hugely unprecedented moment for the royal family. I'm not a royal historian. I know you're not, but I can't think of a time when something like this has happened.
No, this is absolutely a moment without precedent, and that is very clear. I mean, to have, as I said earlier, Elizabeth II's youngest son in custody and Charles's brother, the monarch's brother, in police custody is a statement that none of us, I think, thought we'd be saying up until the last few weeks.
Presumably in a prison cell.
Presumably. We don't know the details yet, but we imagine now that he is being questioned, and it's probably the first real questioning he's had on this issue in his whole life. So it needs to all come out now, and he needs to be really transparent about exactly what went down. It's very important that the victims, Epstein's victims, are kept at the front of this. That is really key, and I think that's why Charles, William, Kensington Palace, Buckingham Palace both have to be behind all these investigations, all these different police forces, assessing various claims, whether it's flight logs or whether it's confidential information while trade envoy. All of it needs to be out in the open, and it really, if that means he does go to prison, then that's justice. So it has to be without fear or favour.
India, stay there for a second, because I'm going to take a moment now to read that extraordinary statement from the King, which we received not too long ago. I'm going to read it in full. The King issued this statement. I have learned with the deepest concern the news about Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor and suspicion of misconduct in public office. What now follows is the full, fair and proper process by which the issue is investigated in the appropriate manner and by the appropriate authorities. In this, as I have said before, they have our full and wholehearted support and cooperation. Let me state clearly, the law must take its course. As this process continues, it would not be right for me to comment further on this matter. Meanwhile, my family and I will continue in our duty and service to you all. And that's signed off Charles R. Absolutely extraordinary statement there, and very interesting that the King mentions continuing in his duty. And we know that the King and the Queen have both continued with their public engagements today. One would have perhaps wondered whether they would take a back seat or stay out of the public gaze. But no, this hasn't stopped them from doing that.
Do you know what? The late Queen always said, to be seen is to be believed. I think Charles has really adopted that throughout his reign. He's been very visible throughout his ongoing cancer treatment. He knows that through scandal, the royal family needs to have boots on the ground. It needs to be seen to be doing the good work on the ground that it always does. That needs to be the focus. And the detraction from that, the constant headlines and the constant scandal that Andrew is bringing, can't be at the top of the agenda, even though it is, of course. But the King needs to be shown to still be continuing with his duty to the people of Great Britain.
But it's an awkward situation for him because, let's not forget, he is bankrolling Andrew right now, and that's the source of Andrew's finances is his brother, and yet here he is, arrested by the police. It just feels to me like a very awkward situation, even for an awkward family.
Incredibly awkward, but I think the King has to bankroll him so Andrew doesn't get involved with any more unsavoury characters. We've seen what happens when he sort of seeks funds and favours elsewhere. It only results in this level of disaster. So I think he really needs to support him in that sense, but also needs to be seen to completely give his full weight to the police investigation that will now happen into his brother. But he's already moved out of Royal Lodge. He's moved into the King's private estate, not a burden on the taxpayer. There's very little else the King can do to sort of protect him from falling into the hands of unpleasant characters.
Would the King ever countenance cutting his brother off completely? And by completely, I mean not bankrolling him, not providing him with accommodations and a place to stay, just cutting ties completely. Would he ever countenance that?
I mean, you have to take into account that this is his younger brother at the end of the day. And I mean, would he want him to be on the street? I'm sure not. Does he want to see the full weight of the law come down on him? Absolutely. But I think that there's a difference. And actually, what would that bring? What positive would that bring if he completely cut him off? I do think that there might be conversations happening to possibly remove him from the line of succession. He's still 8th in the line to the throne. We know that would take an act of Parliament. The King's previously said that would be a waste of parliamentarians' time, but potentially that could be something that happened.
We've just had an advisory from our special correspondent, Lucy Manning, who says this, that I'm told that Andrew did not go to a police station by appointment. I'm told he was arrested at the property. We kind of knew this, but it's really incredible, isn't it, that there was no appointment made, because one could consider maybe doing that. It feels like a more civilised way of doing it. But to have police turning up at Sandringham and arresting him, I mean, that must have been quite an extraordinary event.
Not to mention on his 66th birthday.
Of course, it's his birthday. Would they have known that?
I mean, I assume they would have, but I don't think this kind of thing matters, clearly. And again, everybody has to be seen to be doing this by the book. And you would think that potentially it would be more civilised to make an appointment and arrest him that way. But it's so extraordinary and so fast developing with the more information that comes out by journalists who have borne the brunt of all of this, of pushing the Epstein files out there, of sort of combing through and getting the lines out. So I really want to say, this is really a result of fantastic journalism. And I think the police really just need to be seen to be doing everything correctly, as Charles pointed out in his statement. Proper and fair investigation into his younger brother, even though he's a member of the royal family.
And royal correspondents like you, like those writing for papers, broadcasters, how are they going to cover this? I mean, it's obviously been very difficult to cover up until now, but even more difficult now that an arrest has been made.
It is difficult to cover this. I think, again, we have to be seen to be doing things without fear or favour as well. That's very important. We're guided by Buckingham Palace on the King's reactions, on his statements, on any developments regarding that. But of course, we can report exactly what is happening, which is, as you say, that Andrew has been taken in for questioning into police custody. So I don't think there's any issue with that. But it's an extraordinary moment. I don't think any royal correspondent thought that a senior member of the royal family, because he is a senior member of the royal family, would be sitting in police custody in their lifetimes. No.
I mean, one doesn't want to guess or try and second guess what's happening, but knowing the kind of man Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor is, how do you think he must be feeling right now?
Goodness, I mean, deeply humiliated, embarrassed, but we know he's also a very proud man and hasn't fallen on his sword yet, still is, denying any wrongdoing. I think it's an interesting one because he has this sort of entitlement that is quite famous and that everyone knows about him, is kind of part of the reason he's in this situation that he's in. But I wonder if he's feeling any remorse, any regret for his continued association with Epstein and for misleading everybody about it.
And the royal family really feel like they've been misled as well, don't they?
Oh, they absolutely do, yeah. And I do think Prince William will probably be furious, as he sort of has been at the slow pace of reaction from Buckingham Palace in general. And I think, were he to take the reins and, when he does eventually, I think it would be a bit more cutthroat than it has been. But again...
Really, you think that? You think that if William were king, it would be... What kind of a different vibe would it be?
I think it would have happened sooner. I think he can't be more cutthroat than the king was in late October, but it took a while to get to that point, given that, Andrew's association with Epstein was quite widely known. But again, it's the latest tranche of Epstein files that have really sort of put the nail in the coffin in regards to the extent of their relationship, the closeness that they shared. So I think it's been a tricky situation for the king to navigate, again, because he's been misled so much by his younger brother.
Do you think we'll get a statement from William and Princess of Wales?
I think it could be likely. They issued a statement before William's Saudi trip. Kensington Palace wants to be seen to get ahead of this issue, and also they want to make sure that the victims are kept at the forefront of this, because that's really the key thing here. Jeffrey Epstein's victims need to be brought justice, and all the people involved, whether male, whether female, all the powerful people, the names that are redacted in the files, whether they're royals or billionaire businessmen, they all need to be brought to justice, and the full story needs to be painted.
Okay. India McTaggart, it's so good to talk to you. Thank you for joining us. Do stay with me here outside Buckingham Palace. But just to bring you up to date with all the very latest lines that we know, Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor, as we have been reporting this hour on BBC News, has been arrested and is in custody on suspicion of misconduct in public office. We've had a statement from the King earlier, who said he learned with the deepest concern of Andrew's arrest and added the law must take its course. We've also found out in the last hour that neither he nor Buckingham Palace were informed in advance of the arrest, and that Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor was arrested at Sandringham and taken to a police station, whereabouts currently unknown. In the meantime, police are carrying out searches at addresses in Berkshire and Norfolk, as well as the Royal Lodge in Windsor Great Park. Of course, that is where Andrew lived until recently. It comes after Thames Valley Police say they are assessing a complaint over the alleged sharing of confidential material by the former prince to the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Andrew, who turns 66 today, has always denied any wrongdoing in relation to Epstein and has always not responded to the BBC's request for comment on the specific allegations in relation to the release of those millions of Epstein files in January. We continue our live coverage from Buckingham Palace throughout the day on BBC News. Yes, this is BBC News. Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor is arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office. Police are carrying out searches at addresses in Berkshire and Norfolk, as well as at the Royal Lodge in Windsor Great Park. King Charles says he's learned with the deepest concern of Andrew's arrest, adding the law must take its course. You're watching BBC News. I'm Marianne Mashiri. We are live at Buckingham Palace, where we are bringing you continuing coverage of our breaking news story that Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor has been arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office. The former prince, younger brother of King Charles and eighth in line to the throne, is in custody. It follows revelations about his ties to the convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. It comes after Thames Valley Police said they were assessing a complaint over the alleged sharing of confidential material by Andrew with Epstein. That goes back to documents from when he was a trade envoy that were allegedly shared with Epstein. Well, in a statement, Thames Valley Police said, as part of the investigation, we have today arrested a man in his 60s from Norfolk on suspicion of misconduct in public office and are carrying out searches at addresses in Berkshire and Norfolk. The man remains in police custody at this time. We will not be naming the arrested man. Well, photos showed vehicles believed to be police cars arriving at the Sandringham estate in Norfolk earlier this morning. Andrew, who turned 66 today, it's his birthday today, has consistently and strenuously denied any wrongdoing relating to the Epstein files. BBC News understands that Buckingham Palace and the King were not informed in advance of the arrest. Well, Andrew has previously denied wrongdoing in relation to Epstein. He has not responded to the BBC's requests for comment on any specific allegations in relation to the release of the Epstein files in January. Well, let's bring you one of the statement issued by the King after Andrew's arrest. This is what he said in full. We can just try and bring you that. I have learned with the deepest concern the news about Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor and suspicion of misconduct in public office. What now follows is the full, fair and proper process by which this issue is investigated in the appropriate manner and by the appropriate authorities. In this, as I have said before, they have our full and wholehearted support and cooperation. Let me state clearly, the law must take its course. As this process continues, it would not be right for me to comment further on this matter. Meanwhile, my family and I will continue in our duty and service to you all. Well, our special correspondent Lucy Manning, who broke the story this morning, told me more about the global exclusive.
Yesterday we were reporting on the large number of police forces who were investigating or assessing information coming out of the Epstein files. And this morning there were pictures from the Sandringham estate near to where Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor's house is, or where he's living at the moment, of what appeared to be police officers at the scene. And at 10 o'clock this morning, BBC News were able to confirm that Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor had been arrested, and shortly after that Thames Valley Police put out the statement to confirm they didn't name him, but they said a man in his 60s had been arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office and was now being held in custody. It is quite an astonishing development. Obviously, there has been a lot of news outside after the release of the Epstein files, but the idea that the King's brother, the man who is eighth in line to the throne, who was until recently a prince, has been arrested and is in police custody is obviously extremely significant. It goes without saying that these are just allegations at the moment, that previously he has denied any wrongdoing in relation to the Epstein files. But this is a very significant development in various police forces investigating what is coming out of the Epstein files.
And Lucy, what do we understand about the allegations against Andrew? What are we being told so far?
Well, Thames Valley Police have been investigating, well, assessing really, it's now an investigation, but they've been assessing a couple of allegations against Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor. This one that they've arrested him on is for misconduct in public office, suspicion of misconduct in public office. And it goes back to his time as a trade envoy, where there is a duty of confidentiality in documents. And the allegations that came out of the Epstein files were that he was passing on, sharing documents with Epstein that should have been confidential. That will all now be investigated by the police. At the moment, there are police at Sandringham and at Windsor Lodge, at the Royal Lodge, his former home in Windsor. So searches, it seems, are being carried out. He will obviously now spend the day being questioned, a day that is actually his 66th birthday, but he will be answering police questions instead.
Who is she? Well, let's cross live now and speak to our correspondent Zoe O'Brien, who is live in the BBC newsroom for us. And Zoe, just bring us up to date with what we know so far today.
What we know is that those searches are continuing at the moment following the arrest of Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor this morning on his 66th birthday. Those searches are taking place in Berkshire and in Sandringham. Now, what we're being told by Thames Valley Police is that arrest is surrounding allegations of misconduct in public office. That, of course, relates to Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor's time as a trade envoy. That took place between 2001 and 2011. Of course, that is misconduct in public office. It is a very difficult allegation to prove, and this is expected to be an investigation that is ongoing quite possibly for a long time.
And we know, don't we, Zoe, that a number of properties are being searched by the police?
Yep, those searches have been taking place since this morning. Now, we're told by people at the scene that the unmarked police cars, arrived at Sandringham first at around 8 this morning. A standard police tactic. Some vehicles came to the front, others at the back of the house. That's obviously always in every circumstance to prevent anybody getting rid of any evidence that they may be looking for. Now, of course, we haven't been told by the police the grounds for the arrest, although we do believe that this relates to those emails that were shared with Jeffrey Epstein, it seems, from the files back in 2010.
And tell me a little bit more about what we know about the circumstances surrounding the arrest. We're hearing that Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor was arrested by police this morning at 8 o'clock in the morning and pretty much arrested straight away.
Absolutely. Well, what we know to be true is that Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor was at Sandringham. He's there. It's his 66th birthday. We know that police arrived at 8 a.m. We've seen pictures of the cars arriving and of officers getting out and starting those searches. We have a BBC team at Royal Lodge in Great Windsor Park as well, and they've told us that they can see searches ongoing at that property too. We know that Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor left there, moved to the Sandringham estate shortly before Christmas. Now, what we believe police will be looking for in regards to their investigation is communication devices, any kind of paperwork or mobile phone or laptop that can help them to try to establish, to build their case here around that allegation of misconduct in public office. Of course, as I've said previously, this is a difficult allegation to prove, and there are specific benchmarks for which the police investigation will need to hit to be able to prove that, to be able to bring a charge.
Yes, and of course, do we have any more information about how long the police can hold Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor, when potentially he might be released from custody?
So this is a process which is not just decided by the police. There are guidelines, of course. We can expect him to be there for a day. Now, I believe that the longest they can hold him is around 96 hours, but that would need to, the extensions on that custody time limit would need to be sought from a court and agreed by senior police officers. So there's a process that they have to follow. Now, of course, as we've previously been saying, misconduct in public office, this will be a large-scale investigation. This dates back, we believe, to correspondence going back to 2010. A big investigation there, a lot of work to be done, and this, of course, just the start of it.
Zoe, Thank you very much indeed for that, Zoe O'Brien, our correspondent in the newsroom. So let me just bring you up to date, if I may, with what we know so far as we look at these pictures of Andrew. It is, of course, it has been confirmed by police that at around 8 o'clock this morning, police arrested Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor at Sandringham and was taken into custody on suspicion of misconduct in public office. Now, we are being told that it happened at that time and that it happened very quickly. Let's cross live now to Sandringham, to the Sandringham estate, where our correspondent Alex Dunlop is. Alex, just bring us up to date with what we know so far about what happened in Sandringham this morning.
Yes, well, I'm about a quarter of a mile away from Wood Farm, which is just up that driveway. There's quite a strong media presence here, and it's built up in the last 2 hours or so. What we understand is that just after 8 o'clock this morning, 6 cars came into Wood Farm, which is where he's been staying for the last 3 weeks or so. They didn't come in through this main entrance. They came in through a back entrance. There were non-uniformed police officers in those 6 cars. After about 35-40 minutes, 3 of those 6 cars then left Wood Farm. They again left through a side entrance. I spoke to a photographer who said he thought he saw Andrew in one of those cars, but that's not been confirmed. Of course, we don't know where he was officially arrested. What we do know is that he's being questioned by police at a police investigation centre. Where that is, again, we don't know that. There are a number of police investigation centres in Norfolk, but remember, this investigation has been led by Thames Valley Police. What I think is significant, of course, is that Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor was arrested, if you like, without warning. Normally, a suspect is first interviewed under police caution and then an arrest may follow. However, today's police action is a straight arrest. It's invasive, it's intrusive. They've come here to search Wood Farm, which they are now doing this lunchtime. They're doing it at this location and at another location in Berkshire. How long will he be interviewed for? Again, we don't know. Usually a suspect is interviewed for up to 24 hours. That can be extended by a superintendent for up to 36 hours, and in extenuating circumstances with the involvement of a magistrate, that can be extended to 96 hours. What we do know is that this is going to be a long and an extensive investigation.
Alex, tell me a little bit more about what's happening right now. You mentioned there police searches. Do we know what is being looked for, what the police are actually looking for, searching for?
Well, in the last 4 hours or so, there's not been a great deal of action going on behind us. Certainly cars have come and gone. We've seen some close protection officers, vehicles going back and forth. The main action really has been the media presence. When I came here at about 10 o'clock this morning, I'd say there were about 6 cars and not that many photographers. We were allowed to go into the churchyard, where you could get a clear sight line of Wood Farm, and there are some of those cars still there. We assume police are carrying out those searches. We've now been asked to leave the churchyard. Police have turned up, and because there are so many media here, we've been directed into a field where they can actually marshal us more carefully. Police will now, we assume, be searching computer records and any other documentation which may be crucial to this investigation. Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor, as I say, has been living here for the last 3 weeks. He was going to move into Marsh Farm, which is, I'd say, about 100 yards away from here, but that property is not yet, as I say, has been living here for the last 3 weeks. He was going to move into Marsh Farm, which is, I'd say, about...
Alex, let me ask you this. People watching at home may not really understand the significance of Sandringham, what it is, what Wood Farm is, how long Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor has stayed there. Just explain, if you can, the kind of geography of where you are and the significance of Sandringham to the royal family.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think Sandringham is very much a refuge for the royal family. You have to bear in mind this is not a royal palace, it's a private home. They've owned Sandringham House, which is about a couple of miles away here, since the 1860s. It is a private royal residence. You'll know that the royal family tend to come up here just before Christmas and they stay until February. We're all very familiar with them walking into St Mary Magdalene Church on Christmas Day, which is their way of showing off the inner circle, if you like, to the public who always gather there on Christmas Day. This is a vast estate. It's about 20,000 acres in the northwest corner of Norfolk, near to a town called King's Lynn. And I think this is very much a place where the royal family can come and relax, unwind a bit. People here are very used to seeing them just driving up and down private roads. They can, if you like, lead a normal life here. As for Wood Farm, well, this is about 2 miles away from Sandringham House. It's a tiny, well, I say it's tiny, it's about a 5-bedroom cottage just up the road there, very private. This is where the late Duke of Edinburgh came and spent a lot of his spare time in his retirement relaxing, painting, and it's now become, for the moment, the home for the Duke of, Mr. Mountbatten-Windsor, until he moves into his next home, Marsh Farm, hopefully this spring.
Alex, thank you very much for that explanation. Always helpful when reporting on these stories. Some people may not know what is where and why something is important. We can now also cross live to our royal correspondent, Helena Wilkinson, who is near Royal Lodge in Windsor. And that also, Helena, has been the subject of a police search. Talk us through what's been happening there over the past few hours.
That's right, Mariam, and we understand that search is continuing at Royal Lodge. Thames Valley Police putting that statement out earlier on today that searches were being carried out following the arrest of a man in his 60s, we know is Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor, at a Norfolk address and also at an address in Berkshire. And we now know that that address in Berkshire is Royal Lodge. That is where we assumed it was taking place, and we know that is the case. There has been quite a lot of activity going on here. Let me just step out of the camera shot and we can try and zoom in as far as possible. You should be able to see on your screen some gates in the distance. That is within the grounds of Windsor Great Park. Beyond those gates is Royal Lodge. It's a 30-room property where Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor lived until fairly recently. He moved out just over a couple of weeks ago. We've seen just beyond those gates, which lead to the property, a number of uniformed police officers standing there. We understand that they are guarding the scene as the searches are continuing within the grounds of Royal Lodge. It's not clear actually how long, of course, those searches are going to go on for, but given the vast size of the property, they may take a while. When Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor moved out of Royal Lodge just over a couple of weeks ago, it was understood that he would come back here to Windsor to collect the remainder of his belongings. Whether that happened or not is not clear, but the officers who are searching within Royal Lodge will be looking, of course, for various things, perhaps computer equipment, maybe hard copies of any documents. We know from the King's previous statement from Buckingham Palace that the Palace said that they were ready to support, or standing ready to assist, Thames Valley Police if needed. So searches continuing here within the grounds of Windsor Great Park at Royal Lodge. And what's interesting is that members of the public, can walk past those gates that lead to Royal Lodge. You've got runners, dog walkers, all out and about, while there is police activity within those grounds.
And Helena, it's important to underline that it's understood that the King was not informed of this arrest in advance. So I'm assuming that means that the staff at Royal Lodge, the staff at Sandringham, wouldn't have known that the police were about to turn up to search those properties, which is pretty extraordinary if you think about it.
Yeah, exactly. So it is understood that the the royal family had no advance warning that Andrew Mountbatten was going to be arrested at 8 o'clock this morning, and it will have no doubt, as you say, come as a surprise to those people who are still here at Royal Lodge. As I say, it's not clear whether Andrew Mountbatten's belongings are, or some of them are still at Royal Lodge. He's moved, of course, as we've been saying, permanently to his permanent home on the Sandringham estate. But this clearly would have come as a surprise to everyone, really, who learnt the news this morning.
Helena, thank you very much indeed. Well, let's cross live now, if we can, to our colleagues on The World at One, as they talk to Jonathan Dimbleby, the former BBC presenter and long-time friend and confidant of King Charles II. Let's tune in to The World at One.
I think that my first thought is that the King has made the statement that we heard just earlier. That does not surprise me at all. Not at all. He's head of state. He's at the apex. He is the crown in this respect. So were there to be a trial, were there to be a charge, it would be in the name of the crown of the king. But it would be in character as well. He made it very clear earlier that he would cooperate with the Thames Valley Police were there to be any questions that they would like him to answer. So I think that it demonstrates oddly, perversely, if you like, because people talk about the damage to the royal family, it demonstrates actually the strength of the Constitution in this respect, that the police have acted without fear of favour. They've treated him, as we've just been listening, as if he were any other citizen, without fear or favour, without any sense that because he is a member of the royal family, that he should be given kid gloves treatment. He hasn't been.
But he isn't, though, any other member of the public, is he? I mean, he is the King's brother. And I wonder what you think about the damage that this does to the royal family, to the monarchy.
I don't think that it damages the monarchy. I think we have to separate the notion of a family from the institution of the monarchy. I think it's very important. It's very easy to ally the two. And I have to say in parenthesis, I think that the former Duke of Edinburgh used the most unfortunate phrase when he talked about the family business. It's not a family business, first of all. Secondly, if you take the individuals, the senior, the King mentioned, didn't he, that all the family will continue to help. If you think of the Prince and Princess of Wales, the Princess Royal, the Duke of Edinburgh, they are all doing their duties. They will individually have feelings about this. I do not see that because one member of the royal family has been arrested, maybe, we don't know, maybe charged with a very serious offence, that brings the institution in this respect. On the contrary, it demonstrates that the institution is functioning.
Except
compare it with the United States, for instance, the DOJ. Yeah. Such a contrast, where the DOJ can't operate effectively without the say-so of the whimsy of the head of state there, who was the president.
Except Andrew is still, he's still currently eighth in line to the throne, isn't he?
That's true.
Can you separate them then?
Well, formally, he is that. In reality, and I think it's possible for him to be removed from that position. In fact, there has been talk about that happening and process being put in place to bring that about. But I think that's a sort of sidebar issue, frankly. It's sort of it's straining for a gnat, to use that as an illustration that there is a significant damage done to the monarchy.
I make the point in introducing you. You are close to the King. You're also just a long-time watcher of affairs in this country.
Yeah.
And the royal family have had many crises over the years. How does this compare?
I think it is a crisis. It has, I suppose, two elements. It's a personal crisis for the individuals involved. I mean, whatever the members of the royal family individually may feel about this and about their feelings for their brother, that's one thing. But it's grievous for them to have to endure the institution being put under such incredible scrutiny. At the same time, I think that that what will happen is that we will put this into, when we look at it more coolly and in perspective, we will see that the institution has emerged from this, not weaker, but arguably, seems perverse to say it, I grant you, arguably stronger, because it's working. It's worked. One can say, and we have to be very careful what we say about him, because he's said he's totally innocent, and therefore we mustn't prejudge whether or not he's charged. Very important. But he has clearly, by his behaviour, that brought about the decision by the police to arrest him, which is a very significant move. He has done significant damage for the moment to how people see the institution. That's because of the elision between the role of the constitutional monarch and the nature of a family that happens to be the royal family at the same time, which, as you rightly say, is not an ordinary family.
OK, have you had a chance, it's early days, have you had a chance to speak to the King?
No, I haven't. Okay. I'm speaking for myself, and I try always to speak for myself, incidentally. Otherwise, you said I've been knocking around quite a long time. I wouldn't have been able to knock around because I'd been some kind of fink.
For all that you say, there will be people who look at this and think, honestly, the royal family, it's an anachronism. How does it work? And you will have a rise in republicanism off the back of it.
I don't know. You might do. Certainly, Republicans will exploit this enormously. Of course, it's very easy to work up a simple passion of one kind or another. My instinct is that it won't be like that for most of the public. We've heard those moments where individuals have shouted out Republican sentiments, or "What did you know about this, Charles?" Individuals in crowds who did not like what they were saying, and I think that when we look at the polling, I don't think that the monarchy is going to go far down. It's gone down before in the polling, it's come up again. It's always hovered around a particular percentage, and that's not least because, A, it seems to function as well as any other head of state institution, and no one seems to know what you put in its place.
Jonathan Dimbleby, thank you very much.
Well, that was our colleagues on The World at One talking to Jonathan Dimbleby there. Interesting, given Jonathan Dimbleby's close relationship to the King. Let's bring in our royal correspondent, Helena Wilkinson. Helena, interesting there that Jonathan Dimbleby was talking about how he perceives the drama surrounding Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor as having no impact on the monarchy whatsoever. But that's not really what royal watchers have been saying, is it?
Well, quite. I mean, it's been obviously a very difficult time for members of the royal family. They've been continuing with engagements, the King and Queen, earlier this week. But we've seen, haven't we, over the last couple of weeks or so, one event or a couple of events, the King was heckled at an engagement where he was meeting members of the public. So the Andrew Epstein issue kept coming up for the members of the royal family. We saw Prince William on that trip to Saudi Arabia recently, which he was asked to go on that trip by the government, and he was asked a question there about Prince Andrew and Epstein as well. An extraordinary statement, though, that we had just after midday today from the King. We weren't sure, of course, whether Buckingham Palace or the King would put anything out following the arrest of the King's younger brother, Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor, earlier this morning. Given that it is an ongoing police investigation and Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor is in custody, and it is clear, though, from that statement that the King felt he needed to say something. Let me just read you some of that statement, remind you of what the King said earlier on, that I have learned with the deepest concern the news about Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor and suspicion of misconduct in public office. In the statement, the King wanted really to underline as well what follows now, he said, is the full, fair and proper process by which the issue is investigated in the appropriate manner and by the appropriate authorities. And we know, of course, from Buckingham Palace and also the King, a previous statement from the Palace saying that they were standing ready to assist Thames Valley Police if it came to that. Also in that statement from the King earlier on, he says that as the process continues, it would not be right for me to comment further on this, but also stresses that he and his family will continue in their duty and service to you all. And as I say, we saw the King and Queen out on engagements earlier this week, and also there are further engagements today. And we also know, it's understood, that they were not informed in advance that Andrew Mountbatten was going to be arrested this morning. Just to give you just an update of what's going on here, let me just step out of shot of the camera. In the distance, you should be able to see on your screen at the moment, there's a gate. Beyond that is Royal Lodge. Thames Valley Police confirming earlier this morning that two addresses, or rather addresses, were being searched, one in Norfolk and also in Berkshire. Well, that address in Berkshire is Royal Lodge, which is where Andrew Mountbatten lived until just over 2 weeks ago. We have seen uniformed officers who are continuing to guard the gate that then leads into Royal Lodge. So those searches are continuing here in the grounds of Windsor Great Park, which is not too far from Windsor Castle, which was home to Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor for more than 20 years. He, of course, as we know, moved to the Sandringham estate just over 2 weeks ago. But police officers continuing to search that property where he lived, just behind me.
And Helena, if you can, just remind people watching at home about Royal Lodge. How many years did Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor live there, and when was he forced to leave?
So he lived here for more than 20 years. He was often seen out riding his horse. He was also often seen driving along the Long Walk, which leads up to Windsor Great Park. It was his home for many, many years. It's a vast property. It's a 30-room property within, as I say, the idyllic grounds of Windsor Great Park. There's been a number of members of the public walking past close by to those gates here this morning. Life goes on as normal, but at the same time, that police search is being carried out here. He moved out of Royal Lodge just over 2 weeks ago to the Sandringham estate. It was after police said that they were investigating. You might remember just before he moved out, he was seen riding a horse, and also he was seen driving in a car along the long walk. And those pictures, it's understood, weren't received well by Buckingham Palace. So it was very soon after that in the darkness, he was moved out a bit earlier than expected from Royal Lodge, the property here. But Mariam, those searches, police searches, continuing here at the property. Again, we don't know how long they're going to take, but we have seen quite a bit of activity at the gates which lead up to Royal Lodge.
Helena, thank you very much indeed. Helena Wilkinson there, our royal correspondent at Royal Lodge in Windsor in Berkshire. Now, in the last few minutes, we have been hearing from the former Prime Minister Gordon Brown. He's told BBC News that he has submitted a 5-page letter to several UK police forces, including the Metropolitan Police, Sussex Police and Thames Valley Police, providing new and additional information about the Epstein files. It comes in the wake of the arrest of Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor for misconduct in public office, which of course the BBC understands is in relation to activity during his time as trade envoy. Now, in a statement, Gordon Brown said the new information was in addition to the information he submitted to the forces last week. And he said, where I expressed my concern that we secure justice for trafficked girls and women. Of course, important to underline that Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor denies any wrongdoing. So that is the latest from the former Prime Minister Gordon Brown. Well, let's talk a little bit more now about the impact this is having on the royal family. I'm joined here outside Buckingham Palace by India McTaggart, royal correspondent at The Telegraph. India, thanks so much for joining me. Let's talk through the implications of all of this. We heard earlier from Jonathan Dimbleby, a good friend of the King, of course, a confidant. This won't have an impact on the monarchy because it shows the monarchy is working. But I know that there are some royal commentators and correspondents who don't agree with that.
I have to say I disagree that it won't have an impact on the royal family. I think it already has had an impact. I think the poison from Andrew's association with Jeffrey Epstein has spread already. We have seen that it detracts from the important work that the royal family does, from their overseas trips, from their day-to-day engagements. We see heckling, we see public anger spilling over already, that Andrew hasn't been sort of held to account, and that Andrew has not sort of recognised that he misled the public to a certain degree, to a large degree, and his family about his association with Epstein. So I disagree in that I think that public perception of the monarchy might change in relation to this, because I think they've been seen to being quite reactive instead of proactive about this issue since his close ties with Epstein have been known for so many years. So I do think that it is an issue for them, but how they mitigate the damage control now is going to be interesting. I mean, I think it was absolutely right for the King to release that statement today, saying he wholeheartedly supports the investigation and that it should be a full, fair and proper investigation with no fear or favour, just because Andrew is a royal. And I think he won't provide any statements further to that because he doesn't want to sort of prejudice the trial, and he doesn't want to impact what the detract from work the police are now doing. So I think he's almost just passed the baton on to officials, to the police forces, and given his full-fledged support in saying, you know, bring my brother to justice if that is what needs to be done.
OK, India, stay with me momentarily because we need to go and across live to Washington now and speak to our White House reporter, Bernd de Boosman. Bernd, good to talk to you. Just talk me through a little bit about what is the reaction in the US, because, of course, the Epstein files are very much front and centre of the news agenda over there. What are people saying about this extraordinary development?
Well, so far we've heard very little, at least from public officials, including from members of the House Oversight Committee that have been looking into the files. But there is enormous public interest in Andrew's arrest. In recent days and weeks, we've seen prominent figures step away from public life or resign from their positions as a result of their connection to Epstein. But what we haven't seen is any arrests or prosecutions. And I think Andrew's arrest will kind of renew public interest in having people be held legally accountable for their connections to Epstein. And of course, House Democrats have long been calling for Andrew to come and testify before Congress here. He's under no compulsion to do so, and Republicans on the committee haven't signaled a willingness to compel him or urge him to do so. But I think his arrest will again bring this to the public consciousness, and there'll be enormous pressure from constituents for Congress to do more, to at least publicly urge Andrew to come to the United States and answer about what he may or may not know about Epstein's wider network.
Yes, is there a feeling that this might expedite that or have an impact on the pressure that has been on Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor to go to the US?
Well, as I mentioned, he's under no compulsion to do so even after his arrest. But in the UK, we have seen prominent figures, including the Prime Minister, say that they believe he should do so. And here in the US, I mean, just the enormous interest, not only in the Epstein case, but in the royal family. I think this is really going to put the pressure on lawmakers to do more to urge him and the UK government to urge him to come to the United States, as well as potentially even President Trump weigh in on the issue. I think it's something we'll be hearing President Trump be asked about quite a lot in the coming days, whether he can do anything to, at the very least, try urge Andrew to come to the US, even if he's under no legal compulsion to do so.
And of course, being in an Epstein file does not mean that a person is automatically guilty. But it has to be said, and it has been noted, that whereas in the UK, we've been talking about Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor, there has now been an arrest, there's been movement. In the US, other than Ghislaine Maxwell, there hasn't really been any kind of legal movement on people implicated in the Epstein files. What do you think is the reason for that, and do you think that will change, given what we've heard today?
Well, the reason for that's been cited by the Justice Department is they don't see any case to be made in the files. Of course, as you mentioned, being in the files itself is not proof of a crime or necessarily even evidence of a crime. And the Justice Department's position has been that after going through millions and millions of pages of documents, they just don't see any further prosecutions or arrests that can be made. But it is a source of enormous public frustration for millions of Americans that prominent figures that have been named in connection with the Epstein files, even if they've had to suffer resignations or tarnish their reputations, that none of them have been held legally accountable. And I think this is going to be something that Americans talk about for years to come. And it's hard to overstate how frustrating this is for many Americans that have been following the Epstein case for years, hoping that people will be held accountable or at least have to answer for their connection to him.
Bernd de Boosman, it's been good to talk to our White House reporter live from Washington. Thank you. Well, let's just take a moment now to remind ourselves of what we know about the events of today. We, of course, have been hearing that at around 8 o'clock this morning, Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor was arrested by police at Sandringham. You can see now these are live pictures of I think these are live pictures of Royal Lodge. Oh, OK, they're not even live. They're pictures of Royal Lodge from earlier. What we can tell you is that at 8 o'clock this morning, police arrived at Sandringham and arrested Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor on suspicion of misconduct in public office. We don't know where he has been taken to, but we do know that he is currently in police custody. Earlier on, we had a statement from King Charles, his older brother. In this statement, he talked about his deepest concern of Andrew's arrest and also added that the law must take its course. We've also learned that Buckingham Palace was not informed in advance of the arrest. Police vehicles earlier on were shown arriving at the Sandringham estate in Norfolk, and it is understood that Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor was taken directly from there by police. You can see there the pictures from earlier of the police at Sandringham. Well, here with me outside Buckingham Palace is the royal correspondent for The Telegraph, India McTaggart, who's been braving the cold with me here outside Buckingham Palace. The atmosphere here is busy as per normal. Tourists have come here. There's no sign of any extra people, but it's hard to understate how extraordinary, unprecedented this event is for the royal family. Not in its history have we seen anything like this happening.
As you say, it is a moment without precedent in the royal family's history, a seismic shock. I think it will have taken them completely by surprise, even though we had police forces assessing various different allegations against Andrew, whether that is the flight logs from Epstein and whether he is on them and how he allowed them to land in various RAF bases, as Gordon Brown has urged the police to investigate, or whether it's into his time as trade envoy when he potentially leaked confidential information to Epstein, which, of course, is what he is now being questioned for. And, of course, I just think it's an unprecedented moment for the public as well to see this. And I think that perception will be strained. And also, I don't doubt that this might open the door for the US to open the FBI to question Andrew as well, sort of with the police forces, in connection with the police forces in the UK. So that could sort of open another can of worms to be in the future as well for the royal family. But I think now the King has tried to get ahead of it with this statement. He can do little else, and we need to see how it unfolds as Andrew is being questioned properly on this, and hopefully justice is being brought for Jeffrey Epstein's victims.
And also important to underline the fact that Andrew has always denied any wrongdoing and has not given a statement to the BBC on this, despite being approached by us. And being in the Epstein files is not an indication of anyone's guilt. Let's talk a little bit about the impact on other people within the royal family. I'm not sure if we've talked enough, really, about Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor's two girls, his daughters, Eugenie and Beatrice. What are you hearing about how they are feeling right now? Because this must be absolutely devastating for them, because he is, after all, their father.
He is their father, and it must be devastating. It must be also very humiliating to see every day the different headlines about their father and their mother. It's both their parents, really, that have, in the latest tranche of Epstein files, been just sort of all over them. And the kind of language used towards Epstein, particularly by Sarah Ferguson, their mother, it's particularly bad. So I do think that they have taken possibly a step back. We sort of understand that Eugenie, for example, goes through periods where she doesn't speak to her parents since all of this unfolded. So we don't know exactly because they're much more private. They're not officially working members of the family. They do pop in occasionally for official engagements, and they get brought in by William quite often. But I just think that they will probably want to lay low after all this.
Do you think there's anger in the royal family about all of this and how it's all unfolded?
I do think there would be anger, yes. I think William, for example, behind the scenes has been pretty angry. He's wanted to take more of an approach earlier. He wanted to be more cutthroat with it. I think he kind of recognised quite early on the potential damage that this could cause the family as a whole, and he was clearly right about that.
What do you mean by more cutthroat? What do you think William would have done that the king hasn't?
I suspect he would have acted sooner. Of course, he has to follow what the king does. He's not in charge. So Kensington Palace are very much in support of what the king is doing right now, and they've just said that as well earlier this morning after the king released a statement. And of course, he is behind his father in the decisions that he makes, but I think privately has been pushing for this and for Andrew to be stripped of his titles sooner than he was.
Let's look ahead now, because obviously an arrest does not mean that a person is guilty. But in terms of damage limitation, whatever happens from here on in, how difficult is that going to be for the royal family? I know you said earlier that the damage limitation has already begun.
It's already begun. I think that's the truth of it, really. I mean, they have to be continuing to do their work, continuing to serve the nation as they are, going on the foreign trips, hosting state visits, as we have next month in Windsor Castle. William, has been to Saudi recently, representing the Foreign Office. The King will continue his day-to-day engagements, even today, and even said that in his statement, that he will be seen to be continued to do the work that the royal family is so sort of praised for, and rightly so. So I do think they need to have boots on the ground. That's very, very important, and not sort of go silent in this. And that's really the problem, is that they hadn't been vocal enough about this. And I think behind the scenes there was pressure building on them to release statements about Andrew's ties to Epstein, even before obviously this arrest. And they did make those statements saying they were deeply concerned, both Buckingham Palace and Kensington Palace, and also that their thoughts remained with the victims, which is very important. They want to sort of push the victims to the forefront of this, rightly so. So I think that they need to be seen to be continuing to do the job, really, and let justice and let the police and let this investigation run its course.
OK, India, do stay with us. Thank you very much indeed for that. Well, earlier today, prior to the arrest of Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor, so before we knew anything about it, Sir Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister, told BBC Breakfast that Andrew should cooperate with inquiries into Jeffrey Epstein. Have a listen.
Anybody who has any information should testify. So whether it's Andrew or anybody else, anybody who's got relevant information should come forward to whatever the relevant body is. In this particular case, we're talking about Epstein, but there are plenty of other cases. It is anybody who's got information relating to any aspect of violence against women and girls has, in my view, a duty to come forward, whoever they are.
And the former Prime Minister Gordon Brown has called on police to interview Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor. You've said he should testify to Congress. Should he voluntarily come forward to UK police?
Well, I think that's a matter for the police. They will conduct their own investigations. But one of the core principles in our system is that everybody is equal under the law and nobody is above the law. And it is really important that that is applied across the board. That is the principle. It's a long-standing principle. It's a very important principle of our country, our society, and it applies. And it has to apply in this case in the same way as it would apply in any other case.
Well, that was the Prime Minister talking to my colleague Naga Manchetti there on BBC Breakfast. Important to reiterate that was before we found out about Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor's arrest. I told you a little earlier about Gordon Brown, the former Prime Minister, and his comments with regards to the investigation into the Epstein files. Let's cross live now to our correspondent Chichi Ozundu, who has more information. Chichi, what has the former Prime Minister Gordon Brown been saying?
Well, he's just issued a full statement where he says that he submitted a 5-page memorandum to several police forces in the UK, including Surrey, Sussex, Thames Valley and the Metropolitan Police. He says that this memorandum provides new and additional information to that which I submitted last week to the Met, Essex and Thames Valley Police forces, where I expressed my concern that we could secure justice for trafficked girls and women. So the former Prime Minister Gordon Brown has issued a statement basically saying that he's once again written to several police forces in and around the UK regarding what he's found within the Epstein files. In the statement, he says that it is new and additional information, and that he is now writing to several police forces, including the Metropolitan Police, Thames Valley Police, Sussex and Surrey Police.
Chichi, thank you very much indeed for that update. Chichi Ozundu there. Let's go now, if we can, live to Sandringham, where we can speak to our... We can go live to Sandringham. Well, we don't speak to anyone, but we can have a picture of Sandringham live and have a quick look at what's happening there, because I can tell you that police are continuing to search the property there. The arrest happened earlier on this morning at 8 o'clock in the morning, and police say that they arrived at the Sandringham property where Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor is staying and arrested him and took him into custody on suspicion of misconduct in public office. It happened at about 8 o'clock this morning, and we saw earlier on, didn't we, those photographs of police and several other people arriving at the address. Well, let's take a moment now to remind ourselves of what we know about the events of today. We have this report from my colleague Alison Freeman.
Officers arrive at Sandringham ahead of the arrest of the former Prince Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor. Thames Valley Police confirmed this morning that a man in his 60s is being held on suspicion of misconduct in public office. The BBC understands it's in relation to when he was trade envoy and documents that are alleged to have been passed to Jeffrey Epstein. In a statement, the force said, "Following a thorough assessment, we have now opened an investigation into this allegation of misconduct in public office. It is important that we protect the integrity and objectivity of our investigation as we work with our partners to investigate this alleged offence. We understand the significant public interest in this case, and we will provide updates at the appropriate time." Earlier this month, emails released as part of the Epstein files appeared to show that Andrew shared confidential information with Epstein from his official work as trade envoy in 2010 and 2011. They included reports on his visits to other countries and confidential details of investment opportunities. Prior to Andrew's arrest, when questioned about the former prince, the Prime Minister said in a BBC interview that nobody is above the law.
One of the core principles in our system is that everybody is equal under the law and nobody is above the law. And it is really important that that is applied across the board. That is the principle. It's a long-standing principle. It's a very important principle of our country, our society, and it applies. And it has to apply in this case in the same way as it would apply in any other case.
Police are understood to be searching addresses in Berkshire and Norfolk.
They could have invited him to a police station, but the decision has been made to arrest. You can be held for up to 24 hours, and then you have interventions from senior officers who can extend it up to 96 hours. So at this stage, I should imagine a decision has been made to arrest in order to access computer equipment, files, photographs, any other evidence, and they can carry out searches by any premises that he owns or occupies, or any other premises he controls. So there may well be searches in other areas as well.
Tensions have been clear within the royal family. The awkward moment at the Duchess of Kent's funeral last September. Soon after, following discussions with the King, Andrew announced he would no longer use his Duke of York and other titles. He did, though, remain a prince until he was stripped of his remaining royal titles in October.
They have reacted to what's been released in the public domain. They have never taken the lead, the institution of royalty. They've always responded to what's been going on. And what I think is fascinating is that we now, of course, have the Crown, who's going to be effectively trialling, investigating one of their own. And what they're trying to do is to say, look, he's not one of us anymore. He's simply Mr. Mountbatten-Windsor. And that's where you get this intersection between a private family and a public institution. It's one of the extraordinarily glamorous, heady, contradictory aspects of this institution of state that we find so fascinating, but which is also an extraordinary design flaw.
Andrew's relationship with convicted sex offender Epstein has dogged him for years, ever since a photo of him emerged with his arm around the young Virginia Roberts, who became Virginia Giuffre. She said she was trafficked by Epstein and forced to have sex with the then prince, something he's denied on many occasions. Miss Giuffre took her own life last year. It's understood Andrew's arrest relates to documents linked to his time as trade envoy, but her family said in a statement today that their hearts had been lifted at the news that no one is above the law, not even royalty. They extended their thanks to the police for the investigation and arrest, saying he was never a prince. They ended the statement, "For survivors everywhere, Virginia did this for you." The work of the royal family continues as usual, despite the arrest and the ongoing shadow being cast by Andrew. Alison Freeman, BBC News.
Well, we'll continue this coverage of this developing story from here in Buckingham Palace on BBC News. Do stay with us. We're back after this short break. Well, let's cross now, if we can, to our colleagues on The World at One as they talk to Jonathan Dimbleby, the former BBC presenter and long-time friend and confidant of King Charles II. Let's tune in to The World at One.
I think that my first thought is that the King has made the statement that we heard just earlier. That does not surprise me at all. Not at all. He's head of state. He's at the apex. He is the crown in this respect. So were there to be a trial, were there to be a charge, it would be in the name of the crown of the king. But it would be in character as well. He made it very clear earlier that he would cooperate with the Thames Valley Police were there to be any questions that they would like him to answer. So I think that it demonstrates oddly, perversely, if you like, because people talk about the damage to the royal family, it demonstrates actually the strength of the Constitution in this respect, that the police have acted without fear of favour. They've treated him, as we've just been listening, as if he were any other citizen, without fear or favour, without any sense that because he is a member of the royal family, that he should be given kid gloves treatment. He hasn't been.
But he isn't, though, any other member of the public, is he? I mean, he is the King's brother. And I wonder what you think about the damage that this does to the royal family, to the monarchy.
I don't think that it damages the monarchy. I think we have to separate the notion of a family from the institution of the monarchy. I think it's very important. It's very easy to align the two. And I have to say in parentheses, I think that the the former Duke of Edinburgh used the most unfortunate phrase when he talked about the family business. It's not a family business, first of all. Secondly, if you take the individuals, the senior, he mentioned, the King mentioned, didn't he, that all the family will continue to help. If you think of the Prince and Princess of Wales, the Princess Royal, the Duke of Edinburgh, they are all doing their duties. They will individually have feelings about this. I do not see that because one member of the royal family has been arrested, maybe, we don't know, maybe charged with a very serious offence, that brings the institution in disrespect. Okay. On the contrary, it demonstrates that the institution is functioning. Just compare it with the United States, for instance, the DOJ. Yeah. Such a contrast, where the DOJ can't operate effectively without the say-so of the whimsy of the head of state there, who was the president.
Except Andrew is still, he's still currently 8th in line to the throne, isn't he?
That's true.
Can you separate them then?
Well, formally, he is that. In reality, and I think it's possible for him to be removed from that position. In fact, there has been talk about that happening and process being put in place to bring that about. But I think that's a sort of sidebar issue, frankly. It's sort of it's straining for a gnat, to use that as an illustration that there is a significant damage done to the monarchy.
Live from Buckingham Palace, this is BBC News. Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor is arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office. Police are carrying out searches at addresses in Berkshire and Norfolk, as well as at the Royal Lodge in Windsor Great Park. The King has said he learned with the deepest concern of Andrew's arrest, adding the law must take its course. Hello, you're watching BBC News. I'm Marianne Mashiri. We are live at Buckingham Palace, where we're bringing you continuing coverage of this breaking news story that Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor has been arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office. Andrew, the former prince, younger brother of King Charles and 8th in line to the throne, is believed to be still in custody. BBC News understands the King was not informed in advance of the arrest. Police are searching Andrew's former home, Royal Lodge in Windsor, as well as his new residence on the Sandringham estate in Norfolk. Photos and videos showed vehicles believed to be police cars arriving at Sandringham earlier this morning. Well, Mr Mountbatten-Windsor is alleged to have shared sensitive documents when he was Britain's trade envoy with the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Andrew, who turned 66 today, has consistently and strenuously denied any wrongdoing in relation to Epstein. Well, shortly after Andrew's arrest, the King issued a statement, and he said this: "I have learned with the deepest concern the news about Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor and suspicion of misconduct in public office. What now follows is the full, fair and proper process by which this issue is investigated in the appropriate manner and by the appropriate authorities. In this, as I have said before, they have our full and wholehearted support and cooperation. Let me state clearly, the law must take its course. As this process continues, it would not be right for me to comment further on this matter. Meanwhile, my family and I will continue in our duty and service to you all." That is the statement from the King. Well, over the coming hours, we will be live in Windsor and live in Sandringham. We'll be assessing the legal implications. What does this mean for Andrew? We'll look at the circumstances of his arrest, and we'll be speaking to our royal correspondents about this unprecedented event, the unprecedented nature of this development. Let's start, though, with this report from our special correspondent, Lucy Manning, who broke the news earlier today.
Yesterday, we were reporting on the large number of police forces who were investigating or assessing information coming out of the Epstein files. And this morning, there were pictures from the Sandringham estate near to where Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor's house is, or where he's living at the moment, of what appeared to be police officers at the scene. And at 10 o'clock this morning, BBC News were able to confirm that Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor had been arrested, and shortly after that, Thames Valley Police put out the statement to confirm they didn't name him, but they said a man in his 60s had been arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office and was now being held in custody. It is quite an astonishing development. Obviously, there has been a lot of news outside after the release of the Epstein files, but the idea that the king's brother, the man who is 8th in line to the throne, who was until recently a prince, has been arrested and is in police custody is obviously extremely significant. It goes without saying that these are just allegations at the moment, that previously he has denied any wrongdoing in relation to the Epstein files. But this is a very significant development in various police forces investigating what is coming out of the Epstein files.
And Lucy, what do we understand about the allegations against Andrew? What are we being told so far?
Well, Thames Valley Police have been investigating, well, assessing really, it's now an investigation, but they've been assessing a couple of allegations against Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor. This one that they've arrested him on is for misconduct in public office, suspicion of misconduct in public office. And it goes back to his time as a trade envoy, where there is a duty of confidentiality in documents. And the allegations that came out of the Epstein files were that he was passing on, sharing documents with Epstein that should have been confidential. That will all now be investigated by the police. At the moment, there are police at Sandringham and at Windsor Lodge, the Royal Lodge, his former home in Windsor. So searches, it seems, are being carried out. He will obviously now spend the day being questioned, a day that is actually his 66th birthday, but he will be answering police questions instead.
Well, that was our special correspondent, Lucy Manning, who, as I said, broke the story earlier on today. Let's cross live now and speak to our correspondent, Noor Nanji, who is at Sandringham, at the Sandringham estate, where Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor was arrested this morning. Noor, just talk us through what happened this morning.
Well, we are currently standing just up the road from Wood Farm. It's just over my right shoulder there. And this is in the Sandringham estate. And as we know, this is Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor's new home. He's been living here for about 3 weeks. He moved here after that latest drop of the Epstein files. It is his temporary home because initially he moved here, and then the plan was for him to move to Marsh Farm, which is over to my left, another property here on the Sandringham estate. But what we understand is that you know that this morning there was a sizable presence here for photographers and also the media, because of course, as Lucy was saying there, it is Andrew's 66th birthday. So there were some photographers here ready, camped out. And then what we understand happened was that at around 8 a.m, around 6 vehicles, now believed to be unmarked police cars, entered into the Sandringham estate. Later, 3 were seen to be leaving, and one photographer later told us that he believes that Andrew...
No, I'm just going to stop you right there because we're just... Sorry, no, can I stop you right there for a second? Because we're just seeing here at Buckingham Palace, I don't know if you can see behind me, there were a number of vehicles just driving in with police. We believe that King Charles has returned to Buckingham Palace after attending a royal engagement earlier on today. We've just missed it, but we saw a motorcade of maybe 2 or 3 cars, including one with the King inside, just coming round the corner and into Buckingham Palace. A lot of tourists then just running running towards the entrance of Buckingham Palace just to catch a glimpse of the King. We mentioned earlier, actually, that the King has continued his royal engagements today. The King and the Queen, both of them, have actually continued with their pre-planned royal engagements. Remember, the King had no idea, according to Buckingham Palace, in advance of the arrest of Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor. So that all of those plans that were in the diary for today were carried on as normal by the royal family. Apologies to Noor there. We've had to leave her temporarily. We will go back to Noor with more on Sandringham in a moment. But let me just bring in, if I may, royal correspondent for The Telegraph, India McTaggart. There we go. I had to quite unedifyingly take that microphone to bring it close to you. You just spotted the King there coming back. It's been obviously a difficult day for him, but as he mentioned in that statement earlier, he'll continue his duty for the public and continue what he's doing.
So we do believe it might have been him. I couldn't quite catch a glimpse because they went quite fast. It wasn't his normal car that he uses, but the police protection officers on their bikes were there. And we know that he is attending an engagement at London Fashion Week imminently, actually, this afternoon. We have Royal Rota waiting there for him. So he is continuing on as normal, which is generally the royal family's MO. I do think the sort of old saying of never complain, never explain is pretty much over, but they have to be seen to be continuing with their duties, serving the nation, especially at this time, because they need to be seen to be stable. Because of everything that's going on, all the controversy, all the attention on Andrew, I think the best thing the King could do, as he did, was release the statement saying the police had his full support and cooperation wholeheartedly, and talking about how it needs to be a full and fair and proper investigation, but he needs to now continue on with duties as normal.
I'm so interested in what you say about never explain, never complain, and the end of that. Do you think the Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor saga has made that happen, or was that something that King Charles really wanted to kind of change as a fundamental of the royal family?
I mean, it's a good question, because I do think that as the monarchy modernises, that we no longer have Elizabeth II, that potentially was going to happen more and more, because we are just in a different era. They speak a lot more directly to the public through social media, through videos. We saw that with Catherine's illness as well. She chose social media to communicate directly with the public. So I do think we are in a different time. But yes, potentially the Andrew saga over the last few years has sort of been the nail in the coffin for that motto, because they can no longer be seen to be sort of just these mysterious behind closed doors, not transparent at all, not saying anything. I know that there are demands for them to actually be more transparent about their finances too. So I think the public is sort of becoming more savvy, wanting more information from them, and particularly about this, they need to be seen to be fully cooperating, and everything's above board and by the book.
OK, India, thank you very much indeed for that, India McTaggart. Well, King Charles's biographer and friend, Jonathan Dimbleby, has been speaking to the BBC's World at One radio programme, and he told us more about the position the King is taking after Andrew's arrest. Have a listen.
I think that my first thought is that the King has made the statement that we heard just earlier. That does not surprise me at all. Not at all. He's head of state. He's at the apex. He is the crown in this respect. So were there to be a trial, were there to be a charge, it would be in the name of the crown of the King. But it would be in character as well. He made it very clear earlier that he would cooperate with the Thames Valley Police were there to be any questions that they would like him to answer. So I think that it demonstrates oddly, perversely, if you like, because people talk about the damage to the royal family, it demonstrates actually the strength of the Constitution in this respect, that the police have acted without fear of favour. They've treated him, as we've just been listening, as if he were any other citizen, without fear or favour, without any sense that because he is a member of the royal family, that he should be given kid gloves treatment. He hasn't been.
But he isn't, though, any other member of the public, is he? I mean, he is the King's brother. And I wonder what you think about the damage that this does to the royal family, to the monarchy.
I don't think that it damages the monarchy. I think we have to separate the notion of a family from the institution of the monarchy. I think it's very important. It's very easy to ally the two. And I have to say in parentheses, I think that the former Duke of Edinburgh used the most unfortunate phrase when he talked about the family business. It's not a family business, first of all. Secondly, if you take the individuals, the senior, he mentioned, the King mentioned, didn't he, that all the family will continue to help. If you think of the Prince and Princess of Wales, the Princess Royal, the Duke of Edinburgh, they are all doing their duties. They will individually have feelings about this. I do not see that because one member of the royal family has been arrested, maybe, we don't know, maybe charged with a very serious offence, that brings the institution in disrespect. On the contrary, it demonstrates that the institution is functioning.
Except
compare it with the United States, for instance, the DOJ.
Yeah.
Such a contrast, where the DOJ can't operate effectively without the say-so of the whimsy of the head of state there, who was the president.
Except Andrew is still, he's still currently eighth in line to the throne, isn't he?
That's true.
Can you separate them then?
Well, formally, he is that. In reality, and I think it's possible for him to be removed from that position. In fact, there has been talk about that happening and process being put in place to bring that about. But I think that's a sort of sidebar issue, frankly. It's sort of it's straining for a gnat, to use that as an illustration that there is a significant damage done to the monarchy.
I make the point in introducing you. You are close to the King. You're also just a long-time watcher of affairs in this country. And the royal family have had many crises over the years. How does this compare?
I think it is a crisis. It has, I suppose, two elements. It's a personal crisis for the individuals involved. I mean, whatever the members of the royal family individually may feel about this and about their feelings for their brother, that's one thing. But it's grievous for them to have to endure the institution being put under such incredible scrutiny. At the same time, I think that what will happen is that we will put this into, when we look at it more coolly and in perspective, we will see that the institution has emerged from this, not weaker, but arguably, seems perverse to say it, I grant you, arguably stronger, because it's working. It's worked. One can say, and we have to be very careful what we say about him, because he's said he's totally innocent, and therefore one mustn't prejudge whether or not he's charged. It's very important. But he has clearly, by his behaviour that brought about the decision by the police to arrest him, which is a very significant move, he has done significant damage for the moment to how people see the institution. That's because of the elision between the role of the constitutional monarch and the nature of a family that happens to be the royal family at the same time, which, as you rightly say, is not an ordinary family.
OK, have you had a chance, it's early days, have you had a chance to speak to the King?
No, I haven't. Okay. I'm speaking for myself, and I try always to speak for myself, incidentally. Otherwise, you said I'd been knocking around quite a long time. I wouldn't have been able to knock around without being some kind of fink.
For all that you say, there will be people who look at this and think, honestly, the royal family, it's an anachronism. How does it work? And you will have a rise in republicanism off the back of it.
I don't know. You might do. Certainly, Republicans will exploit this enormously. Of course, it's very easy to work up a simple passion of one kind or another. My instinct is that it won't be like that for most of the public. We've heard those moments where individuals have shouted out Republican sentiments, or "What did you know about this, Charles?" Individuals in crowds who did not like what they were saying, and I think that when we look at the polling, I don't think that the monarchy is going to go far down. It's gone down before in the polling, it's come up again. It's always hovered around a particular percentage, and that's not least because, A, it seems to function as well as any other head of state institution, and no one seems to know what you put in its place.
Well, that was Jonathan Dimbleby there speaking to The World at One on BBC Radio 4. Let's cross live now and speak to Graham Smith, CEO of the anti-monarchy group Republic. Graham, thanks so much for joining us on BBC News. You heard there from Jonathan Dimbleby. In his mind, the institution of the royal family emerges from this, at least at this point in time, undamaged. What's your opinion on that?
Well, I think Jonathan Dimbleby has lost his mind. I mean, his comments were absolutely absurd. This is doing a huge amount of damage to the monarchy. I mean, to suggest that no one knows what the alternative is and that the polling isn't collapsing, I mean, the man is clearly needs to get out more. This is a very, very serious crisis, the worst crisis that has hit the monarchy in living memory in the democratic era. We have an institution that is already losing support quite rapidly. We have an institution that most people under the age of 50 are not that bothered about. And now they are exposed to quite serious accusations. It's not just Andrew. There are serious questions being asked. As we heard, hecklers asking them. BBC journalists not so much, but hecklers are asking these serious questions about what did William and Charles know, when did they know it? It's not serious to suggest that Andrew, if these allegations are true, has been behaving like this over the last 25, 30 years and no one else knew. So there are much more serious questions which are not going to go away about how far the rot goes in the monarchy.
Well, there's absolutely no evidence of any prior knowledge of the King nor Prince William. What there is evidence of, though, is what we've been seeing, and that is that at least to some degree the King has allowed the law to take its course. And surely that is all a head of state can do.
This is a very nice pro-royal BBC line there. Let's push the palace line, because, there is evidence that the royals knew. Andrew Lowney has made that abundantly clear, that there is evidence that the royals knew, so I don't know why he said that.
How does Andrew Lowney know? What's his evidence? Where is he getting his information from?
You'll have to talk to Andrew Lowney about that, but just to simply dismiss it out of hand is simply not acceptable. Now,
I'm not dismissing it. I'm saying there's no evidence for what you're saying.
Well, that's not true. So, but apart from anything else, it is not serious, and any serious journalist would know this, that you cannot believe that Andrew, surrounded by police, by civil servants, by government ministers, by other royals, for 30 years, 40 years he's known Epstein, that no one knew anything about anything that he was up to. That is not a serious thing. And journalists like yourself should be going to Charles. They should be the ones standing at the fence line saying to Charles, what did you know when, and getting those answers. Because until we get those answers, we can't say whether or not they knew. So those questions need to be asked. So, in terms of what Charles has said, what has he said? Nothing. He's had his press office put out two bland statements, one saying that he will support the police investigation. He can hardly say the opposite. And now saying that, of course, justice has to, take its natural path. Again, he can't say the opposite. What he hasn't done is said that he will make sure that all of the royals' archives and records are going to be fully open to people that need to see them. He hasn't promised more accountability and openness. He hasn't offered any answers to those questions about what he knew or when. And what he ought to be doing, as Starmer did in relation to Manson, is standing in front of journalists and answering questions, doing interviews, taking those tough questions and saying, OK, this is where it went wrong. And then you may not believe Starmer's answers, but at least he's giving them. And Charles and William should be in front of cameras and should be in front of journalists and answering serious, probing questions. And journalists should not be taking at face value denials that they knew anything.
An investigation. Yes, but the King and Prince William are not under investigation, are they? It's Andrew who's under investigation. He's been arrested. What would be the legal premise for the King to be appearing before journalists and answering questions? I don't understand.
Why is there a legal premise for the head of state in a democratic society? Why is that a legal thing for them to stand in front of cameras? This guy should be accountable to us. The idea that they can just simply breeze past and not say anything is for the birds. This is the problem that they have, that they think that they can carry on as normal and it will all blow over. This is not serious. And, this is why people need to be asking them serious questions and saying to them, can we get William and Charles into a Newsnight studio, for example, and put them on the spot and say, what did you know? Why was this £12 million paid? Why are we getting accusations that Charles helped fund that and then Charles is denying it? Why are we getting all of these conflicting stories about who knew what when? Why is it that when they knew about the allegations from Virginia Jeffrey 15 years ago, what did they do about it? There are other allegations around Andrew which have been known about in public. What did they know about those? What did they do about those? Are journalists asking those questions? No, not really. Certainly not the BBC.
So what do you want to see happen now?
Well, in terms of Andrew, obviously there needs to be serious investigation. The police need to know, and this can also be said by Charles, that they absolutely can pursue this through whatever avenue they need, follow the evidence as far as it goes, even if it starts implicating other royals. They need to have that freedom and know that they can do that without their careers being in any kind of jeopardy. And obviously that needs to then go through right to the end. Now, Republic has already launched a bid to pursue a private prosecution of Andrew, and we have lawyers investigating. Now, what we've said now is that for the moment, what we're going to do is continue some of that because there are other allegations that need to be investigated, and anything we find, we will hand to the police and ask them to look into it. But, there are a number of other things that have not yet, that no one's yet been arrested for, and there are other allegations which have been certainly supported enough to go into books like Andrew Lowney's book that do raise serious questions. And there are other questions about simple good conduct in public office rather than criminal conduct in public office, in terms of the high levels of secrecy, the misspending, and the unwillingness to stand in front of journalists and answer questions.
OK, well, Graham Smith from Republic, it's good to talk to you, and I thank you for coming on to the BBC and answering my questions, so thank you.
Thank you.
Just to reiterate, at this point in time, I think it's going to be helpful to tell you that Andrew has always denied wrongdoing in relation to Epstein. He's not responded to the BBC's request for comment on any of the specific allegations in relation to the release of those Epstein files in January. And also, those accused haven't had a chance to respond, and the BBC haven't seen specific documents about other accused people. So just important to underline that fact at this present time. I think we can go now to some pictures that are coming to us of Queen Camilla. Remember, I told you earlier that Queen Camilla was continuing with her public engagements. Here she is in Westminster earlier today. I can tell you that the Queen was questioned about the arrest of her brother-in-law, Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor, as she left the engagement in Westminster. She got into a waiting car outside a lunchtime orchestral concert at Sinfonia Smith Square Hall, used to be called St John Smith Square Hall. She was asked, "Are you concerned about Andrew's arrest, Your Majesty?" At that point, Camilla waved at the cameras but did not respond. So there you can see the pictures of her at Sinfonia Smith Square Hall. It's very close to the Houses of Parliament. It's in central London. The music concert there. Remember, Buckingham Palace has confirmed that it had no advance warning of Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor's arrest. So all of these previously planned public engagements by the royals have continued as per normal. So we have had a lot of talk about how this unprecedented event has impacted the royal family here in the UK and what people have been saying about it here. But what about over in the United States? Let's cross live now to Washington and speak to our chief North America correspondent, Gary O'Donoghue. Gary, just talk us through what people are saying now, given what's happened to Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor, about the Epstein files and what they mean in terms of Washington politics.
Well, you're starting to see some individuals in Congress suggesting that, there's a bit of an example here in the UK for what should be happening in the United States. Now, it's worth being absolutely clear that the investigations here, particularly the congressional investigations, have focused exclusively on Epstein's activities as a trafficker of women and some underage women. They haven't really been involved in looking at other aspects of his life, of his finances, of what he did or didn't do for other people. So there's that distinction, I think, with what we're seeing in the UK today with Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor. But of course, the two things are not unconnected in the sense that what we're seeing in the UK has come as a result of the release of all these files in the US, more than 3 million files, and all the kind of details around those who knew Epstein and had dealings with Epstein, like Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor, and all the other details of the kinds of connections they had. So, in a sense, the two things are connected in that way, even if they're not directly connected with what Congress here is particularly looking into, and what those here are looking for in particular, which is other people to be charged here and wherever, quite honestly, with crimes relating to Epstein's activities as a sex trafficker and as a molester of women and young girls.
And that's it, isn't it, Gary? There's just been pressure, hasn't there, in the US, and kind of questioning as to why no one has been brought to justice, other than, of course, Ghislaine Maxwell, with regards to the Epstein files and the crimes committed by the late convicted sex offender. This will put even more pressure, won't it, on those involved to bring anyone to justice, really?
I think that's right. I mean, I think the survivors here have been asking that question repeatedly, why no one else has been questioned, arrested, charged with any other crimes other than Epstein himself, who's dead, and Ghislaine Maxwell, who's in prison for 20 years. There have been no others. I was trying actually to think about any other arrests relating to Epstein at all, and the only one I can think of is Jean-Luc Brunel in France before he died about 5 years ago. It seems to me this is really the only kind of maybe the fourth arrest in relation to Epstein in any possible connection anywhere in the world, which, if you think about it, is quite extraordinary. But we'll see what people on Congress say. They have been asking repeatedly, particularly the Democrats, on something called the Oversight Committee, which is the committee leading this investigation into Epstein's crimes. They have been asking Democrats for Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor to come here and give evidence about what he knew about Epstein's crimes, and so far he has denied that he did anything wrong. He hasn't answered questions recently. This is Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor, on whether he's prepared to come and answer questions relating to that side of their investigation. But I think this will fuel those who say, look, we need to do more here, because look, even the Brits can bring some sort of investigation, some sort of inquiry, even if it's not relating to the specific thing we're looking into.
Absolutely, Gary, and it's important to add that there's nothing that can compel Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor to come to America, is there?
Nothing at all. I mean, look, if he came here and there were a subpoena from this committee, which is controlled by Republicans, it would have to be voted on. If he came here and there were a subpoena in place, he could be forced to appear before that committee, and he'd have all the constitutional protections that anyone enjoys while they're in this country. But no, they can't make him come and answer questions. Some have asked, for different levels of kind of appearance, depositions, questioning by committee members, potentially questioning by committee staff, all those sorts of things. Look, in the long run, and this is not connected to the charges he's facing or potentially facing in the UK in terms of misconduct in a public office. But if there are other charges, if he or anyone else were to face other charges outside of the US jurisdiction, then there'd have to be a government-to-government discussion. But we're a long way from that, obviously.
Gary O'Donoghue, thank you very much indeed. Well, earlier on today, prior to the arrest of Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor, Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister, told BBC Breakfast that Andrew should cooperate with inquiries into Jeffrey Epstein. Have a listen.
Anybody who has any information should testify. So whether it's Andrew or anybody else, anybody who's got relevant information should come forward to whatever the relevant body is. In this particular case, we're talking about Epstein, but there are plenty of other cases. It is anybody who's got information relating to any aspect of violence against women and girls has, in my view, a duty to come forward, whoever they are.
And the former Prime Minister Gordon Brown has called on police to interview Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor. You've said he should testify to Congress. Should he voluntarily come forward to UK police?
Well, I think that's a matter for the police. They will conduct their own investigations. But one of the core principles in our system is that everybody is equal under the law and nobody is above the law. And it is really important that that is applied across the board. That is the principle. It's a long-standing principle. It's a very important principle of our country, our society, and it applies. And it has to apply in this case in the same way as it would apply in any other case.
That was Keir Starmer talking to my colleague Naga Manchetti on BBC Breakfast before news of Andrew's arrest came out. Let's take a moment now to remind ourselves of what exactly we know about the events of today. This report is from my colleague Alison Freeman.
Officers arrive at Sandringham ahead of the arrest of the former Prince Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor. Thames Valley Police confirmed this morning that a man in his 60s is being held on suspicion of misconduct in public office. The BBC understands it's in relation to when he was trade envoy and documents that are alleged to have been passed to Jeffrey Epstein. In a statement, the force said, "Following a thorough assessment, we have now opened an investigation into this allegation of misconduct in public office. It is important that we protect the integrity and objectivity of our investigation as we work with our partners to investigate this alleged offence. We understand the significant public interest in this case and we will provide updates at the appropriate time." Earlier this month, emails released as part of the Epstein files appeared to show that Andrew shared confidential information with Epstein from his official work as trade envoy in 2010 and 2011. They included reports on his visits to other countries and confidential details of investment opportunities. Prior to Andrew's arrest, when questioned about the former prince, the Prime Minister said in a BBC interview that nobody is above the law.
One of the core principles in our system is that everybody is equal under the law and nobody is above the law. And it is really important that that is applied across the board. That is the principle. It's a long-standing principle. It's a very important principle of our country, our society, and it applies. And it has to apply in this case in the same way as it would apply in any other case.
Police are understood to be searching addresses in Berkshire and Norfolk.
They could have invited him to a police station, but the decision has been made to arrest. You can be held for up to 24 hours, and then you have interventions from senior officers who can extend it up to 96 hours. So at this stage, I should imagine a decision has been made to arrest in order to access computer equipment, files, photographs, any other evidence, and they can carry out searches by any premises that he owns or occupies, or any other premises he controls. So there may well be searches in other areas as well.
Tensions have been clear within the royal family. The awkward moment at the Duchess of Kent's funeral last September. Soon after, following discussions with the King, Andrew announced he would no longer use his Duke of York and other titles. He did, though, remain a prince until he was stripped of his remaining royal titles in October.
They have reacted to what's been released in the public domain. They have never taken the lead, the institution of royalty. They've always responded to what's been going on. And what I think is fascinating is that we now, of course, have the Crown, who's going to be effectively trialling, investigating one of their own. And what they're trying to do is to say, look, he's not one of us anymore. He's simply Mr. Mountbatten-Windsor. And that's where you get this intersection between a private family and a public institution. It's one of the extraordinarily glamorous, heady, contradictory aspects of this institution of state that we find so fascinating, but which is also an extraordinary design flaw.
Andrew's relationship with convicted sex offender Epstein has dogged him for years, ever since a photo of him emerged with his arm around the young Virginia Roberts, who became Virginia Giuffre. She said she was trafficked by Epstein and forced to have sex with the then prince, something he's denied on many occasions. Miss Giuffre took her own life last year. It's understood Andrew's arrest relates to documents linked to his time as trade envoy, but her family said in a statement today that their hearts had been lifted at the news that no one is above the law, not even royalty. They extended their thanks to the police for the investigation and arrest, saying he was never a prince. They ended the statement, "For survivors everywhere, Virginia did this for you." The work of the royal family continues as usual, despite the arrest and the ongoing shadow being cast by Andrew. Alison Freeman, BBC News.
Well, let's cross live now and speak to our correspondent Zoe O'Brien, who joins me live from the BBC newsroom. And Zoe, a lot has happened since 8 o'clock this morning, so it might be helpful at this point just to remind audiences exactly where we are and what we know so far about the arrest of Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor.
Absolutely. Well, what we know that this afternoon is those searches continue. Now, they're taking place in Berkshire and, of course, at Sandringham. It first began at around 8 o'clock this morning when those unmarked police cars arrived at the King's private residence in Sandringham. It was there at Wood Farm. We then heard that Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor had been arrested today on his 66th birthday. And if we rewind a few days, we can get a grasp of just kind of how rapidly this investigation that's been started by Thames Valley Police has moved. It's moved at pace. We only heard on Monday from the force. They confirmed then that they're assessing suggestions that the King's brother had shared confidential reports and that they were looking at whether or not essentially misconduct in public office had taken place. Fast forward 4 days this morning and Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor was arrested. Now we can see my colleagues on the ground both in Berkshire and in Sandringham telling us that those searches are continuing to take place. Now, of course, they're quite far away. These are vast properties, but they say that cars are coming and going. Now, what we believe officers will be looking for as they search those properties would be any form of correspondence, so a device, a laptop, a mobile phone, something that somebody can communicate on. We believe, and the police haven't said, we have to say, the police haven't made available the grounds on which they've made this arrest, but they have said that it's on suspicion of misconduct in public office. Now, we believe it relates, of course, to the Epstein files, those 3.5 million files which were released by the US Department of Justice some weeks back. Of course, people have spent a lot of time going through those. And we've heard today from the former Prime Minister Gordon Brown that he himself wrote to a number of police forces offering them information. He said new information has been offered. He hasn't given us any examples of what that information is, but he says that it is new information. Now, a number of police forces here in the UK have confirmed that they are acting after the release of those files. We know that the Met Police, of course, carried out searches of Lord Mandelson's properties. We've also heard that Thames Valley Police today investigating, and Norfolk Police are supporting them. So a number of forces now looking at these emails, and we've heard from the National Police Chiefs Council that they're setting up a national coordination group to support the smaller forces as they continue with their investigations and their lines of inquiry.
Zoe O'Brien, thank you very much indeed for that. Our correspondent in the newsroom who's been keeping across all of the extraordinary events of today. Well, as we've been saying, police have been looking into allegations that Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor shared documents with the sex offender Jeffrey Epstein when he was a British trade envoy. Our business editor Simon Jack has more now about what exactly is under scrutiny.
From 2001 to 2011, he was, as you say, a trade envoy. Technically speaking, he was the special representative for business and trade, and it was his job to use his clout, his influence, his connections to basically open doors in the interests of UK trade and investment. And in that role, you get an inside look at what's going on in government departments, at governmental level. You talk to ministers who are on these trade missions. Now, you're not a civil servant in this role, but according to official guidance, standards of confidentiality do still apply to those trade envoys, although there is some question, given that he was appointed by the Queen, not by the government, whether those rules do apply to him. But he has always rejected any notion that he used his time as trade envoy for anything other than the UK's interests and not for a personal enrichment. Well, obviously, a lot's come up in the Epstein files, and we should just say that being mentioned in the Epstein files is not in itself any indication of wrongdoing. But he does appear to have shared his itinerary on trade missions to Southeast Asia. He talked about investment opportunities in Afghanistan around gold and around uranium. And there were also comments about what was going on at the Bank RBS, at Aston Martin. Now, that may or may not have been in his role as trade envoy, but clearly concerns are raised that he's, rather than the interest of the UK, he's sharing that with people in Jeffrey Epstein's network, and that could have been used potentially for financial gain for others. As I say, there was also a Treasury briefing on the Icelandic banking crisis. That was also apparently shared with Jeffrey Epstein's wider network. As we said, consistently, he denies any wrongdoing, but that is part, at least, of the investigation into whether of misconduct in a public office, which is a very broad thing and could include a lot of things. This is one of the ones under consideration.
That was our business editor, Simon Jack, there talking a little bit earlier about the ins and outs of the role that Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor had previously as trade envoy and what they mean in terms of those Epstein files. So let's talk a little bit more about what has happened, the extraordinary events of today and what they mean constitutionally for this country moving forward. I'm joined now by Robert Hazel, who is Professor of Government and the Constitution at the Constitution Unit at University College London. Thank you so much for joining us, Robert. It's good to have you on the show. Let me just ask you first and foremost, the brother of the king, the eighth in line to the throne, has now been arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office. What does that mean constitutionally?
Well, at one level, not a great deal, because he's an ordinary citizen like the rest of us. So he has the same rights and responsibilities under the law as any other citizen. But on another level, because he is the brother of the king and a member of the royal family, albeit no longer a working royal, clearly it has great political importance. Constitutionally, I'm not sure that it does. And the palace, I feel, so far has not put a foot wrong. In terms of their response to this. The king put out a short statement, you will remember, about 10 days ago, in which he said that the palace stood ready to, in effect, assist the police and any other authorities with any of their inquiries. So there's no cover-up on the part of the palace. They're not trying to hide anything. And if there are any emails in the possession of the palace or any other royal household that might be relevant, they will be disclosed. And the king, in effect, reinforced that statement today when he put out the statement this morning saying the law must take its course.
Let's talk a little bit about precedents. Has this ever happened before, this kind of thing?
Well, there was a less serious offence about 25 years ago when Princess Anne, now the Princess Royal, was charged under the Dangerous Dogs Act because her dog had got loose in Windsor Great Park when she was taking it for a walk together with her husband. And unfortunately, it bit two children quite severely. And she, at the time, was prosecuted for an offence under the Dangerous Dogs Act. And she appeared before Slough Magistrates Court, where she pleaded guilty, and she was fined £500 and ordered to pay £250 compensation. So that's the most recent episode, apart from things like driving offences, that I can think of in relation to a senior member of the royal family. But the royal family, over the years and the decades, has had its ups and downs. There's no doubt that this is a very serious downer, but I do think some people commenting on it have exaggerated its importance. They've been trying to talk it up as a real crisis for the monarchy.
Why do you say that? Sorry, why do you not think it's a crisis then? Why do you not think it's a crisis for the institution of the monarchy?
Because I think the public are perfectly capable of distinguishing between their attitude to an individual and their attitude to the institution. if you look at the opinion polls, the ones I can remember date from a couple of months ago, when the public were asked about their attitude to Prince Andrew as he then was, and the attitude was very strongly negative. From memory, a rating of minus 92%. You can't get much lower than that. And in the same poll, they were asked about their attitude to the monarchy, and their support for the monarchy was still very strong and stable at ratings of 60% or more. So, as I say, I don't think it necessarily calls into question or damages the monarchy as an institution. People are not stupid. They can distinguish between the individual and the institution.
It's really important at this point to underline the fact that an arrest is absolutely not an indication of guilt. But moving forward, however this ends up, there will be pressure, won't there, from some quarters to remove Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor from his position as eighth in line to the throne. How complicated a process would that be?
That's really complicated because it would require legislation not merely by the British Parliament at Westminster, but by the other 14 countries around the world where King Charles is currently their head of state, countries known as the Realms, countries like Australia, Canada, Jamaica, New Zealand, Papua New Guinea, half a dozen islands in the Caribbean. And the last time we were involved with them in changing the line of succession was in, from memory, 2011 to 2013, when we changed the law of succession to make it gender neutral. Now, it took 2 years to get everyone's ducks in a row. I really don't think either the British government or the governments of those other 14 countries want to spend 2 years trying to do that. It would be a complete waste of everyone's time.
OK, well, thank you so much for joining us, Robert Hazel, constitutional expert from University College London. In the wake of Andrew's arrest this morning, the former Prime Minister, Gordon Brown, has told BBC News he submitted a 5-page letter to several UK police forces, including the Met and Sussex Police and Thames Valley Police, providing new and additional information from the Epstein files. Our correspondent, Chichi Azundu, has more on this update.
Well, he's just issued a full statement where he says that he submitted a 5-page memorandum to several police forces in the UK, including Surrey, Sussex, Thames Valley and the Metropolitan Police. He says that this memorandum provides new and additional information to that which I submitted last week to the Met, Essex and Thames Valley Police forces, where I expressed my concern that we could secure justice for trafficked girls and women. So the former Prime Minister Gordon Brown has issued a statement basically saying that he's once again written to several police forces in and around the UK regarding what he's found within the Epstein files. In the statement, he says that it is new and additional information, and that he is now writing to several police forces, including the Metropolitan Police, Thames Valley Police, Sussex and Surrey Police.
Well, that update from Chichi Azundu on the former Prime Minister Gordon Brown and what he has been saying today to the BBC. Remember earlier on today we had a statement from King Charles himself. King Charles said that he learned with the deepest concern of Andrew's arrest, and he added the law must take its course. Prince William and Catherine are understood to support the statement. Katie Nicholl is the royal correspondent at Vanity Fair, and she says that she joined me earlier to discuss the King's statement.
We're expecting to see the King later on today on engagements. We know that the Princess Royal is out. We know that Prince William was out yesterday advocating Mental Health Awareness Week. And of course there is that constant I suppose, concern for them. Are we going to be asked, as Prince William was when he was overseas recently, about what is now known at the palace, perhaps an understatement, that it is known as the Andrew problem. It has been a problem for decades now. But I think there is a sense when you look at this statement that the King just couldn't keep silent. We weren't sure we were going to get a statement, but I think it's absolutely right that we have done. People want a response. I think when you consider the last reign and that of the late Queen Elizabeth, that famous mantra that the late Queen had, never complain, never explain, that simply doesn't wash here. That's simply not going to be enough for people. We're in a different era. We're in a different generation. The King's shown in many ways to be transparent, particularly with his recent health issues. But I think there needs to be greater transparency now around this. I suspect there is probably also a sense of relief on the King's part. I was told by sources close to the King this felt like a pressure chamber, just waiting for this arrest to happen. They didn't know if it was going to happen. They've only just learnt of it, as we have as well. So I think there is a sense that perhaps this comes as a relief. And of course, it puts the King in a position where he actually can't say anything else. He can't make any further comment because, of course, this is a police investigation.
And of course, it's important to underline the fact this is a police investigation and that Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor denies all wrongdoing, and being arrested doesn't mean a person is guilty. But given all that, this is still going to hit the royal family hard. Talk me through the next steps, you think, in terms of damage limitation for the royal family moving forward.
Well, I think those steps in terms of damage limitation have been taking place for some time. And one thing I was told by a source very close to the King was that he felt vindicated in his decision to strip Andrew of his titles, that the charities, the patronages and everything else went. There was Prince William, who's apparently very concerned about his uncle's mental health and well-being, Princess Anne too. The King acted very decisively when he stripped Andrew of those titles. He moved him out of Royal Lodge. Remember, that only happened a matter of days ago under the cover of darkness. So I think we've seen the King be, I would say, relatively swift to act, but I think there is mixed feeling about that in terms of whether the King actually acted soon enough, whether enough was done sooner. So I think because of that, and because of that criticism, certainly from campaign groups like Republic and others, we're not going to see the palace being reactive anymore. They're taking the bull by the horns. That's why we've had this statement. There's no space for conjecture or speculation. We've had this statement. They've made it very clear. We had a previous statement where the King made his empathy very clear, that empathy was for the victims. And again, those words at the start of that statement, I've learned with the deepest concern. That's the deepest concern. We've heard those words before, both from the King previously and from the Prince and Princess of Wales, who have also publicly spoken about their concerns over these claims over Andrew. We don't know where this is going to end up, but if it does end up in the courts, then it is the King versus his own brother, which would be extraordinary. I'm not a royal historian, but certainly I know that hasn't happened in recent modern history. I think for everyone we are in uncharted territories here. No one quite knows how this is going to play out. I spoke to you earlier, didn't I, about there probably being a sense of relief for the King and the royal family that Andrew is now being questioned and underportioned by police. But I suspect that runs deeper than just the royal family. I think that the public, both here, I write for Vanity Fair, certainly I know a lot of people in America feel that for far too long Andrew has needed to come forward and answer some questions. So I wonder if perhaps there is also a sense, not of closure, because it's far too premature for that, but a sense that this is the right thing to be happening. There were too many unanswered questions. Now he is going to be forced under police caution to answer some of those questions.
That was royal correspondent for Vanity Fair, Katie Nicholl there. We have continuing coverage of this developing story live from Buckingham Palace throughout the day on BBC News. Stay with us. We're back after this short break. Well, let's cross now, if we can, to our colleagues on The World at One, as they talk to Jonathan Dimbleby, the former BBC presenter and long-time friend and confidant of King Charles II. Let's tune in to The World at One.
I think that my first thought is that the King has made the statement that we heard just earlier. That does not surprise me at all. Not at all. He's head of state. He's at the apex. he is the crown in this respect. So were there to be a trial, were there to be a charge, it would be in the name of the crown of the king. But it would be in character as well. He made it very clear earlier that he would cooperate with the Thames Valley Police were there to be any questions that they would like him to answer. So I think that it demonstrates oddly, perversely, if you like, because people talk about the damage to the royal family, it demonstrates actually the strength of the Constitution in this respect, that the police have acted without fear of favour. They've treated him, as we've just been listening, as if he were any other citizen, without fear or favour, without any sense that because he is a member of the royal family, that he should be given kid gloves treatment. He hasn't been.
But he isn't, though, any other member of the public, is he? I mean, he is the king's brother, and I wonder what you think about the damage that this does to the royal family, to the monarchy.
I don't think that it damages the monarchy. I think we have to separate the notion of a family from the institution of the monarchy. I think it's very important. It's very easy to ally the two. And I have to say in parentheses, I think that the former Duke of Edinburgh used the most unfortunate phrase when he talked about the family business. It's not a family business, first of all. Secondly, if you take the individuals, the senior, he mentioned, the King mentioned, didn't he, that all the family will continue to help. If you think of the Prince and Princess of Wales, the Princess Royal, the Duke of Edinburgh, they are all doing their duties. They will individually have feelings about this. I do not see that because one member of the royal family has been arrested, maybe, we don't know, maybe charged with a very serious offence, that brings the institution in disrespect. Okay. On the contrary, it demonstrates that the institution is functioning.
Except
compare it with the United States, for instance, the DOJ. Yeah. Such a contrast, where the DOJ can't operate effectively without the say-so of the whimsy of the head of state there, who was the president.
Except Andrew is still, he's still currently 8th in line to the throne, isn't he?
That's true.
Can you separate them then?
Well, formally, he is that. In reality, and I think it's possible for him to be removed from that position. In fact, there has been talk about that happening and process being put in place to bring that about. But I think that's a sort of sidebar issue, frankly. It's sort of it's straining for a gnat, to use that as an illustration that there is a significant damage done to the monarchy.
Public office and is in police custody.
Live from Buckingham Palace, this is BBC News. Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor is arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office. Police are carrying out searches at addresses in Berkshire and Norfolk, as well as at the Royal Lodge in Windsor Great Park. King Charles says he learned with the deepest concern of Andrew's arrest, adding the law must take its course. We're following developments live, and we'll bring you the very latest from our correspondents in Sandringham and Windsor. Hello, you're watching BBC News. I'm Marianne Mashiri, and we are live at Buckingham Palace, where we're bringing you continuing coverage of our breaking story that Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor has been arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office. Well, police are searching Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor's former home, Royal Lodge in Windsor, and his new residence on the Sandringham estate in Norfolk. Photos showed vehicles believed to be police cars arriving at Sandringham earlier this morning. Well, Mr Mountbatten-Windsor is alleged to have shared sensitive documents when he was Britain's trade envoy with the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Shortly after Andrew's arrest, the King issued a statement in which he said, I have learned with the deepest concern the news about Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor and suspicion of misconduct in public office. What now follows is the full, fair and proper process by which this issue is investigated in the appropriate manner and by the appropriate authorities. In this, as I have said before, they have our full and wholehearted support and cooperation. Let me state clearly, the law must take its course. As this process continues, it would not be right for me to comment further on this matter. Meanwhile, my family and I will continue in our duty and service to you all. Well, Andrew, who turns 66 today, has consistently and strenuously denied any wrongdoing in relation to Epstein. Over the following hour, we'll hear from Elisa Anderson, the former press secretary to Queen Elizabeth II, and the author Andrew Lowney. But first, let's speak to our correspondents at Windsor and at Sandringham. Let's cross live, first of all, to Helena Wilkinson, our correspondent who is at Windsor. And Helena, just talk me through exactly what is happening there now.
Well, there is a huge press presence here at the gate where we are. The gate behind me just leads into Windsor Great Park, where there have been runners and people walking their dogs. But just beyond that is the gate that then leads to Royal Lodge. That is the vast property where Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor lived for more than 20 years. He moved out of the property just over a fortnight ago to the Sandringham estate after that statement from Thames Valley Police earlier this morning, which confirmed that addresses both in Norfolk and in Berkshire were being searched. When we arrived here, we saw a number of uniformed police officers just beyond the gate, within the grounds where Royal Lodge is situated. They have been there for much of the day. We've also seen a number of police officers uniformed passing by in cars through the gate behind us and then going towards the gate at Royal Lodge. So the search that is taking place in Berkshire, as stated by Thames Valley Police earlier today, is taking place at Royal Lodge, that residence where Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor lived until recently. When he did move out of the property, he moved up to the Sandringham estate. It was understood that he would return at some point to collect the rest of his belongings. Whether that happened or not is not clear. What we're not going to see is if there are, within those searches, if officers find anything that they believe is relevant to this investigation that they are carrying out, whether they bring anything out of the property. It's really unlikely that we're going to see that, and that is because Royal Lodge is out of public view. But as far as we are aware, those searches are continuing. Those uniformed officers are standing by the gate of Royal Lodge, and we've seen a lot of police activity, officers going in and out. 3 vans passed by fairly recently with a number of people inside, again going into the grounds of Royal Lodge. So continuing searches here at the former home of the former prince who was arrested this morning.
Helena, thank you very much indeed. Well, let's cross live now to Noor Nanji, our correspondent who is outside Sandringham. Noor, just talk us through the events there of earlier this morning and indeed what the police are conducting at the moment.
Well, we're about a quarter of a mile away from Wood Farm. It's just over my shoulder there up the driveway. And this is, of course, Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor's new home. He's been living here for about 3 weeks since the start of the month. And that's when he moved out following the latest release of those Epstein files. Now, this is his temporary home because, as we understand it, he's then due to move to another property on the Sandringham estate. To my left, there's a property called Marsh Farm. But what I can tell you is that this morning there are a number of photographers and also members of the media camped out here because, as you've been saying, it is Andrew's 66th birthday. And what we understand is that around 8 a.m, around 6 cars, vehicles understood to be police cars, entered into the Sandringham estate. We understand they stayed there for about 35 minutes and then around 3 cars subsequently left. And one photographer told us that he thinks he saw Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor in one of those cars. Now, officially, officially, we don't know where Andrew was arrested. But what we do know is that he is in custody, and there are a number of police investigation centres dotted around here. We also know that the police are conducting searches at addresses here in Norfolk, and we've also been seeing a number of cars going in and out of that driveway behind me while we've been here. Now, we should continue to say that Andrew has always denied any wrongdoing in relation to Jeffrey Epstein. But what I can also tell you is there is still a sizable police presence here and also a big and growing media presence.
Let's go back to Helena Wilkinson. Nor, thank you. Helena, let me ask you this. Royal Lodge, hugely significant in terms of Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor's life. Just remind viewers how many years he lived there and when he moved out.
So he lived here for more than 20 years. This was his home for a long time. He lived here with his for some of that period with his ex-wife, Sarah Ferguson. They lived in the vast property that it is. It's got 30 rooms. It's set within the idyllic grounds of Windsor Great Park. He moved out of the property just over a fortnight ago. Police were looking into things, and more allegations rather were emerging from those Epstein files, the latest release of the Epstein files. And he moved out earlier than had been expected. We know that in October it was announced that he would move out of the property. The King had stripped his younger brother of his royal titles, including Prince, which he had since birth. He was due to leave at some point in the new year, but following the further allegations that were being revealed, he moved out earlier than expected. You might remember, though, before he did move out of Royal Lodge, he was photographed riding a horse not far from Royal Lodge. He was also photographed on the Long Walk, which isn't too far away from here, in a car driving along the walk which leads up to Windsor Castle. And I don't think that didn't go down well with the palace. And so he did leave, or it appeared he left the home that he has spent many, many years in earlier than expected. It is, as I say, set within the grounds of Windsor Castle. Lots of people walking their dogs, runners going past, while this police search is being conducted at Royal Lodge.
Helena, thank you very much indeed. Thanks to both you and Nor Nanji, our correspondents in Windsor and in Sandringham. More from Nor and Helena later. Well, let's cross live now and speak to Nazir Afzal, former Chief Crown Prosecutor for North West England. Thank you so much for joining us, Nazir. And can I just ask you, first of all, to explain to me the process by which we saw, or we didn't see, but we assume Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor was arrested this morning. The police went to his home in Sandringham, arrested him very quickly and took him to a police station. There wasn't an invitation for him to come to a police station. Why did they do things that way?
Good afternoon to you. You generally carry out an arrest, Miriam, when you want also to be able to examine the property and look for any material that might be relevant. If you do the voluntary interview where you arrange it by appointment, it can, in some circumstances, give the suspect an opportunity to dispose of material, for example. So the reason why the police did it in the way they did, I suspect, is because they wanted to do it with an element of surprise that will enable them then to conduct the searches that they're carrying out right now to see if they can find any relevant material.
And what would have pushed the police to carry out the arrest in that moment? Would there have been new evidence? Would there have been something that triggered the response today of all days?
Undoubtedly, the most recent material that was published by the Department of Justice in the United States in relation to Epstein has had a significant impact on this. That material would have been gone through by the police and others over the last few days. We've seen published material which indicates that there are significant allegations in relation to his time as the trade envoy for the United Kingdom. And so I think that it was accelerated by the release of that material. And I have no doubt that they got to a stage, reached a certain threshold, that an arrest was necessary in order for them to prevent the disposal of any other material, but also to give Andrew the opportunity to comment on what they already have.
Nazir, I'm going to just pause you momentarily if I can. I'm coming back to you in a minute or so. I wanted to take viewers to these pictures that have come into us in the last minute or so, and that is pictures of the King who's just left the opening of London Fashion Week. This is the moment that he arrived, and when he arrived, he was asked questions by journalists and he ignored them. Have a look.
What's your reaction to your brother's arrest, sir? Sir, what's your reaction to your brother's arrest? Any reaction to your brother's arrest, sir?
So a very speedy entry by the King to that public engagement, being asked questions about his reaction to his brother's arrest, and the King not giving any indication of any answer to the waiting press there. Well, let's go back now to speak to Nazir. Nazir, Afzal, former Chief Crown Prosecutor for North West England. Let me bring you back into the conversation. Thank you so much for waiting for us. We were talking earlier on about the process by which Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor was arrested. What happens now? How long can the police keep him in custody? What is the process from now on?
Well, he'll be treated like any other private citizen. The police have up to 24 hours to detain somebody in custody before they have to make a decision as to whether to release them under further investigation or to charge them. That can be extended to 36 hours. What will happen now, Miriam, is that there will be interviews at some point. He will have access to his lawyer. The police at some point will interview him under caution and put to him any allegations that they may have in relation to misconduct in public office. He will have an opportunity to comment. He doesn't have to. He can go no comment. And if I was advising him as a defence lawyer, I would say go no comment at this stage, because you don't know the extent to which the police have uncovered sufficient evidence to charge. So that will happen. At some point during the day, the police will decide if they have enough evidence. If they do, they'll approach the Crown Prosecution Service for a charging decision. My feeling is that's not going to happen today. I think that given the nature of this allegation, and the amount of inquiries they need to carry out, and the fact that searches are being undertaken, that what will happen is that he will be bailed, or we used to call it bailed, but he'll be released under further investigation to give the police more time to examine the material and then also to engage with the prosecutors about whether or not they have sufficient evidence in order to charge him with any offence.
Nazir, can I ask you very quickly, because I'm running out of time, very quickly, how are you surprised by the speed at which this has all happened, from when we were talking about emails and time as trade envoy to this arrest?
I'm surprised, but actually I'm quite saddened. I'll tell you why I'm saddened, Miriam. Because when the state is the alleged victim, the state moves at pace. When women are the alleged victims, the state has been taking its time. And so I've been talking about the other allegations for the last decade or so, and nothing has happened seemingly in relation to those. But here, within days of allegations that involve the state has moved at real pace.
OK, Nazir Afzal, former Chief Crown Prosecutor for North West England, thank you very much for joining us. Well, as we mentioned earlier, the King has just left the opening of London Fashion Week. It was a public engagement that was in the diary, and he stuck to it. We had cameras there for the moment that he arrived. He was asked questions from the waiting media about Andrew. He ignored them. Have a listen.
What's your reaction to your brother's arrest, sir? Sir, what's your reaction to your brother's arrest? Any reaction to your brother's arrest, sir?
Well, let's cross live now and speak to Ailsa Anderson, a former press secretary to Queen Elizabeth II between 2001 and 2013. Ailsa, thank you so much for taking the time to join us on BBC News. And let me ask you, first of all, if I can, for your reaction to the news today.
Oh, I was absolutely astounded, shocked and stunned. Well, what a catastrophic end to such a glittering life of privilege and duty. Who could have predicted this? When this story broke in 2010, here we are 16 years down the line, which has ended in the most shocking way. I didn't foresee it.
What do you think the way forward is now for the royal family, for the king? Is the damage that has been done irrevocable, or is there a way in which damage limitation can be sought moving forward?
Well, I think the King acted incredibly promptly this morning, less than 2 hours after the police issued their statement. The King issued his own personal statement and talked about the full support. I found the language quite personal, but also quite distancing by calling Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor by that name, not saying my brother. But the King made it very clear that the law must take its course in this matter. As I said, I was very, very, very surprised and impressed about the swiftness of this statement being issued.
Why were you surprised by the swiftness?
Well, you will take legal advice, you will take advice from your advisors. Normally, the monarchy obviously wants to get it right, but they're more sort of, I don't know, it's normally much more of a drawn-out process. This wasn't. And again, I was particularly struck by the fact that it was a personal statement, because, of course, the one that was made previously was on behalf of Buckingham Palace, saying that they would cooperate with the police. This one was from the King himself.
Let's talk a little bit about Queen Elizabeth II and the way in which she treated Andrew, because, of course, there was lots of talk, wasn't there, about him being her favourite son, about her very much protecting him during her reign. How much of that did you see when you were working with her, and how much truth is there to what people say now about her relationship with Andrew and the impact that had?
I totally, absolutely, that the media do say that he was the favourite son. In my 12 years working for the late Queen, I never saw her display any favouritism amongst any of her children. So I can't really say that's true. Of course, this story, as I said, started in 2010. We didn't know as much as we do now about the full extent of the evidence against Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor. We did not know about these 3 million emails between him and Epstein. So we're only really finding out the full extent of the matter. As I said, when the late Queen was alive, we did not know, the half of it, really.
Just to clarify there, the 3 million emails are not all between Andrew and Epstein. There are many emails. We're not entirely sure of the exact number, but absolutely, Ailsa. Let's talk a little bit about Andrew Mountbatten. Go ahead.
What I was going to say was we don't know how much more evidence is going to transpire when the rest of the emails have been gone through.
Absolutely, and we also, don't know exactly how things are going to progress, because the arrest of a person doesn't actually mean they are necessarily guilty. Let's talk a little bit about the impact this is going to have on Andrew. You talked earlier on about the life that he has led as a royal, a very privileged life. How different has his life become up till now?
Well, we will all remember those iconic images after the Falklands War, when he came off his ship and he was this dashing naval officer with a red rose between his teeth, being greeted by the crowds. And he's probably the most respected and popular member of the royal family back in 1982. So this incredibly public fall from grace must be absolutely humiliating for him, and something that he did not foresee. And I'm sure he rues the day now that he did the BBC Newsnight interview with your Emily Maitlis.
And the impact on the wider family, do you think there'll be anger now amongst other members of the royal family, in particular the Prince and Princess of Wales, and also actually the daughters of Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor, who obviously are going to be devastated by this?
I think everyone will be devastated. I think, yes, absolutely, anger, devastation, but also, it's just so unfortunate because it takes away from all the good work that the royal family and the monarchy does. And even today, here was the King supporting London Fashion Week for the first time, and yet the only story was the arrest of his younger brother, and having media shouting out questions about that. So this event, which was clearly to support the British fashion industry, was completely overshadowed by today's devastating news.
Ailsa Anderson, it's been so good to have you appear on the show, so thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us here on BBC News.
Thank you.
Well, our special correspondent Lucy Manning, who broke the story, told me more about this global exclusive a bit earlier. Have a listen.
Yesterday we were reporting on the large number of police forces who were investigating or assessing information coming out of the Epstein files, and this morning there were pictures from the Sandringham estate near to where Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor's house is, or where he's living at the moment, of what appeared to be police officers at the scene. And at 10 o'clock this morning, BBC News were able to confirm that Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor had been arrested, and shortly after that Thames Valley Police put out the statement to confirm they didn't name him, but they said a man in his 60s had been arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office and was now being held in custody. It is quite an astonishing development. Obviously, there has been a lot of news outside after the release of the Epstein files, but the idea that the King's brother, the man who is 8th in line to the throne, who was until recently a prince, has been arrested and is in police custody is obviously extremely significant. It goes without saying that these are just allegations at the moment, that previously he has denied any wrongdoing in relation to the Epstein files. But this is a very significant development in various police forces investigating what is coming out of the Epstein files.
And Lucy, what do we understand about the allegations against Andrew? What are we being told so far?
Well, Thames Valley Police have been investigating, well, assessing really, it's now an investigation, but they've been assessing a couple of allegations against Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor. This one that they've arrested him on is for misconduct in public office, suspicion of misconduct in public office. And it goes back to his time as a trade envoy, where there is a duty of confidentiality in documents. And the allegations that came out of the Epstein files were that he was passing on, sharing documents with Epstein that should have been confidential. That will all now be investigated by the police. At the moment, there are police at Sandringham and at Windsor Lodge, the Royal Lodge, his former home in Windsor. So searches, it seems, are being carried out. He will obviously now spend the day being questioned, a day that is actually his 66th birthday, but he will be answering police questions instead.
That was Lucy Manning there, who had the story before anyone else did earlier this morning. That arrest happening, remember, at about 8 o'clock this morning at the Sandringham estate, and the news of that filtering through to the BBC not long after. Well, let's talk a little bit more now about the process that Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor faces now that he is in police custody. Let's speak to a former custody officer and investigator for West Midlands Police and host of the Spin Justice podcast, Hayley Owens. Hayley, it's so good to talk to you. Thanks for joining us on BBC News. And let me start by asking you, we know now, obviously, that there has been an arrest and that Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor was taken into custody by police this morning. Can you talk viewers through the process that we can now expect him to go through?
Yes, so the custody process, to be honest, especially in more current times, the necessity to arrest in particular, I think what has happened this morning has enabled police officers from Thames Valley Police to conduct searches. Quite often these days, people don't need to be arrested. They can be invited into police stations to give voluntary interviews unless police want to conduct searches of properties or attach things like bail conditions. So obviously there's been a necessity to arrest, which has obviously taken place. And then the procedure to go through a custody suite or a custody facility will basically, it's quite a standard, straightforward procedure, but it starts off with being booked into custody, whereby a custody officer will take all of Andrew's details, and then he'll be processed throughout the facility by way of potentially, well, he will be required to provide his fingerprints, his photograph, his DNA, if that's not already been obtained previously, and he'll be interviewed by, I would imagine, experienced officers.
And in terms of practicalities, will he be sitting in a empty cell? Will he be offered a meal? What will the process be in that sense, the practical side of things?
So if he has been taken to a custody facility, which I'm sure he has, the procedure that police custody suites are governed by the Police and Criminal Evidence Act. So yes, detainees do have to be provided with meals and being placed in a cell. I think that's going to be down to the discretion and where he is. I don't know whether he will be taken to a separate custody facility where there's no other detainees, or whether he's going to be, your bog standard super block as they are these days. I don't know the answer to that, but if he was in a custody suite where other people are, potentially he could be in a cell. Yes, he's going to require food and drink, isn't he? That's, very, very standard to provide detainees with food and drink throughout their stay in custody.
And you told me about the fingerprints and the photograph. Will that photograph of Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor in custody be released? Is that normal for photographs to be released or to be made available to the public?
I wouldn't imagine so. They're not standard, they're not released as standard procedure. There's got to be a good reason for that. So I'm not sure on that. I can't see why, but who knows?
OK, Hayley Owens, it's so good to talk to you. Thank you for giving us a bit of an insight into the process that one goes through when one is in police custody. Thanks, I really appreciate your time. Well, the King has just left the opening of London Fashion Week, and this is the moment that he arrived there. He was asked questions by the waiting press about Andrew, and he ignored them. Have a listen.
What's your reaction to your brother's arrest, sir? Sir, what's your reaction to your brother's arrest? Any reaction to your brother's arrest, sir?
A very speedy entry into London Fashion Week for King Charles. Well, his biographer and friend, Jonathan Dimbleby, has been speaking to The World at One on BBC Radio 4. He told us more about the position the King is taking after Andrew's arrest.
I think that my first thought is that the King has made the statement that we heard just earlier. That does not surprise me at all. Not at all. He's head of state. He's at the apex. He is the crown in this respect. So were there to be a trial, were there to be a charge, it would be in the name of the crown of the King. But it would be in character as well. He made it very clear earlier that he would cooperate with the Thames Valley Police were there to be any questions that they would like him to answer. So I think that it demonstrates oddly, perversely, if you like, because people talk about the damage to the royal family, it demonstrates actually the strength of the Constitution in this respect, that the police have acted without fear of favour. They've treated him, as we've just been listening, as if he were as he is any other citizen, without fear or favour, without any sense that because he is a member of the royal family, that he should be given kid gloves treatment. He hasn't been.
But he isn't, though, any other member of the public, is he? I mean, he is the King's brother, and I wonder what you think about the damage that this does to the royal family, to the monarchy.
I don't think that it damages the monarchy. I think we have to separate the notion of a family from the institution of the monarchy. I think it's very important. It's very easy to ally the two. And I have to say in parentheses, I think that the former Duke of Edinburgh used the most unfortunate phrase when he talked about the family business. It's not a family business, first of all. Secondly, if you take the individuals, the senior, he mentioned, the King mentioned, didn't he, that all the family will continue to help. If you think of the Prince and Princess of Wales, the Princess Royal, the Duke of Edinburgh, they are all doing their duties. They will individually have feelings about this. I do not see that because one member of the royal family has been arrested, maybe, we don't know, maybe charged with a very serious offence, that brings the institution in disrespect. On the contrary, it demonstrates that the institution is functioning.
Except
Just compare it with the United States, for instance, the DOJ.
Yeah.
Such a contrast, where the DOJ can't operate effectively without the say-so of the whimsy of the head of state there, who was the president.
Except Andrew is still, he's still currently eighth in line to the throne, isn't he?
That's true.
Can you separate them then?
Well, formally, he is that. In reality, and I think it's possible for him to be removed from that position. In fact, there has been talk about that happening and process being put in place to bring that about. But I think that's a sort of sidebar issue, frankly. It's sort of it's straining for a gnat to use that as an illustration that there is a significant damage done to the monarchy.
I make the point in introducing you. You are close to the King. You're also just a long-time watcher of affairs in this country. And the royal family have had many crises over the years. How does this compare?
I think it is a crisis. It has, I suppose, two elements. It's a personal crisis for the individuals involved. I mean, whatever the members of the royal family individually may feel about this and about their feelings for their brother, that's one thing. But it's grievous for them to have to endure the institution being put under such incredible scrutiny. At the same time, I think that what will happen is that we will put this into, when we look at it more coolly and in perspective, we will see that the institution has emerged from this, not weaker, but arguably, seems perverse to say it, I grant you, arguably stronger, because it's working. It's worked. One can say, and we have to be very careful what we say about him, because he's said he's totally innocent, and therefore one mustn't prejudge whether or not he's charged. It's very important. But he has clearly, by his behaviour that brought about the decision by the police to arrest him, which is a very significant move, he has done significant damage for the moment to how people see the institution. That's because of the elision between the role of the constitutional monarch and the nature of a family that happens to be the royal family at the same time, which, as you rightly say, is not an ordinary family.
OK, have you had a chance, it's early days, have you had a chance to speak to the King?
No, I haven't. Okay. I'm speaking for myself, and I try always to speak for myself, incidentally. Otherwise, you said I've been knocking around quite a long time. I wouldn't have been able to knock around without being some kind of fink.
For all that you say, there will be people who look at this and think, honestly, the royal family, it's an anachronism. How does it work? And you will have a rise in republicanism off the back of it.
I don't know. You might do. Certainly, Republicans will exploit this enormously. Of course, it's very easy to work up a simple passion of one kind or another. My instinct is that it won't be like that for most of the public. We've heard those moments where individuals have shouted out Republican sentiments, or "What did you know about this, Charles?" Individuals in crowds who did not like what they were saying. And I think that when we look at the polling, I don't think that the monarchy is going to go far down. It's gone down before in the polling, it's come up again. It's always hovered around a particular percentage. And that's not least because, A, it seems to function as well as any other head of state institution, and no one seems to know what you put in its place.
That's Jonathan Dimbleby speaking to my colleagues at The World at One, very clearly stating that in his mind there hasn't been any permanent damage to the institution of the monarchy. Jonathan, obviously a friend and confidant of King Charles II, but speaking very much for himself in that interview. Well, let's cross live now and speak to Andrew Lowney, historian and author of Entitled, The Rise and Fall of the House of York. Andrew, good to talk to you. Thanks for joining us on BBC News. And I suppose I should start by asking you for your reaction to today's arrest.
Well, I think it's very welcome. I mean, I've been calling for this a long time. There's plenty of evidence. I think the final tipping point came with some of the recent revelations in the Epstein leaks. And I think this has saved the monarchy, because clearly people were beginning to ask wider questions. You were talking about the position of the king there. But I think this has lanced the boil. I think there's a sense now that the royals are not above the law. And that the police will act without fear or favour. And I take my hat off to the police. I didn't expect this. And I do hope that they're able to gather all the information they need, that will be provided to them by, for example, Buckingham Palace. And Andrew will face the justice that he so richly deserves.
Do you think the King has done the right thing in issuing that statement? Do you think the King has made all the right moves in terms of the way in which he has treated this saga and these events?
Well, I think there have been some missteps along the way, but I think we need to give credit that, he has been prepared to in effect give up his brother. He gave undertakings to his mother he would take care of him. But the fact is that no one should be above the law, and Andrew... we have to see once charges are brought, if they are brought. But certainly from my research, there's a very strong case to answer, not just for misconduct in public office, but also for sex trafficking.
Well, of course, it's important to say that Andrew has always denied any wrongdoing in relation to Epstein and hasn't responded to our request on specific allegations since the release of those files related to Epstein. So I just want to make that clear before we move on, Andrew. Where do you think we go from here in terms of the Epstein files? Because obviously there is a feeling, isn't there, that although we're seeing some level of moves within the law in the UK, in the US, the same thing hasn't happened.
Well, it's early days. I mean, things might begin to happen in the States. I mean, we clearly can't decide what happens there. I do think that this will, I hope, lead to a parliamentary inquiry into Andrew's time as a trade envoy, because he didn't operate alone. He was enabled by a whole series of people, members of his staff, for example. And I think the former ambassadors in some of these countries, people who were involved in UKTI, I think should have something to say about how he operated, so that we can assure this doesn't happen again. And I do think this may lead to much more openness, I hope, from the royal family about particularly things like their finances, but more oversight, more parliamentary scrutiny, so that these scandals can't happen again.
Do you think Andrew should be stripped of his place as eighth in line to the throne?
Well, I think that's a distraction. I mean, I don't think there's any chance of him coming to the throne. I think it's a very difficult thing to do. I think the focus now is to learn from the past, to ensure that he faces justice, and those who have aided and abetted him, of which there, I'm afraid, are numerous people.
Talk to me a little bit more about the process that has got us here, because talking to Ailsa earlier on, she said this whole process began in 2010. It's now 2026. It's been so many years that people have been talking about it. What is it, do you think, that expedited everything over the last few weeks?
Well, I think it's been a drip feed. I mean, you're absolutely right. There have been news stories for a long time. Nothing was done. My book came out in August last year. Again, I had a lot of the detail that's coming out now, but nothing actually happened. We had some of the early leaks of the Epstein material, and then Virginia Giuffre's book, which I think shifted the dial a bit. And I think the really dramatic thing was just the scale of this basically passing on confidential information to business partners that's emerged in the last few weeks. And I think that's been the killer thing. The police couldn't not investigate. And I think Gordon Brown's intervention the other day about the flights coming into Stansted, I think, carried a lot of moral authority. So, I mean, there have been various people along the line, various organisations, particularly certain papers, who've really pushed the story. And I think also the pressure of social media and the public pressure. I think the realisation that they couldn't turn a blind eye and say nothing to see here, that there was clearly a case to answer and that they needed to investigate. And they've moved more swiftly than I thought. I mean, either because they thought that he was a flight risk or they were worried about, I suppose, commentary undermining a court case. But I think it's great that you know, no one is above the law in this country now.
Do you really think he would be considered a flight risk? Someone as well known as him? What's he going to do?
Well, King Juan Carlos of Spain, charged with accused of very similar misdemeanors, did flee to Dubai. It would be a very easy way to solve a problem. No trial, no dirty washing aired in public. And yes, I do think he was a serious risk. I mean, he could easily have jumped on a private jet somewhere and jetted off.
You've obviously written a book about Prince Andrew. You have studied and looked into his life and what has happened. What do you think he is feeling right now?
Well, you know, what a birthday present. I think that from certainly people I've talked to recently who know him, are close to him, he doesn't seem to have really understood the nature of what he's done. Doesn't seem to be yet any full remorse or contrition for his behaviour. I think there's still a feeling that he's been hard done by. And I think a belief that he was still pretty unassailable. He'd been protected all his life. He got away with a lot of bad behaviour and never really been challenged. And I think this must be a shock to him. But who knows what's going through his head.
OK, Andrew Lownie, good to talk to you. Thank you very much indeed. And a reminder again that Andrew has denied any wrongdoing in relation to Epstein. Now, let's take a little bit of time to bring you a statement from the family of Virginia Roberts Giuffre. Today, our broken hearts have been lifted at the news that no one is above the law, not even royalty. On behalf of our sister, Virginia Roberts Giuffre, we extend our gratitude to the UK's Thames Valley Police for their investigation and arrest of Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor. He was never a prince. For survivors everywhere, Virginia did this for you, and that is from Sky and Amanda Roberts. We need to remind you once again that Andrew has previously denied any wrongdoing in relation to Epstein. He also hasn't responded to the BBC's requests for any comment on the specific allegations in relation to the release of those Epstein files back in January. Well, let's cross live now and speak to our former US correspondent, Nomia Iqbal, who's been following the fallout from the Epstein files from the very beginning. Nomia, good to talk to you. Just give me a bit of a taste of the reaction in the US to what we've been seeing today.
Well, we've been getting reaction from the Committee on Oversight and Accountability. So just to remind you, this is Congress's main watchdog, and the committee has been, the Oversight Committee has basically been the only institution that's investigating the Epstein file. So I want to read to you the statement from the Democrats on the House Oversight. They said, no one connected to Jeffrey Epstein will escape accountability for their crimes. Our work is just beginning. We will pursue justice for every individual who participated in the abuse of women and girls. Just to remind, Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor has always denied any wrongdoing. When it comes to Jeffrey Epstein, the arrest today is nothing related in terms of what the committee is investigating, but of course they've been keeping a really close watch on what is happening here in the UK. I also want to read to you a statement from the Democratic representative Stephen Lynch, who's on the Oversight Committee. It says it offers a great contrast. Look what the British government is doing in light of the evidence. Look what the US government is doing. Nothing. Our Chief Law Enforcement Officer, Pam Bondi, is defending and obstructing the investigation. That, is of course in regards to what we've been talking about on air in our coverage, which is that in the US there is this feeling that there's no sense of accountability for anything regarding Epstein, any links to him, whereas the the lawmakers on the committee have been pointing to what's been happening in the UK. You've got the Democratic representative, Melanie Stansbury. She said if a prince can be held accountable, so can a president. And that is in reference to, of course, President Trump, who, whilst he has been, his name has appeared in the files, he's always denied any wrongdoing when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein. He says he broke off contact with him many, many years ago, and no one has ever accused the president of any wrongdoing either. But I think overall, Marion, what I'd say is that, just going back to that point, that for American lawmakers, what's happening here is incredibly significant because they are investigating Jeffrey Epstein. They don't have any charging powers, but for them, the Epstein files is incredibly important in terms of getting to the bottom of who was involved in any of his crimes, who was linked to him. And they're looking very carefully, as we're seeing from the reaction, about what is happening here in the UK.
Absolutely. And in terms of what is happening in the United States, does this increase pressure on Andrew to testify to Congress? I know he can't be compelled to, but does this increase the pressure, Nomia?
They are calling for him to give evidence, and they've been continuing to do that. And I don't think that will stop anytime soon. But yes, you're absolutely right to point out that there's nothing that compels him. He is a British citizen. He's not subject to US congressional jurisdiction. And, I mean, they can subpoena him. They can, say, we want you to give evidence, but they can't compel him to come to the US. Now, if he went to the US, stepped on US soil, then in theory, yes, they could then compel him to give evidence. There's no likelihood of him doing that. He could be invited to cooperate voluntarily, which is what I think essentially they're wanting. But yes, there is no legal mechanism for Congress to force Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor to appear.
Nomia, thank you very much indeed. Well, let's now cross live and speak to our business editor, Simon Jack. And Simon, let's talk a little bit more about the role that the former Prince Andrew used to have as Britain's trade envoy. That's very much the focus of part of this investigation, very much under scrutiny now.
Yeah, the trade envoy is an interesting role. He fulfilled it from 2001 to 2011. And basically the job is you're there to use your social prestige, your cachet, your connections to open doors for British business and trade. And I've seen this in action a few times myself. And covering some of these trade missions, you go and you meet foreign ministers from other governments and their top business people, and they introduce our ministers and our top business people, and they chit-chat about ways to further their business and trade negotiations. Now, you're not a civil servant, but you are bound by rules of confidentiality that would apply to civil servants, and they have, as I say, a duty of confidentiality over that. And he would have been inside the tent and privy to government information, sensitive trade information. And what's emerged is that in the Epstein files, he appears to have shared some of the confidences that he got on, for example, a trade mission to Southeast Asia in 2010. There was some comments around what was going on at the bank RBS and Aston Martin. And these have shown up in the Epstein files. And I should say, as you I'm sure have said, is that just being mentioned in the Epstein files is no inference of wrongdoing, and he has consistently denied any wrongdoing. But it does appear that quite sensitive information has been relayed to people in the Epstein network. And Vince Cable, the business secretary just after the financial crisis, and others, a committee of MPs, have said they want to have this investigated. And it appears likely that this is part of the investigation into whether there was abusing position of misconduct in a public office.
You touched on it there, but what exact examples are there, Simon, of those concerns of his activity during that time?
Well, we know that he shared his trade mission itinerary in Southeast Asia, meetings with Vietnam, Singapore, other ministers, with people connected to Jeffrey Epstein. There was a talk of high-value investment opportunities in Afghanistan back in 2010, and there was also a Treasury briefing on what was going on in the Icelandic banking crisis back after the financial crisis. A lot of UK savers were involved in that, and the government of the UK was quite closely involved in all that. So all of these things are, we can't know that anyone bet on them, traded on them, financially benefited from them, but clearly they were sensitive documents, and Vince Cable said, I was appalled by this and I didn't know this was going on, and he would have been around the hoop at the time of some of this stuff in the aftermath as business secretary at that time. So those are some of the examples of things that have come to light.
Simon, thank you very much indeed. Simon Jack, our business editor there. Well, before today's arrest, Keir Starmer had told the BBC that Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor should speak to authorities investigating the Epstein scandal if he has relevant information about it. The Prime Minister told BBC Breakfast it's a long-standing principle that nobody is above the law. Have a listen.
Hillary Clinton has told the BBC this week that everybody should testify to US Congress if asked. I will ask you straight. Should Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor testify?
Yes. Anybody who has any information should testify. So whether it's Andrew or anybody else, anybody who's got relevant information should come forward to whatever the relevant body is. In this particular case, we're talking about Epstein, but there are plenty of other cases. It is anybody who's got information relating to any aspect of violence against women and girls has, in my view, a duty to come forward, whoever they are.
And the former Prime Minister Gordon Brown has called on police to interview Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor. You've said he should testify to Congress. Should he voluntarily come forward to UK police?
Well, I think that's a matter for the police. They will conduct their own investigations. But one of the core principles in our system is that everybody is equal under the law and nobody is above the law. And it is really important that that is applied across the board. That is the principle. It's a long-standing principle. It's a very important principle of our country, our society, and it applies. And it has to apply in this case in the same way as it would apply in any other case.
And can we talk about how this is being discussed in Parliament or not? Last year there were calls, you'll be aware, for a debate in Parliament about Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor and his association with Jeffrey Epstein. Do you now think this should happen?
I think there is a debate going on in and around Parliament, and there would be no prohibition on that so far as I'm concerned. I think His Majesty the King took strong action, actually, in relation to this when he stripped him of his titles, but certainly it concerns parliamentarians.
But a debate in Parliament?
Well, I
mean, around.
Yeah, look, that's a matter for the Speaker, but I wouldn't stand in the way of it. I think it's important that we discuss all of these cases. And I say all of these cases advisedly because it is one example. There are plenty of others where we see the same pattern of behaviour. This is simply the one we're talking about at the moment.
For that was the Prime Minister talking to my colleague Naga Manchetti there before news of Andrew's arrest came out. A little earlier, the King we saw arriving at London Fashion Week. Well, he's now left London Fashion Week. We're going to show you the moment he arrived, though, because we saw him being asked a number of questions about Andrew as he walked into the building, questions that he ignored. Have a listen.
What's your reaction to your brother's arrest, sir? Sir, what's your reaction to your brother's arrest? Any reaction to your brother's arrest, sir?
Well, let's just remind you that since the arrest of Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor at 8 o'clock this morning, police have continued to search a number of properties, including Royal Lodge, which is in Windsor in Berkshire. And you can see here a convoy of police officers just making their way through the gates into Royal Lodge. A number of addresses in Berkshire and Norfolk, including the Royal Lodge, where the former prince, of course, lived for over 20 years, have been searched. And we do understand that those searches searches are continuing. This all comes, of course, after Thames Valley Police said they're assessing a complaint over the alleged sharing of confidential material by the former prince with the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The pictures of Royal Lodge are what you're seeing now, but of course the arrest itself happened earlier on in Sandringham. So let's just bring you up to date with what we know this hour before we take a very short break, and that is that police have announced that they arrested Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor earlier this morning at about 8 o'clock in the morning from his residence in Sandringham. He has been accused of misconduct in public office, and he is currently in custody. We will, of course, be bringing you all the very latest on this developing story throughout the... Well, let's cross now, if we can, to our colleagues on The World at One as they talk to Jonathan Dimbleby, the former BBC presenter and long-time friend and confidant of King Charles II. Let's tune in to The World at One.
I think that my first thought is that the King has made the statement that we heard just earlier. That does not surprise me at all. Not at all. He's head of state. He's at the apex. He is the crown in this respect. So were there to be a trial, were there to be a charge, it would be in the name of the crown of the king. But it would be in character as well. He made it very clear earlier that he would cooperate with the Thames Valley Police were there to be any questions that they would like him to answer. So I think that it demonstrates oddly, perversely, if you like, because people talk about the damage to the royal family, it demonstrates actually the strength of the Constitution in this respect, that the police have acted without fear of favour. They've treated him, as we've just been listening, as if he were any other citizen, without fear or favour, without any sense that because he is a member of the royal family, that he should be given kid gloves treatment. He hasn't been.
But he isn't, though, any other member of the public, is he? I mean, he is the King's brother, and I wonder what you think about the damage that this does to the royal family, to the monarchy.
I don't think that it damages the monarchy. I think we have to separate the notion of a family from the institution of the monarchy. I think it's very important. It's very easy to ally the two. And I have to say in parentheses, I think that the former Duke of Edinburgh used the most unfortunate phrase when he talked about the family business. It's not a family business, first of all. Secondly, if you take the individuals, the senior, he mentioned, the King mentioned, didn't he, that all the family would continue to help. If you think of the Prince and Princess of Wales, the Princess Royal, the Duke of Edinburgh, they are all doing their duties. They will individually have feelings about this. I do not see that because one member of the royal family has been arrested, maybe, we don't know, maybe charged with a very serious offence, that brings the institution in disrespect. On the contrary, it demonstrates that the institution is functioning. Just compare it with the United States, for instance, the DOJ. Yeah. Such a contrast, where the DOJ can't operate effectively without the say-so of the whimsy of the head of state there, who was the president.
Except Andrew is still, he's still currently eighth in line to the throne, isn't he?
That's true.
Can you separate them then?
Well, formally, he is that. In reality, and I think it's possible for him to be removed from that position. In fact, there has been talk about that happening and process being put in place to bring that about. But I think that's a sort of sidebar issue, frankly. It's sort of...
Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor is arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office. Police are carrying out searches at addresses in Berkshire and Norfolk, as well as the Royal Lodge in Windsor Great Park. King Charles says he learned with the deepest concern of Andrew's arrest, adding the law must take its course.
What's your reaction to your brother's arrest, sir? Sir, what's your reaction?
The King has been attending the start of London Fashion Week but didn't offer any further comment on his brother's arrest.
Confirmed by Thames Valley Police.
Here are live pictures from Windsor. We'll bring you all the latest from our news teams on the ground.
Searches. Millions of pages.
You're watching BBC News. I'm Marianne Mashiri. We are live at Buckingham Palace, where we're bringing you continuing coverage of this breaking story that Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor has been arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office. Well, police are searching Andrew's former home, Royal Lodge in Windsor, and his new residence on the Sandringham estate in Norfolk. Photos show vehicles believed to be police cars arriving at Sandringham earlier this morning. Well, Mr Mountbatten-Windsor is alleged to have shared sensitive documents when he was Britain's trade envoy with the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Shortly after Andrew's arrest, the King issued a statement. In it, he said this: "I have learned with the deepest concern the news about Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor and suspicion of misconduct in public office. What now follows is the full, fair and proper process by which this issue is investigated in the appropriate manner and by the appropriate authorities. In this, as I have said before, they have our full and wholehearted support and cooperation. Let me state clearly, the law must take its course. As this process continues, it would not be right for me to comment further on this matter. Meanwhile, my family and I will continue in our duty and service to you all." Well, Andrew, who turned 66 today, has consistently and strenuously denied any wrongdoing in relation to Epstein. In the past hour, the King left the opening of London Fashion Week, a public engagement that he kept despite the news. This is the moment he arrived, ignoring questions from journalists.
What's your reaction to your brother's arrest, sir? Sir, what's your reaction to your brother's arrest? Any reaction to your brother's arrest, sir?
Our correspondent Helena Wilkinson is at Windsor and Noor Nanji is at Sandringham. I've been speaking to both of them and getting reaction first from Helena at Windsor.
The gate behind me just leads into Windsor Great Park, where there have been runners and people walking their dogs, but just beyond that is the gate that then leads to Royal Lodge. That is the vast property where Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor lived for more than 20 years. He moved out of the property just over a fortnight ago to the Sandringham estate after that statement from Thames Valley Police earlier this morning, which confirmed that addresses both in Norfolk and in Berkshire were being searched. When we arrived here, we saw a number of uniformed police officers just beyond the gate, within the grounds where Royal Lodge is situated. They have been there for much of the day. We've also seen a number of police officers uniformed passing by in cars through the gate behind us and then going towards the gate at Royal Lodge. So the search that is taking place in Berkshire, as stated by Thames Valley Police earlier today, is taking place at Royal Lodge, that residence where Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor lived until recently. When he did move out of the property, he moved up to the Sandringham estate. It was understood that he would return at some point to collect the rest of his belongings. Whether that happened or not is not clear. What we're not going to see is if there are, within those searches, if officers find anything that they believe is relevant to this investigation that they are carrying out, whether they bring anything out of the property, it's really unlikely that we're going to see that, and that is because Royal Lodge is out of public view. But as far as we are aware, those searches are continuing. Those uniformed officers are standing by the gate of Raw Lodge, and we've seen a lot of police activity, officers going in and out. 3 vans passed by fairly recently with a number of people inside, again going into the grounds of Raw Lodge. So continuing searches here at the former home of the former prince who was arrested this morning.
Helena, thank you very much indeed. Well, let's cross live now to Noor Nanji, correspondent who is outside Sandringham. Noor, just talk us through the events there of earlier this morning and indeed what the police are conducting at the moment.
We're about a quarter of a mile away from Wood Farm. It's just over my shoulder there up the driveway. And this is, of course, Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor's new home. He's been living here for about 3 weeks since the start of the month. And that's when he moved out following the latest release of those Epstein files. Now, this is his temporary home because, as we understand it, he's then due to move to another property on the Sandringham estate. To my left, there's a property called Marsh Farm. But what I can tell you is that this morning there are a number of photographers and also members of the media camped out here because, as you've been saying, it is Andrew's 66th birthday. And what we understand is that around 8 a.m, around 6 cars, vehicles understood to be police cars, entered into the Sandringham estate. We understand they stayed there for about 35 minutes and then around 3 cars subsequently left. And one photographer told us that he thinks he saw Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor in one of those cars. Now, officially, we don't know where Andrew was arrested, but what we do know is that he is in custody, and there are a number of police investigation centres dotted around here. We also know that the police are conducting searches at addresses here in Norfolk, and we've also been seeing a number of cars going in and out of that driveway behind me while we've been here. Now, we should continue to say that Andrew has always denied any wrongdoing in relation to Jeffrey Epstein, but what I can also tell you is there is still a sizable police presence here and also a big and growing media presence.
That was Helena Wilkinson and Noor Nanji, our correspondents, who are both outside those respective royal residences. I want to show you some pictures now that have come into us here at BBC News. Remember, I told you that today the King has had a royal engagement, a public engagement. He has spent the day at London Fashion Week. Of course, we mentioned earlier that both the King and the Queen have kept their public engagements going today, despite the news. And remember, Buckingham Palace did mention earlier on that the King was not informed in advance of the arrest or the impending arrest of Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor, his younger brother. So it's understandable that it's business as usual for both the King and the Queen. So here we have pictures of the King visiting London Fashion Week, talking to designers and looking at fashion and examples of some of the clothes that are going to be shown on the runways of London Fashion Week. This is a hugely significant cultural event in the UK. It's one of the most popular events in the fashion calendar. And I've been told, actually, that the King made a surprise appearance at Tolu Coker's London Fashion Week show as well. The fashion designer Tolu Coker, the King was there keeping an eye on what the latest trends are. Now, we saw earlier that he entered the building and, of course, understandably, what was supposed to be a relaxed and quite cheerful visit to London Fashion Week to talk about the British fashion industry was very much overshadowed by the world's media, who were waiting for King Charles and who threw a number of questions at him about Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor, questions which he did not answer. He walked straight into London Fashion Week very quickly and did not stop to talk to any of the world's waiting media. So once again, as I mentioned earlier, the King has issued a statement today about the arrest of his younger brother. But during his visit today to London Fashion Week, just hours after the arrest of Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor, he arrived at the London Fashion Week show of Tolu Coker. Now, Tolu Coker is a British-Nigerian designer, and we know that the king, when he arrived, had a long conversation with Tolu and talked quite animatedly with Tolu about his fashion show and about what is in store today in London Fashion Week. So just let me tell you a little bit more about what the king said earlier, because not long after the news of Andrew's arrest came out, the king, of course, issued that statement during which he said, "Let me state clearly, the law must take its course. Meanwhile, my family and I continue in our duty and service to you all." And here you have pictures showing the king very much ensconced in his duty and service, keeping going with what was a very important public engagement in his diary today. And we know the Queen was in Westminster watching a classical concert at Sinfonia Smith Square Hall as well at the same time. So these pictures of King Charles that have come into us here on BBC News. Now listen, I just told you that during his statement the King said that the law must take its course. But what exactly does that mean, and what course will the law take given what we know so far? Let's cross live and speak to Wendy Joseph KC, a former Old Bailey judge. Wendy, good to talk to you. Thanks so much for joining us on BBC News. If I can ask you first of all, to get to this point where an arrest has been made, what kind of evidence or what level of evidence do authorities need to make an arrest like this in a case like this?
Well, in any case, before you can make an arrest, you must have reasonable grounds to suspect that this person has committed the offence for which they've been arrested.
So talk me through, if you can, in terms of the nature of this case. It's a common law offence, isn't it? Not a statutory offence. Just talk me through the difference between those two and what they mean.
So a statutory offence arises out of an Act of Parliament, and the words of the Act will define the actual offence. It's all set out there. It will have been considered and passed by Parliament and gone into law. It's very different from a common law offence, which will have grown up over a long period of time, and the law relating to it will have developed through previous case law. And so you go to previous cases from the higher courts of this country where they've dealt with such an offence to work out what are the elements of the offence. And it's not that easy to prove because there's quite a lot of different elements that need to be proved.
Can you talk us through those elements that need to be proved in order to eventually prove guilt?
Yeah, there are four main elements. First of all, the accused has to be a public officer, someone in a public office. And here, no doubt, it will be said he was a trade envoy and that has that status. It may be that will be disputed, I don't know, but that will be the basis of it. Then secondly, while he is acting as a public officer, he must have what the law calls willfully misconducted himself. There's another way of committing it too, but the one here that is relevant here is willful misconduct by the supplying of information to Epstein. Willful just means deliberate misconduct. He must have known that what he was doing was wrong, or negligently, recklessly, not negligently, recklessly ignored the fact that it might be wrong. And his wrong conduct must amount to such that it is an abuse of the public trust in him. And of course, he must have no reasonable excuse or justification. So, Mariam, you can see there's quite a long list of things that need to be proved. But the prosecution, the Crown, should at this stage have satisfied themselves that there is likely to be, that they have good reason to believe these elements will be made out by evidence, because that would be the justification for making the arrest.
And what is the process moving forward? Will there be, for example, an appearance before a jury eventually?
Well, I suppose that rather depends whether Mr. Labby leaves us with any juries. Yes, it is, at the moment, it's a matter in law which is triable in front of a jury. But of course, at the moment, he hasn't been charged with anything. He's only been arrested. The police can keep him for a certain length of time in police custody, not that long, and then they can either charge him or they can release him on police bail with a view to further interviewing him in due course and possibly charging him. Or I suppose they could simply say, well, thank you very much, sir, it was nice to meet you, goodbye. But if we assume for the moment that there are going to be further proceedings, the next stage would be the charge, then an appearance in a lower court, a magistrate's court, and then it would be sent up to a Crown Court with a view in due course to there being a trial by jury if he contested the matters.
And would that fundamentally be the Crown against the Crown's younger brother?
Well, that's why I was rather carefully using the word prosecution rather than those who do prosecute, which is the Crown, because it's a very strange thing, Mariam, that we're actually going to have a prosecution. It will appear as Rex versus Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor. That's the way the indictment would be drawn up. And I don't think, I could be wrong, but I don't believe a member of the royal family has been prosecuted for anything as serious as this. Certainly not a member of his original status within the royal family since, well, probably since Charles I. So we're in new territory here. But yes, there's no reason why he wouldn't go through exactly the same procedure as anybody else in this country who is arrested and charged and goes for trial.
Absolutely fascinating. Wendy Joseph Casey, it's been so interesting to talk to you. Thank you very much for taking the time to speak to us here on BBC News.
My pleasure.
Well, our coverage from Buckingham Palace continues, but for now, let's go to my colleague Kasia Madeira in the studio.
Mariam, to you and the team at Buckingham Palace, of course, thank you very much. We will be back with Mariam and the team there a little bit later on today. But as we let them have a bit of a break, they've been going on for many, many hours. We continue with our coverage at Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor's arrest on suspicion of misconduct in public office. Now, police are assessing a complaint over alleged sharing of confidential information. We don't know the specifics of the allegations of misconduct in public office being investigated. However, previously reported allegations include that he'd shared reports from trade visits, forwarded a confidential briefing on investment in Afghanistan, and passed a Treasury briefing to a personal business contact. A lot to discuss. We are joined by our royal correspondent, Johnny Diamond. And Johnny, my goodness, what a way to spend your 66th birthday.
Yes, I mean, what a way for him to spend his birthday. What a way for the King to spend his reign. What a way for the royal family to ponder its present situation and its future. You know, there are lots of different ways in which this plays out, and many of them are bizarre, as we were hearing from Wendy Jones there. The prospect of the Crown versus Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor in court is itself an extraordinary situation. But when it comes to the future of the royal family, this is a very, very challenging time. There are those that say, look, this could be a sort of breaking point, a breathing point for the royal family. There'll be a period of silence after this. There are legal considerations to be made about any comments that are made about Andrew or about what he's done. There is praise from supporters of the royal family for the way the King has acted over the last few weeks, in the last few hours in particular. You know, there was no reference in the King's statement to the blood ties that he has with Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor. The fact that he's his brother, no mention at all. The King wrote as the head of state there. But up against that, there are the years of involvement that Prince Andrew has had at the very highest level as a very senior member of the royal family. There's the deep sort of links between himself and the institutions of the royal family. Buckingham Palace was the backdrop to his investment venture, Pitch at the Palace. It was a place where he took his friends and his guests. He's intimately involved in royal events. I mean, it was only weeks ago that he lived at Royal Lodge. He rode out from royal stables. And suddenly to suggest that he is no longer that which he plainly is, a senior member of the royal family, will strike many people as farcical. And then there's all the sort of logistical questions about what cooperation with an inquiry really means. Does it mean the correspondence of the palace will be opened up? The email servers of the palace will be opened up? All the different interactions that Andrew has had over the years with all the different people at the royal family, all the different officials. This is long and complicated, and it is hard to see any way in which this is not embarrassing for the royal family and damaging for the monarchy.
Because this is, and it's complicated, obviously, but this is in relation to what we're learning from the Epstein files, but also the police themselves are doing an inquiry.
Yeah, and this is not just about that which perhaps royal correspondents have been focused on for so long, which were the allegations very strongly and repeatedly denied by the then Prince Andrew that he'd had improper sexual conduct with Virginia Giuffre when she was 17, when she says she was trafficked by Jeffrey Epstein. This is separate to this. This is about his work for the country in the job the government gave him as trade envoy. Now, look at the King's statement of a few hours ago. He refers in its closing lines to duty and service, and they are the sort of making of the modern monarchy. They are the mantra of the royal family. Duty and service do not go hand in hand. I don't need to tell you, I don't need to tell our audience. They do not go hand in hand with misconduct in public office. So it leaves the palace, the family, the monarchy very vulnerable at a time when, to be honest, we have seen 3 decades of opinion polls sliding away of support for the monarchy, with ups and downs, no doubt about it, and questions always about transparency and openness at the palace. So this is very difficult for them, both in the immediate sense, obviously, of a senior member being arrested and investigated, but over what will come over the next few weeks, months and years. This is very difficult for the palace.
Johnny, for the time being, thank you very much. We're going to return to you for your thoughts, so don't leave us. But we're going to bring in Jenny Bond, who, of course, previously BBC royal commentator, royal correspondent, now royal commentator. Jenny, this is a situation that has been unravelling. Now we have this arrest. We've got the royal family, the King and the Queen, doing various duties throughout the day, but they are being heckled. They're having questions shouted at them. It's not a great look.
Well, you have to feel for them, don't you? I thought the King put it quite humbly at the end of that statement that Johnny was referring to, that they would continue to serve the country and do their duty. And that's what they try to do. Goodness knows what they've been doing the last few weeks, though, because we've had no media coverage of it really at all, except when they've been heckled. They have been, their work has been completely overshadowed. I think privately, the King must be in despair. I mean, publicly, he's done what he can and said what he wanted to very, very clearly indeed, that the law must now take its course. But privately, I think he must be in despair that these early years of his reign have been so blighted by Harry leaving the royal family, working royal family, by his own cancer diagnosis, and now this.
Jenny, we're going to just get the thoughts from Johnny Diamond here on set, because I want to put that to Johnny. Jenny Bond there, talking about the King in despair. Is that a fair assessment?
Look, we don't know his personal feelings. It is hard to imagine this being anything but an exceptionally difficult day for him. But again, what Jenny says there, the struggle with Harry, the struggle with cancer, and then this, the King has been gently modernising the monarchy. There have been changes at the edges, a change in style, a slight change in openness, a change in emphasis. All of that, his ambitions for the role are getting drowned out by this. And there is only so much bandwidth anyone has, whether they are the King, the Prime Minister, the CEO of a big company, someone running a charity. This will now swallow an awful lot of time. In between the visits and the shouted questions, this will hang over the palace. This is an active investigation. The King has promised full and wholehearted cooperation. This now goes on for some time to come.
And you mentioned there the statement where the King talking about Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor. Obviously, we know it's his brother. It's very businesslike, very statesmanlike. Yeah. But we know also that the royal family has been criticised for being pretty slow to react to all of this.
Yeah, it has been criticised, and over the years, it has, the various different sort of bits of the palace have responded in their own way. I think it's fair to say that for quite a long time there was a circling of the wagons. Once he had withdrawn from public duties following that disastrous interview with BBC Newsnight, when you spoke to the palace, there was very much a sense that this man is simply not our problem anymore, or not our issue anymore, as if all that work that had happened previously didn't really matter anymore because he'd gone. Well, that is no longer the case. The criticism that the palace was too slow may be counteracted somewhat by what we've seen today and over the last few weeks from the King. Fairly determined, fairly swift. One person said, look, they were quicker than Goldman Sachs were to get off the blocks when Goldman Sachs had someone involved with Jeffrey Epstein's emails and files as well. But, this is not a young prince leaving a nightclub and taking a swing at a photographer. This is not someone's divorce being spread out across the newspapers and the TV bulletins in the most horrible way imaginable. This is different. This is decades of interaction with the palace, with the royal family, with the institution, that now threaten to become a very open and very live question for an enormous number of people. Material that has remained closed will now become open. And that is a significant shift for the royal family and a significant threat as well.
Johnny Diamond, we'll let you get away because I know you've got a busy day, obviously. Johnny Diamond, our royal correspondent. Let's pick up on that point with Jenny Bond. And we know in the King's address, Jenny, the statement says that if they are approached by Thames Valley Police, they will indeed help. And they're ready to support them as you would expect. So that means that you've got potentially the police, as Johnny Diamond was there explaining, going through all of these records, going through emails at potentially Buckingham Palace.
Yes, we all sort of profess how wonderful it is that they've said they will fully cooperate. I think it would be quite extraordinary if the palace said they would not cooperate with the police. They have to do so, but the King has been very adamant that that's what they'll do. I think it's entirely correct. I think all these documents and files and things that have been sealed for years should now be opened. I think that this is the beginning of a sea change, really. It has to be. I think the monarchy has to become more accountable and more transparent. I think questions are being asked quite rightly about why the monarch is exempt from the Freedom of Information Act, which prevents a full scrutiny of royal finances. I think they now have to be very open about all sorts of matters, not just the documents that relate to when Andrew was trade envoy, but things like the rent that other members of the family pay. We should know this. Royal wills, they are sealed sometimes for up to 90 years. I think that needs to change as well. I think this is a moment when we have to see real change within the palace. Takes me back to 1992, the Annus Horribilis, and the Queen standing at Guildhall after the castle had caught on fire and everything had gone wrong that year, which is why she called it her Annus Horribilis. And she said that no institution, the city, she was in the city, or monarchy, can be excluded from proper scrutiny, that it was necessary, and that scrutiny could and should lead to change. Now, there has been change, as Johnny was saying, slow change. I think that change needs to be accelerated now.
And if we get that kind of change where the finances of the royal family are opened up, I just wonder what that means in terms of the positioning of the royal family. We know that King Charles himself has wanted a smaller royal family, more maybe in line with the European royal families that we see. Is that something that could potentially get speeded up, if you will?
Well, it has slimmed down naturally through people leaving to go to America or being disgraced, as the ex-prince is. So there has been this natural slimming down. I'm not sure it can slim down much more. Anne herself, the Princess Royal, said, I don't really know what they're talking about. I don't see how we can be working any harder. We are a very small number and growing much, much older. So I think that is going to happen naturally. But I mean, I don't think there's any question of William, when he becomes king, wanting to expand it again. I think we will see a more European pattern of just 5 or 6 key members of the family doing what they can. Probably means some charities will have to get used to the fact they don't get a royal visit as often as they might hope, or even at all. But that's the way I think it's going, because of the scrutiny, really, of how much the monarchy costs us. And I think it's got to show it is providing value for money.
And the palaces, the carriages, the glitter, the pomp and ceremony, the pageantry, is that something that potentially will be slimmed down?
I don't think so. No, not really, because I think the palace understands, and that's what people like. That's what we do, and we do it very, very well. I think some things like the Garter ceremony, where they have to parade around a few members of the royal family and the Knights of the Garter in quite ludicrous pantomime outfits, which William always finds very, very uncomfortable. Things like that might change. But of course, this is a day of extreme seriousness and gravity for the royal family, and as Andrew sits, one assumes, alone in his police cell or under an interrogation right now, I imagine he must be pondering if he can sink any lower.
Jenny Bond, as always, really good to get your analysis. Jenny Bond there, royal commentator, former BBC royal correspondent. Always good to see you. Thank you so much. Well, as we continue to cover this story that broke early this morning, let's now talk to Dr. Estelle Parent, who's a royal historian and research fellow at Manchester Metropolitan University. With your historical hat on, just put this into context for us. How unprecedented are we seeing the arrest of a former prince in the United Kingdom?
Well, thank you so much for having me. But first, let's discuss. Is it really unprecedented? No. There are other royals that have been arrested in the past. And I would like to discuss with you 2 different occasions when it happened. So we have in the 1470s, so actually 1477, with Edward IV of England and his brother, George, the Duke of Clarence, and he was arrested, and he had a trial, and he was later on executed. Obviously, we're in the medieval ages, and it's a different time. But what's very interesting here in terms of parallel is that obviously there was discussions of potential treason, but also the fact that he had not behaved the right way, the way he had used the law for himself. For example, he arrested a woman, Ankaret Twino, I don't know how you pronounce it as an English person, and that woman had been arrested without a proper justice system, and she had been hanged. And here, all of his behavior showed that he was basically behaving above the law. There are different also reasons of what happened with his brother Edward, that led to his death. But so it's not the first time that a prince is arrested. The other occasion I would like to discuss with you is obviously Elizabeth I herself. Her Gloriana was arrested as sister of the Queen Mary I. Again, total different situation. Here it was because they believed she had conspired with Thomas Wyatt, who had conspired against Mary I. She was sent to the Tower, later on released. But here again it shows that it happened in the past. But here, what's so different is that obviously the power structure and the power play. What I'm very pleased to see today is the monarchy and Charles III saying the right things, really, and really complying to the law and saying to everyone that in the UK, we take things very seriously and that no one is above the law, even if you are the son of a former queen or the brother of the king. And I think that's very important.
Dr. Estelle, you've certainly taken us through the history books. Obviously, when it comes to what our understanding is now, we've always said that Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor has denied any wrongdoing consistently, of course. But just in terms of his position in the royal family. We know that he's lost his titles. He's moved out of Windsor. Now this arrest, of course, and we're still not 100% clear on the actual the background to it. But of course, this comes off the back of the release, that huge release of the Epstein files. You were talking about the positioning of Andrew in the royal family. Just remind us, because he was described as being the favourite son of the late Queen.
Yeah, well, I mean, everyone, has their own dynamic in their own families. And it is true that he has been described for, I honestly have no idea why he was, but if he was. But the truth is, regardless of his position, regardless of who he is, what's very interesting here is that our legal system does their work, and that we have justice for whatever happened. So obviously we're going to let, the police and the legal system do their work and do their job. So we show to everyone that no one is above the law, even if you are the favorite of your mother, who was the late Queen. I think here the dynamics, the relationship, I've listened to other interviewers, and saying, that maybe Charles and himself would have been close, right? Great, but that doesn't change a thing here. The importance is that we let the police do their work and that we find out the truth and that justice is served.
Dr. Estelle Paranque, a Royal Historian, Research Fellow at Manchester Metropolitan University, thank you very much, and thank you for that walk through the history books of the monarchy. Thank you. So we're continuing with our coverage of what has happened earlier on today. Our former US correspondent, Nomia Iqbal, is joining us now. Nomia, you have been looking into the Epstein files. We know that we had this huge tranche of files, massive, absolute tranche of files. Prince Andrew mentioned in them. In terms of this investigation, the arrest this morning is not in relation to any allegations of sexual offences. Of course, important to state he denies any wrongdoing. But let's go right back to basics and potentially remind our audience what the Epstein files are.
Well, the Epstein files are basically millions of pages of documents that were related to two criminal investigations that were held into Epstein and his accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell, who we know was convicted of her role in his sex trafficking ring back in 2021. Now, these documents, they were released eventually by the Department of Justice back in December and in January as part of this law that was passed by President Trump, eventually under pressure. And it's identified 6 million pages of documents. So the DOJ, identified roughly 6 million pages of documents, but so far it's publicly released about 3.5 million pages of them, 180,000 images, 2,000 videos. There's been a huge push to get them out. In terms of Mountbatten-Windsor, what I'd say is that it hasn't introduced any major evidence regarding him and allegations with when it comes to Epstein. And as we've been saying, he's always denied that. But we saw newer pictures of him. And I think it was also the association with Jeffrey Epstein after 2008, as we've been saying, that has always that really led to his downfall. And so, as you've been saying, which I probably think is worth repeating, we don't know the specifics of the allegations of misconduct in public office, which are being investigated. So we're still finding the details on that. But the Epstein files have been it's been this huge political issue in the US for a long time. And it really started after 2019 when he was found dead in his jail cell whilst awaiting his sex trafficking trial.
And Nomia, it's just worth reminding ourselves of why there was this huge push to release all of these files.
For so many people in America and lawmakers, Republicans and Democrats, there's a strong belief that Jeffrey Epstein had this huge wealth and connections, as we're now discovering, that shielded him and potentially others. They've always argued, especially the survivors, that these documents would clarify who is associated with him, why he wasn't brought to justice a lot earlier. And I think the push for release has really been about transparency. particularly after we found out this controversial plea deal that he made in 2008 when he was convicted, and then his death in custody, as I mentioned, in 2019. And that prevented a full criminal trial. We then saw Maxwell convicted in 2021, and President Trump very much campaigned on this idea of being much more transparent, that he would release these files, he'd be, answer those questions. And I think, as I mentioned, that there was a lot of pressure put on him by members of his own party to pass this law, which we then saw passed in November. So ultimately, it comes back down to the survivors, and it's important to obviously stress Mountbatten-Windsor's arrest has nothing to do with that particular aspect, which Congressional Committee is looking into. But in the US, it's about transparency and accountability for those survivors that were caught up in Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking ring.
Yeah, really important just to stress this is what we're seeing today, not in relation to any allegations of the sexual offences, just in terms of the documents themselves. And we know that the formatting is really difficult, they're bulky, they're cumbersome to get into. There are so many millions of documents. But when it comes to Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor, just talk us through what they've revealed so far.
I think what they've revealed, and you're right, we're still really going through those documents, the videos, the images. It's trying to piece a lot of stuff together, and some of the documents have either already been in the public domain. It's trying to sort of look at what they tell us that's new. But looking at those files, I think all they've really done is show the scope of, I guess, Epstein's network, and they have reinforced or restated allegations about Mountbatten-Windsor that were already public. So I don't think they've introduced any major new evidence. As I mentioned, we've seen newer pictures of him. And it's just, I think, really sort of piled the pressure even more so on. I mean, we've been covering the Epstein files consistently now, haven't we? And so I think what it has done, it's brought that pressure back on Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor. It's sort of reintroduced the whole scandal into the public domain. But, those allegations, as we've been saying, that he's facing in terms of misconduct in public, we don't know the specifics of them. And it's not really anything to do with, the actual allegations that women have made about Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor. But I should also mention that there were these previously reported allegations that he had shared reports from trade visits, that he'd forwarded a confidential briefing on investment in Afghanistan and passed on a Treasury briefing to a personal business contact. So that is the allegations that have been reported. But again, we don't know exactly why he's been arrested. But as I say, I think the files just reinforced a lot of what people suspected in terms of Epstein's links.
Yeah, the allegations against the state, absolutely. Just, you spoke, Nomura, about the pressure on him. Will this arrest put more pressure on him to talk to the Congressional Committee? They obviously want him to. We had Hillary Clinton last week telling the BBC that she would want him to as well. The Clintons, want to do it publicly.
He doesn't have to. He's a British citizen. He doesn't have to do any of that. I mean, he can't be compelled to give evidence. It's only if you're an American citizen, you're given the subpoena, and it only compels American citizens, US-based organisations, federal agencies. He lives in the UK. He holds no US public office, so there's no mechanism for Congress to force him to testify. He could choose to volunteer, to cooperate in that way. But legally, he's under no obligation to do so. But that's not stopped members of Congress on that committee saying, OK, he needs to come forward. He needs to start helping us unpick all of this. But it's also worth reminding our audiences that the Congressional Committee have no charging powers either. They can't. All they can do is the transparency bit, the accountability bit. I mean, at the same time, members of that committee are quite frustrated that they're not getting anywhere in the US. I mean, there's lots of allegations been made against members of the administration. Their links with Jeffrey Epstein, including the president himself, President Trump, who's always denied any wrongdoing. He said he cut off his links with Jeffrey Epstein many, many years ago. And so they're looking to what is happening in the UK. And I just want to read to you the comment made by Democrat Representative Melanie Stansbury. She's on the Oversight Committee. She said, if a prince can be held accountable, so can a president. But just to reiterate that President Trump has always denied any wrongdoing. But I think what they're thinking is that here in the UK, there is a sense of transparency going on and people being questioned in relation to the Epstein fallout, and they want to see more of that in the US.
Nomia, last night we saw Les Wexner, the head of Victoria's Secret. They went to him. They actually went to him. Can they come here to talk to Prince Andrew if he would be unwilling to go there?
I mean, in theory, yes, they could say, look, we'll come to you wherever you are to get that evidence from you. But again, he doesn't have to do it because he's a British citizen. And so they are limited in that respect. I mentioned the subpoena. They could subpoena him, let's just say. And then if he ever steps foot on US soil, then there would be a legal argument that he has to give evidence. But that's not likely to happen. But I think that did show just how focused this congressional committee is on really trying to hold people accountable, anyone that had any links with Jeffrey Epstein. As we know, that the Clintons have offered to testify as well. Exactly when that will happen, we don't know. In what format that will happen, we don't know. They want it to be public on camera. But yeah, they could, in theory. But as I say, there is absolutely no reason legally why Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor has to give evidence to the committee.
Nomia, as always, thanks so much for just walking us through it. A lot of detail there. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Well, we're going to take a step back, and it's worth just reminding ourselves how this morning unfolded. Our special correspondent, Lucy Manning, who broke the story, spoke to my colleague, Mariam Mashiri, about what happened.
Yesterday, we were reporting on the large number of police forces who were investigating or assessing information coming out of the Epstein files. And this morning, there were pictures from the Sandringham estate near to where Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor's house is, or where he's living at the moment, of what appeared to be police officers at the scene. And at 10 o'clock this morning, BBC News were able to confirm that Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor had been arrested. And shortly after that, Thames Valley Police put out the statement to confirm they didn't name him, but they said a man in his 60s had been arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office and was now being held in custody. It is quite an astonishing development. Obviously, there has been a lot of news outside after the release of the Epstein files, but the idea that the King's brother, the man who is eighth in line to the throne, who was until recently a prince, has been arrested and is in police custody is obviously extremely significant. It goes without saying that these are just allegations at the moment, that previously he has denied any wrongdoing in relation to the Epstein files. But this is a very significant development in various police forces investigating what is coming out of the Epstein files.
And Lucy, what do we understand about the allegations against Andrew? What are we being told so far?
Well, Thames Valley Police have been investigating, assessing really, it's now an investigation, but they've been assessing a couple of allegations against Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor. This one that they've arrested him on is for misconduct in public office, suspicion of misconduct in public office. And it goes back to his time as a trade envoy, where there is a duty of confidentiality in documents. And the allegations that came out of the Epstein files were that he was passing on, sharing documents with Epstein that should have been confidential. That will all now be investigated by the police. At the moment, there are police at Sandringham and at Windsor Lodge, the Royal Lodge, his former home in Windsor. So searches, it seems, are being carried out. He will obviously now spend the day being questioned, a day that is actually his 66th birthday, but he will be answering police questions instead.
Our special correspondent Lucy Manning, who broke that news this morning of the arrest of Andrew. Well, shortly after that arrest, the King issued a statement, and in it he said, "I have learned with the deepest concern the news about Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor and suspicion of misconduct in public office. What now follows is the full, fair and proper process by which this issue is investigated in the appropriate manner and by the appropriate authorities. In this, as I have said before, they have our full and wholehearted support and cooperation. Let me state clearly, the law must take its course. As this process continues, it would not be right for me to comment further on this matter. Meanwhile, my family and I will continue in our duty and service to you all." Well, King Charles's biographer and friend Jonathan Dimbleby spoke earlier to the World at One radio programme on Radio 4. He told us more about the position that the King is taking after Andrew's arrest.
My first thought is that the King has made the statement that we heard just earlier. That does not surprise me at all. Not at all. He's head of state. He's at the apex. He is the crown in this respect. So were there to be a trial, were there to be a charge, it would be in the name of the crown of the King. But it would be in character as well. He made it very clear earlier that he would cooperate with the Thames Valley Police were there to be any questions that they would like him to answer. So I think that it demonstrates oddly, perversely, if you like, because people talk about the damage to the royal family, it demonstrates actually the strength of the Constitution in this respect, that the police have acted without fear of favour. They've treated him, as we've just been listening, as if he were any other citizen, without fear or favour, without any sense that because he is a member of the royal family, that he should be given kid gloves treatment. He hasn't been.
But he isn't, though, any other member of the public, is he? I mean, he is the King's brother. And I wonder what you think about the damage that this does to the royal family, to the monarchy.
I don't think that it damages the monarchy. I think we have to separate the notion of a family from the institution of the monarchy. I think it's very important. It's very easy to align the two. And I have to say in parentheses, I think that the former Duke of Edinburgh used the most unfortunate phrase when he talked about the family business. It's not a family business, first of all. Secondly, if you take the individuals, the senior, the King mentioned, didn't he, that all the family would continue to help. If you think of the Prince and Princess of Wales, the Princess Royal, the Duke of Edinburgh, they are all doing their duties. They will individually have feelings about this. I do not see that because one member of the royal family has been arrested, maybe, we don't know, maybe charged with a very serious offence, that brings the institution in disrespect. On the contrary, it demonstrates that the institution is functioning. Just compare it with the United States, for instance, the DOJ. Yeah. Such a contrast, where the DOJ can't operate effectively without the say-so of the whimsy of the head of state there, who was the president.
Except Andrew is still, he's still currently eighth in line to the throne, isn't he?
That's true.
Can you separate them then?
Well, formally, he is that. In reality, and I think it's possible for him to be removed from that position. In fact, there has been talk about that happening and process being put in place to bring that about. But I think that's a sort of sidebar issue, frankly. It's sort of it's straining for a gnat, to use that as an illustration that there is a significant damage done to the monarchy.
Jonathan Dimbleby there speaking to Sarah Montague. Well, before today's arrest, Sir Keir Starmer had told the BBC that Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor should speak to authorities investigating the Epstein scandal if he has relevant information about it. He spoke to BBC Breakfast and he said that it's a long-standing principle that nobody is above the law.
Anybody who has any information should testify. So whether it's Andrew or anybody else, anybody who's got relevant information should come forward to whatever the relevant body is. In this particular case, we're talking about Epstein, but there are plenty of other cases. It is anybody who's got information relating to any aspect of violence against women and girls has, in my view, a duty to come forward. whoever they are.
And the former Prime Minister Gordon Brown has called on police to interview Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor. You've said he should testify to Congress. Should he voluntarily come forward to UK police?
Well, I think that's a matter for the police. They will conduct their own investigations. But one of the core principles in our system is that everybody is equal under the law and nobody is above the law. And it is really important that that is applied across the board. That is the principle. It's a long-standing principle. It's a very important principle of our country, our society, and it applies. And it has to apply in this case in the same way as it would apply in any other case.
Sir Keir Starmer there speaking to Naga Manchetti, and just to stress that that interview took place before the arrest. Now, the royal family have been out and about. His Majesty the King went to London Fashion Week in order to support the fashion industry of the UK, but he was asked questions.
Reaction to your brother's arrest? Any reaction to your brother's arrest, sir?
There you can hear whether it's reporters or members of the public asking questions of the King about the development with his brother. Of course, as we've been covering throughout the day, Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor was arrested in the morning and is in custody on suspicion of misconduct in public office. He was arrested at Sandringham, where we continue to monitor the live shot. We'll have continuing coverage right here on BBC News, so don't go away. We'll be back at Buckingham Palace in just the next few moments.
Well, Jonathan Dimbleby, broadcaster, historian, longtime friend and confidant of the King, joins us now. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Sarah.
What are your thoughts on, well, the significance of this moment, the brother of the King being arrested?
It is enormously significant, of course, but because you have indicated it's the first time for a very long time that any member of the royal family has been arrested on an offence of any kind. I think that my first thought is that the King has made the statement that we heard just earlier. That does not surprise me at all. Not at all. He's head of state. He's at the apex. He is the crown in this respect. So were there to be a trial, were there to be a charge, it would be in the name of the crown of the King. But it would be in character as well. He made it very clear earlier that he would cooperate with the Thames Valley Police were there to be any questions that they would like him to answer. So I think that it demonstrates the oddly, perversely, if you like, because people talk about the damage to the royal family. It demonstrates actually the strength of the Constitution in this respect, that the police have acted without fear of favour. They've treated him, as we've just been listening, as if he were any other citizen, without fear or favour, without any sense that because he is a member of the royal family, that he should be given kid gloves treatment. He hasn't been.
But he isn't, though, any other member of the public, is he? I mean, he is the King's brother, and I wonder what you think about the damage that this does to the royal family, to the monarchy.
I don't think that it damages the monarchy. I think we have to separate the notion of a family from the institution of the monarchy. I think it's very important. It's very easy to ally the two. And I have to say in parenthesis, I think that the former Duke of Edinburgh used the most unfortunate phrase when he talked about the family business. It's not a family business, first of all. Secondly, if you take the individuals, the senior, he mentioned, the King mentioned, didn't he, that all the family will continue to help. If you think of the Prince and Princess of Wales, the Princess Royal, the Duke of Edinburgh, they are all doing their duties. They will individually have feelings about this. I do not see that because one member of the royal family has been arrested, maybe, we don't know, maybe charged with a very serious offence, that brings the institution in disrespect. On the contrary, it demonstrates that the institution is functioning.
Except
Just compare it with the United States, for instance, the DOJ.
Yeah.
Such a contrast, where the DOJ can't operate effectively without the say-so of the whimsy of the head of state there, who was the president.
Except Andrew is still, he's still currently eighth in line to the throne, isn't he?
That's true.
Can you separate them then?
Well, formally, he is that. In reality, and I think it's possible for him to be removed from that position. In fact, there has been talk about that happening and process being put in place to bring that about. But I think that's a sort of sidebar issue, frankly. It's sort of it's straining for a gnat, to use that as an illustration that there is a significant damage done to the monarchy.
We need to go. Live from London, I'm Kasia Madeira. This is BBC News. Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor is arrested.